And Chaz McCormick going back into the wall in right puts it away to preserve Houston's 4-2 win.
Oh, well, the Rangers lose 4-2 by that score.
And whose fault is that?
At the ballpark. I would say that is the fault of Yordan Alvarez's 2-run home run in the ninth inning. I love on the fan cam on the YouTube and Twitch, 105 through thefan.com. It says the title, At Least the Rangers Weren't No Hits. That is the title. Did you make that, Peyton?
No, I think that was Carter.
Is that Carter's awake?
Yes,
Look at that. That's amazing. What wonderful work by Carter Freeman. The Rangers do avoid the no-hitter with the Corey Seager 2-run home run in the ninth inning, 2 outs, first pitch, right there, bam, and he gets the 2-run home run. And then Josh Young, after another hitter gets on base, sends one, which I thought was like, oh boy, that thing's going. From my vantage point at the stadium, I was there, Bobby Bill.
Well,
my vantage point, I thought it was going.
Yeah.
At least I had a chance, and it just comes up short.
Yeah, they made it interesting there. They get the one hit for the entire game, and then all of a sudden, they're being no hit for 8 2/3, and all of a sudden they want to try and put up 4 runs, but it just wasn't meant to be. And a lot of things weren't meant to be last night.
No,
Rangers winning wasn't meant to be, and your Houston Astros winning, Chop, was not meant to be.
Stop it.
Stop it. This is you're getting called out for this today.
Call me out for whatever you want. First of all, I was not rooting for Houston. I was rooting for a no-hitter after about the 7th inning.
Because to be fair, you tweeted at 6:00, this MFer better not do it.
Right.
So you didn't want it at first, but then when it got closer, you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
They're good. But
yeah, because at first I didn't want it because I think it was around the end of the 4th. He had a perfect game after the end of the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, this dude better not do it. And then
he lost it on an error.
I know. By Bregman, which was perfect because I hate Alex Bregman. And then as we got closer, I was like, yeah, you know what? I am 0 for 2.
Like the Rangers were.
Yeah, I know. I have been to I was at one no-hitter, and my dad, who was always a we leave after the 6th inning guy. Always.
Got to beat the traffic.
7th inning, top of the 7th. We were always gone. So we left Jim Abbott's no-hitter back in like 1993. And then I had tickets to the Joe Musgrove one here.
Musgrove love.
And I was getting ready to leave for the game, and my kids called me like, we don't want to go. I was going to pick them up and take it. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going. I'm not going to go waste my time by myself at a game. Oh, by the way, kids, it's a no-hitter tonight. So I was 0 for 2, so I was like, all right, you know what? I don't care. Like, they're gonna lose the game. They're going to lose the game. I at least want to see history. I have never seen a no-hitter. I want to see a no-hitter. So, yeah, after about the 7th inning, I was like, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
And then it felt even better when Yordan hit the 2-run homer. I was like, okay. At least now it's like, if it was like a 1-0 game,
you feel a little bad about it.
I'm like, all right, we're still within the margin of error. They're not coming up with 4 in the ninth. They haven't had a hit all day. They're not getting 4 in the ninth. Let's go.
Yeah. Look, this is a very controversial opinion. It's very much like Sophie's choice, right? Like you're looking at
which daughter you want to kill.
Do I want history or do I want my Rangers team to win? What am I cheering for here? But this caused a stir on our group message, and so we need you guys to let us know. Was RJ Choppy in the wrong for rooting for the no-hitter? Was he in the wrong for rooting for the no-hitter? You should leave us a message on the Odyssey app. If you go to the Odyssey app and you tap the little microphone, you can drop your messages either defending Chop or going after him. Here's what I'll say. Does any part of you do you give it pause knowing it's just a no-hitter and not a perfect game? Because no-hitters, I feel like those are not nearly as... I mean, definitely no. It's not.
They're not nearly as special.
No.
What's there been? 24
26
perfect
or
games?
something?
I mean, there's been more cycles than perfect games.
Yeah.
Right? So that yes, I mean, that's a little different. But no, I don't get... I'm a history buff. I was a history buff growing up. I love baseball. Like, my first love is Major League Baseball. So I love seeing historic things that... I get it's one the way I say it's one game in the constructs of my entire life where I get to say I saw a no hitter. I think it's kind of cool.
I certainly think
Because, consider this. The chances are, if you're going to see a no-hitter, it's one of two. Either your team throws one or it gets thrown against your team. Because you don't generally go to baseball games that don't involve your team.
Do you think Hawks fans started cheering for Luka to pour in more points when he was up to 70?
I think they wanted when he got to like 65, they're like, ooh, let's see 70.
Like, come on, keep putting points up.
So.
Keep scoring. One person who definitely doesn't feel this way apparently was Jared Sandler, who after Corey Seager breaks up the no-hitter with 2 outs in the 9th inning, I've not even heard this clip yet, apparently shamed one RJ Choppy.
I'm just going to say this. A sweep would be nice. If the Rangers lose this game, hey, you're not going to win every game. Houston's a good team. I don't want to look back on this season, no matter what the outcome of this year is. I have zero desire to look back and think about the moment a Houston Astro threw a no-hitter in this ballpark.
Now, here's the question. Do you think that was a direct shot?
I don't know
if he knew you were.
I don't think he knew.
I think in general, though, he wanted the message out like, hey, be sure to play this tomorrow morning. Because he told us, he was like, hey, have Peyton grab the comments.
Yeah.
I think Peyton wanted it known, like, this is what you should be rooting for. But this is a controversial question. I think you can get more of a pass potentially, Chop, if it is a perfect game. I think the no-hitter is little more difficult, especially because of, it's the Astros who have gotten as many as they have.
From the, and they have. I mean,
they've had like 4 in the last 18 months?
And Framber just had one last year. From the 918, I was at the Kluber no-hitter. I hated it at first, and the whole stadium was rooting for it. There was a lot of people that were, there was a lot of Astro fans there, and it was tough to decipher. The people around us were kind of split. They were kind of mixed. But again, there was a lot of Astro fans around. The entire row in front of us was all Houston fans. This obviously was their first game they've ever attended. Because every fly ball, they stood up thinking that the ball was 7 rows deep.
Well, you went off on this.
I'm sorry. I have a clue. Watch the outfielders. When you're at you should know that a routine fly ball, oh my God, it's gone! It was very annoying.
Bro, I did that more out of just wanting to see it in, 2001, I think it was, when the Giants came to town.
Oh, for Barry?
And Bonds was up.
Sure.
And Bonds hits it, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I got really excited. I think it died 250 feet into the outfield or something. But when it first goes off his bat, it was almost like dying to see it. Now, you were at the game last night.
Yep.
You were living the sweet life with Zach and Cody.
Well, not originally.
Bogey Bros.
Not originally. We had regular, normal, everyman seats.
The pores. As Bassick says.
Sat there, and first inning goes by. Second inning, we start. I sent out a message. Hey, end of the third, you meet me behind the section. Right, we're gonna get some lemonades. I start getting hit with something. I look up, and there's a Tolo throwing popcorn at us.
Oh, that's nice.
From 6 rows back. And you're like, oh, we got drinks here in the next inning. So we went up for drinks, and it was cool. Then I get the text from the fine folks over at the Bogey Bros. They're like, hey, man, we're in a suite right now. You want to come on up? Yes, sir, I do. Because, I don't want to spend $13 a beer anymore. Or a drink. So we went up there and we spent the rest of the game up there, which was cool. They were higher but closer. We were out in the outfield. We were out not in the outfield, not beyond the foul pole. We were between the foul pole and third base. So we were our seats were fine. But then we got closer to home plate but up higher, which was a good view.
Being between the pole and third base. That's exactly where a lot of people find themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tyler Mahle, of course, this was his debut with the Rangers last night. Fine. I don't know that he was super sharp. But fine. Ultimately the numbers end up looking fine. 5 innings, 1 earned run allowed, just 2 strikeouts, a walk, 5 hits.
I think you were going to look at it and you were going to get yourself, you're going to get 75 pitches from him. That was probably what their plan was all along. And he kept you in the game. When the other guy's got a perfect game going at the time that you get taken out and you're only down a run, I think you put that in the win column.
Yeah, he got 16 called strikes, 7 swinging.
That's the one. That's what I look for. Like, how many swing and misses did you get? Right. How many swing and misses did you get? It's good bat missing stuff, and that's kind of one of the stats they look at.
Yeah, and I mean, because that was one where Dane Dunning's gotten better with it, but there was a point last year where Dane Dunning, I think, had a start where he threw 80 pitches and got one swing and miss.
That's not his game, though, right?
No, he's gotten
baller,
gotten much better at it. But even still, one swing and miss and 80 pitches is bad. That means that stuff's just hanging on you. But last night, they end up, getting Malley out there for 5 innings. Looks solid overall. I think you're right. I think there was a plan to basically just run it on a limit of, hey, let's work you back in a little bit, just like they had been working him back in at the minor league level. But looked fine. And if, building back his strength and trying to find that rhythm again, you're looking at 2025 with him.
Absolutely. This is an extended preseason.
Yeah.
Or extended spring training for him. That's kind of what it was.
Just find a rhythm again before you get back out there and do those things. But, Chop, this was a missed opportunity, clearly, in terms of the chance to sweep the Astros, continue to get things going. They end up losing this game last night and fall another game back behind in the standings to the Astros. And then the Mariners lose last night. So you don't lose any ground to the Mariners, so that's good. 5 games back of the Mariners, 4.5 of the Astros now. And again, time's getting tight. Time's getting tight, Chop.
It is. I mean, like, every game now is of utmost importance. I mean, we are getting down to that cutting time. Well, we are. We really are. And now the good news is that nobody in this division wants to win it. Nobody wants to win it.
No.
Seattle doesn't. They're not pulling away. They had a chance. Houston is not pulling away. They've had their chances. Nobody wants to win this division. So you're still right there. You basically last night, I mean, it hurt you from the Houston standpoint, but you're right back to where you started the series. And it didn't hurt you at all from the standpoint of the Mariners side, who, and Seattle's, I think we looked at Seattle's schedule. Their schedule's pretty difficult.
They have, I believe they're the most difficult schedule the remaining way in the AL West.
And the Rangers is much, much easier from the way the West's standpoint. So, look, I mean, we're still getting down to it, and they have no chance, obviously no chance of the wild card. We've talked about that, but the division is still in play. It is still in play.
Over on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, we've got a lot of passionate feedback about RJ Choppy rooting for the no-hitter after the 7th inning last night. 301, Choppy was a baseball fan long before he rooted for the Rangers. It's perfectly okay for him to pull for a no-hitter. 903, the sign of a true sports fan. Love it, RJ.
Hey.
Then there are some others. 302, it was the armpit. Crucify him. Somebody else says, 469, if we were in a position where every game counted, I'd always cheer for the win. In this situation, let's go no-hitter. 903, Chop is wrong on this one because of who it was. Likely fine if it was another team. It's like rooting for the Eagles on something when they're playing the Cowboys. So there you go. That is the feedback on the fan text. Let us know on the Odyssey app all this morning. If you're really passionate in favorite Chop, you need to get on there and hop on the Odyssey app, hit record, leave us your voice memo, just passionately defending Chop and telling people to back off. And if you think Chop's wrong, dunk on him. Dunk on him, Tracy McGrady style, teabag the guy.
My level of history is always in question. I don't think I was rooting for the Patriots to go 18-0 or whatever it was.
I was
19-0, whatever it was. Yeah. I don't think I was rooting for
after
that.
They beat the Cowboys. I was rooting for that.
After
week 5.
I don't remember.
I know why you weren't rooting for that, though. It's because that would tarnish the Peyton legacy because Brady would have done the ultimate.
Yeah, I don't know that. Because at that time, I don't think there was still a whole Bill or Tom question at that point. I don't think it mattered yet. He had a great year, though. Holy cow. I don't remember what I did, though, then. It was my 20s for crying out loud.
Yeah, I think you were running the board for Michael Irvin. Before you set him straight.
No, that was that year. It was that year we started that show. We started that show like right after that game.
07?
Yeah, we started the show right after that game. So I don't remember what my feelings were on that. I'm a history guy.
I don't totally blame you, but if
I'm watching at home, I don't want to see it.
I get that.
I would have been like, no, get a hit.
To me, it matters who it is, though. That was just the biggest thing. It's the Astros, and I can't. I tried my best to harass Kyle Tucker. I was Googling info with him, hanging out with the guys from Rafter P Construction,
Whoa.
Colt Heron. And when we were out there in the ALCS last year, I was in Kyle Tucker's ear. Just I was Googling all the info about what's his girlfriend's name. We're just going to say his girlfriend's name over and over again. Just going after it. But I get wanting to see some history or wanting to see something you've never seen as a baseball fan, but not like this.
I know.
Not like this, Chop.
What's coming up in Inside the Star?
The Cowboys had another practice yesterday. They signed several new defensive players, and who exactly is making this 53-man roster? That's next on 105 Through the Fan.
We chapter your...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the room, brother. You gotta read the room. It's the armpit, man. The greatest cheaters in the history of the game. You can't root for them to accomplish anything. Normally, I would support you and say, as a historian, yes, it is nice to see history in baseball. But on this one, bro, you're wrong. You never support the armpit. Burn.
That's fair. It's Thomas and Alito. That's fair.
Did you understand what he said?
What's that?
I didn't know if you understood what he said or if you needed
About the
it.
cheaters?
I didn't know if you needed it banged on a trash can to you in Morse code.
Oh, I mean, Morse code would be nice. I can. I don't know Morse code. I know SOS. It's like dot dot.
Oh yeah,
dot,
I guess your team generally just one bang for this, two bangs.
Yeah,
so
right.
I get it. I get it.
That's what they would just do one bang.
Were you helping them out? Were you the one hitting the trash can last night for him in the top of the ninth? Dude, was it 3 bangs to tell Altuve to bunt in the ninth? Up 4?
Was he up 4?
Or no, they were up 2 at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't care for that. I get it. I mean, it's still a close game. That would have been interesting if the Rangers did that to break up a no-hitter bunt. Like
I think it's fair against the Astros.
It might be fair against the Astros. Yeah, that's leave us a message on the Odyssey app if I was completely in the wrong after about the 7th inning or so. I was like, all right, I kind of want to see it.
Or you know what? They can tell you on Saturday.
They can tell me on Saturday at Fanbowl.
Come on out to Fanbowl. And we've had a lot of people ask this. They've said, hey, if I'm not playing, if I'm not participating, can I still come out and hang out with you guys? Yeah. Like, that's the idea here, is that you're out there to taunt us while we play. Say stuff to Sean about, like, hey, tiny hands or whatever else. You can walk up to me while I'm playing, say stuff about, like, your chances are as dead as your mom. Like, whatever it is that you need to say to me.
That's not safe.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm trying to encourage them that, hey, if they want to come out there and talk smack to us and not even play, they just want to get drunk and obnoxious, have at it. Come on out to Fanbowl. Hurtado in Arlington. We're going to have AC tents. There's going to be tents out there, too, with air conditioning and lots of drinks. The drinks will be flowing 1 to 7 p.m. Roundtables start at 4:30.
That's right.
Which means we're going to get 3.5 hours to drink before we all have to talk into the microphone.
We need to have an over-under of Bobby's shots before the roundtable. If he gets there at 1.
Yeah, see, Bobby will. You're going to be you'll be the first one there.
I'm putting at 7.5.
You'll be the first one there.
What do you think about that line, though? 7.5 shots before the roundtables.
I would say no. You're not going to do that.
Ooh.
Okay, well now you're trying to make me do it. Now I have to do it.
Now I'm trying. Yeah, I don't think you have it in you. I don't think you have it in you.
All right, I see.
So I'm the defending champ of Fanbowl. I still haven't decided. I haven't come to contract terms if I'm going to compete this year or not.
I mean, I can't be sure that you didn't have some sort of unfair advantage.
I mean, I was banging trash cans.
Yeah, like you might have been. Right, you might have been having a little buzzer.
It's a bad tattoo. It's a bad tattoo. That's what it was. Yeah, I got to come to contract terms. I might not do it.
Ooh, look at you!
Retire as champ.
You're gonna hold in.
I'll
show up. I'll be drinking. I'm not playing. I'm not practicing.
All right, inside the star, Bobby Belt.
Yes, the Dallas Cowboys signed 3 new players yesterday, all with NFL experience. Linebacker Nick Vigil, linebacker Darius Harris, and defensive tackle Albert Huggins. So
we'll be all in.
Clearly, trying to fortify that run defense, trying to fortify that middle of the defense. Mike Zimmer and Paul Guenther both have experience with Nick Vigil, the linebacker. Vigil had played with Zimmer in Minnesota and had been with Paul Guenther in Cincinnati. So a guy they're familiar with there. Darius Harris is a guy with some championship pedigree.
Wow.
Been on the Kansas City Chiefs the last 4 years.
Oh, wow.
Played
bring him Mahomes with him?
No, he's not.
Dang it.
He's not. Played at Middle Tennessee State and was a pre-draft visitor for the Cowboys 4 or 5 years ago. I'd be interested to see if Harris is about, because I think the linebacker play has been pretty good so far in practice. The fact that they added 2 of them was kind of interesting to me, but Harris, I wonder if part of the deal there is they view him as having pass rush ability. And, like, if he's potentially going to make the roster, it's, here's a guy who can do special teams and he can spell Micah in certain situations if Micah's got to, take a breather, or if something's occurring here, we're having Micah do something else. Harris is 6'2", 240, but he's 34.5-inch arms. And I
have no idea, no frame of reference for that.
Micah Parsons has 32-inch arms. So he's 2.5 inches longer in terms of, you talk about, making contact with an offensive tackle, being able to long arm them, not let them get into your chest because you're strong and you're able to, basically push out like that. And he's very flexible, bendy player. I've known Darius since he was at Middle Tennessee State. Like he had one of the coaches on staff there at the time, Steve Ellis, who's now at Louisville as their defensive backs coach. Steve had given me like a heads up of like, hey, this guy coming out, he's really impressive. We think he's going to hang around the league for a little while. And he has started 6 games in his career for Kansas City. Special teams guy, somebody who can contribute there. And then obviously the Albert Huggins signing at defensive tackle, they need something there because they're so thin on bodies. Marshawn Nealon, DeMarcus Lawrence, like those are guys who are having to kick inside and play defensive tackle a lot of different ways. Now to make room for these new faces, Chop.
Is their roster limit at 90 right now?
Yep. And they were at 90 yesterday. They had to waive Byron Vaughns. They moved Sam Williams to injured reserve.
That was going to happen anyway.
Yep. And then they moved wide receiver CeeDee Lamb to the reserve / did not report list as he continues his contractual related holdout from training camp. Are you surprised here on August 7th that hasn't happened yet? Or are you still sticking to Zach Martin, middle of August? That's
my Zach Martin date. August, 13th, 14th? Something like that.
He begins losing $1 million a preseason game when this weekend's preseason game against the Rams occurs.
Yeah, but can they bake that into the contract or waive it?
They can waive it, I think.
Because he's a rookie.
Yeah, I believe.
Rookie deal.
I know they can waive training camp fines. I don't know if they can waive the game check. I'm not sure about that. They might be able to. I think the 49ers did with Bosa last year.
All right, well, let me ask you this. They don't get paid for the preseason, do they?
No.
So how can you get fined for a game that you get paid
because
for?
It's part of the penalty of missing training camp by not reporting. They take, okay, what is a game check for you this season? You're getting fined that amount for every amount that you missed in the preseason. So that continues to that doesn't seem to be any closer to getting done. And man, it's got a feeling like this could turn sideways for them pretty quickly.
Well, I still think it's no doubt it gets done. I don't think he misses a single game unless he signs so late that he has to.
Which Zeke signed late and was able to just jump right out there.
Yeah. When did Zeke sign?
He signed, it was at the end of the
August 31st or something.
Yeah, it was like the end of August, beginning of September.
So, yeah, I mean, like I still think that I don't see him missing games. I'm not worried yet at all. Like, this is a holdout. This happens all the time. Every year, there's somebody that holds out or holds in. What's up?
September 4th was when Zeke signed.
Wow. I mean, you're talking about days before the game.
There's a lot that you want to forget about that 2019 season. That was a brutal year. But, man, there's so much that's mirroring now what they had going on in 2019.
Yeah, and I don't think... And part of the problem with 2019, if you ask people with the Cowboys, they would tell you, like, man, they wanted to sign Zeke, but they didn't want to pay him that. But they also were like, dude, we can't. It's unfair to our coach to put him on the final year and not have him have our best player. Right? Like, it was unfair to Jason to do that. And Jerry didn't want to do that to Jason.
I get that. Man, he signed September 4th. They were playing September 8th.
Yeah, that's
that quick a turnaround.
Yes.
Just jumping right out
right
there.
in there.
But the 2019 season was really unique because, like you just said, Jason Garrett was in a contract year. Amari Cooper was in a contract year. Dak Prescott was in a contract year. Very similar setup this year for the Cowboys. They've got Dak in a contract year, McCarthy in a contract year, CeeDee Lamb in a contract year. CeeDee Lamb is holding out the way that Ezekiel Elliott did.
Yeah, it's a mirror, and this is why I am a history buff. Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does Jerry not pay? He's repeating the whole thing.
That was such a, and I don't, you get so far removed from something that was 5 years ago now. I don't know if you remember or if you're able to, when you reflect back on that, you lose some of the details in the process, but.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't recall off the top of my head how much got out about 2019, but that became toxic.
Oh, it did.
Fast
It
in
did.
that locker room.
And that was the surprising aspect, because like the one thing Jason never lost the locker room. Like it didn't matter if it was the Josh Brent situation. They came out and they played great in Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter what it was. Jason never lost the locker room. And there were a couple times in that year where it was like they're finally just not paying attention.
Well, and it got to a point where they went on a 3-game losing streak at the start or at the end of November. That's when they lost to New England on the road, that game in the rain that was just ugly.
12-9 or something.
13-9. Yeah. And then they lost to Buffalo on Thanksgiving. And then they lost to
that was the Josh Allen coming out party.
Yeah, they lost to the Bears on the road the next week. So they lost 3 in a row. And that was something where when that started happening, there was a feeling of people like there was a feeling within that building, I think, with coaches and players of, I got to start thinking about my next gig.
Mm-hmm.
I got to start thinking about me.
Parcells always talked about coaches at some point when they're up against it, they all go into CYA mode.
Is this kind of effect that we're talking about here, though? Is that why you would have argued for the dummy year on McCarthy's contract?
Absolutely.
Like, even if you're going to avoid it or something, like, do something to put it there just so it's not impossible to like look at it and just say, you can tell guys that, hey, we're here. He's here past this year. Because that is a question. McCarthy even acknowledged it with us in training camp.
Like fake the contract. Fake it.
Something. Yeah.
Are coaches' contracts public like players? Same way?
No, they're not.
Nobody had any idea of what Bill Belichick made.
I would say even if it's tack on an extra year. Okay?
Make it a fake year. Just tell Mike, hey, we're gonna do this for you. We're gonna do this for your ability to manage the locker room. We're gonna announce we're signing you to a 1-year extension.
Well, and even if he says I'm not gonna play ball on that, let's say, all right, fine. We'll tack on an extra year we'll call it your current salary. We have a $100,000 buyout. Okay?
Yeah.
A low buyout. Yeah. But Mike, if you want, like, knowing you're already out of contract here, like, we can
$300,000.
Yeah, here's a buyout. Like, this is for you playing ball. Here's your buyout, where we're not having to pay a full contract here, but we'll do this as a favor to also stabilize the locker room, because I think it's got a real chance to go sideways. It's starting to mirror 2019.
Yeah, it really is
so much, and that turned bad so fast. Early on that year, they were Super Bowl favorites after week 3. Mm-hmm. Remember, they were smacking the S out of everybody. Yep. They beat the Giants really bad in the opening game. They handled Washington. The passing game was like, oh my gosh, what has John Kitna and Kellen Moore done to Dak Prescott? This is looking great. They whoop up on the Dolphins by 25, and it totally collapsed after that. The following week, that was the Saints game. Then you had the Packers loss at AT&T Stadium, and then that third loss in a row was that awful Jets game.
Was the Saints game the Teddy Bridgewater game? I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the Teddy Bridgewater game. Yep. That was just an ugly. They couldn't move the ball. A lot of people felt like Kellen Moore felt too big for the moment, but still, it's starting to mirror nightmare 2019 in a very troubling way. Chop, what do we have coming up next in Pedal to the Metal?
Boy, I'll tell you, NFL player gets into the Hornets' nest, and Texas is absolutely dominating the Olympics. It is episode 8 of Pedal to the Metal. Next to the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget?
Saturday afternoon. See you there with 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Man, can't believe I finally got an intro for this thing. Took a whole week.
And I had to do it.
You did. I told you I was going to have content. Huh?
I made one.
You threw a Usain Bolt highlight over some stock music.
You
that
threw
doesn't
a
count.
highlight from 2008.
That world record.
Hey, it was a world record. I think it's still standing, right?
I believe it is. Yeah. I mean, you gonna throw a Mark Spitz highlight on there?
It's a good highlight.
What
here
your
it is.
jump drawer intro sounds like.
It is episode 8 of Pedal to the Metal. Bobby giving the finger over there. Hey, big ups to Mansfield's Jasmine Moore. She won the first medal in history for the U.S. in the triple jump.
Woo.
I am stunned that no American has ever medaled in the triple jump ever. That
is surprising.
Is very surprising. We dominate so many track and field events. And we're going to do it today with Noah Lyles. He races today in the 200. But I'm stunned that no American won it and took Mansfield's own Jasmine Moore to do it. She goes to Lake Ridge or went to Lake Ridge High School. First American to medal in the triple jump.
Let's go Mansfield.
So
that's Peyton's hood.
It is.
M-Town?
Local, what did you call it?
M-Town.
M-Town? The way he said it like it was a saying.
Is there a shirt that says that? Like I need, like
there is now.
There needs to be. Someone's got to get one of those. Local Texans in general, not local. They're all, I guess all Texans are local.
Mm-hmm.
Have dominated these Olympic Games. If you were to take just the gold medals won by Texans, they would rank 6th.
Damn.
Among all countries. The USA has 24. China has 22. Australia 14, France 13, Great Britain 12. South Korea, Japan, and Texas all have 11.
Wow.
Italy 9, Netherlands 8, Germany 8. That's just for gold medals. That's phenomenal. That is such an amazing number. If you were to take all medals, not gold, all, they also are 6th. They have 32 medals in all, ahead of Japan, who has 29, behind, obviously, the U.S. with 86. If you take the U.S. away, the 32 medals away from the United States, from Texas, they would go from 86 minus 32. That would take them down to 54. That would put them behind China.
Man, this is Texas has to be, if you were to regionalize all of it, right? Like, so regionalize the China medals and like even like break it down by region, then Texas has to be like we have to be the highest medal count of any region in the world, right now. There's no way somebody else has more than 34 from one of these regions.
No, I mean, like France has got 48. Right? And we're about the same size.
But like if you break down France into like different sections,
parts.
that's what I'm saying. Like just the way how Texas is a part of the U.S.
Right.
We've got to be the highest winning region. This is what we do. We keep winning.
We keep winning. Mm-hmm. We keep winning. I would wonder what California, very bad play, or Florida. I wonder what they've done. I haven't looked. I don't care. But I do wonder how they've done in the Olympics. A little embarrassed. I forgot to mention Austin Smith from Keller on Monday. She took bronze in the individual and silver in the mixed doubles and skeet shooting. We had a little group chat about the skeet. Carlton State.
Yeah.
With Mr. Prince.
Yeah.
Getting the silver. Vincent Hancock won the gold. He's from the Argyle area. So all over the place in DFW at the Olympics. Noah Lyles. I mentioned him. He is the sprinter. He won the 100 meters with the gold a couple of nights ago. I love this guy. He's a character. He has everything a superstar athlete should want to have. He's going for the 200-meter gold today. He's got good looks, good smile. He can talk, and he can trash talk. And he was trying at the podium here. So it's him and then 2 other racers at the podium with him. He was trying to be nice. He was trying to be like coach speak, player speak. And finally someone was like, dude, just say what you want to say. And then he ends it.
Noah, that's part 1 complete. How confident are you now of going to win on all 3 sprint?
Pretty confident. I can't lie. Kenny definitely put up a fast time at trials, and that definitely woke me up. And I was very proud of him, and he's definitely not going to take how he did here in the 100 lying down. He's going to say, I'm going after it in the 200 because he knows he can go after it. But my job is to make sure that I'll just leave it there. I'll be winning.
Talk your man.
That man ain't winning. None of them is winning. When I come off the turn, they will be depressed.
Oh,
there it is.
You could tell it was coach speak because he kept saying definitely. He said definitely 3 times. He's definitely doing good work. He's definitely gonna really push me. And yeah, like let's be honest, this is not the time to cower back. This is the time to talk your ass.
They have these track superstars have 2 weeks of our attention. They've got 2 weeks of our attention. This is the time where they make they got to make the headlines. And it's a sport that is like, it's a flashy sport in general. Right? When Usain Bolt's, got the lead, he starts jogging, he's got his arms out.
He's looking over at the camera and smiling.
Yeah, like that's what you want to see, right? That's what you want to see out of your track superstars. And Noah Lyles has got it, and he goes to the 200-meter win, and he is the best 200-meter guy in the world. He was not the favorite in the 100, and he winds up winning it anyway.
Doesn't count. Doesn't even really count. You can't call yourself the fastest man in the world if you win by 0.05 seconds.
That's right. Who said that? Maggie?
Yeah, Maggie
said
Gyllenhaal at
all right.
Infinity or whatever.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. Do you want Snoop or Marlon Humphrey?
I'm gonna skip right over the boxing. I see. Okay. Let's go with Marlon Humphrey.
Okay. Marlon Humphrey is a cornerback for the Baltimore Ravens.
Damn good one too.
A very good one, and he is in the Hornets' nest right now. The Simone Biles fan club is coming at him like the Swifties would come at a Taylor Swift attractor.
Like the Twisties? Is that what you said?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I didn't say that, but you could
Swifties.
say
Swifties, okay.
So Simone Biles and Jordan Childs were on the podium after, I guess the beam event of the Olympics. And Rebecca Andrade of...
Andrade?
I
don't know. I'm just guessing.
No. From Brazil won the gold medal. And you see... Simone and Jordan on their knee bowing down to her like, oh my God, you're the champ. He posts his photo. So SportsCenter posted that photo. He retweets it and says, this is literally disgusting. The competitor in him, literally disgusting. On X or Twitter, get to a final and win something, then you could talk. That's when someone clapped back to him. She deserves all the praise in the world. He goes, I'm low-key getting cooked right now. I think I'm getting cussed out in Brazilian on Instagram. So this is what this is. This is American competitiveness versus Olympic the Olympic code.
Yeah, look, they've been buddies with her throughout the cut. Like you keep seeing Simone Biles talk to her and stuff like that. So I'm sure they know each other from competitions and are familiar with each other and stuff like that. I don't totally disagree with him.
Yeah.
I don't want to see anybody like genuflecting, like bowing on the podium to
somebody else
after they lost. No, especially after the reason you lost is because it was too quiet in there. Whatever that means.
It was too quiet. Man, I think this is just the difference between like people who hang around like American athletes and people who hang around like Olympic athletes, and it's just like they're from other countries and they just look at things differently. Like we can't, like Joker looks at things way differently than
we've seen that with Wembanyama, Joker, Giannis. They've all talked about it's bigger than the sport we play. And I get the and look, this is somebody who her big storyline has been she's had 3 ACL tears.
The Brazilian?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's had 3 ACL tears and they've, that's somebody that they know and like and are close with, and so it was more like a celebration of that. But yeah, I don't totally disagree with the idea of like if you're a total competitor, like I don't know how much I love the idea of like you're bowing down to the person that
I get it.
that beat you. That seems a little much.
Snoop is at the Olympics all over the place for NBC and Peacock. He's a special correspondent. A venture capital firm partner, Forbes 30 Under 30, Henry McNamara, posted on social media that he sat next to an NBC executive at dinner, and he said Snoop is getting $500,000 a day plus expenses.
Bro, what do you think costs more, the salary or the expenses? Like how much France weed he's buying?
You think he's getting the French weed?
Surely they're going to cover that, right?
I don't know. Do you think you could throw in the expense report weed?
I mean, in this day and age,
maybe
probably.
You can.
Yeah.
Maybe you can.
Look, I mean, if you want him to be real Snoop on the air, isn't that what you're going to need?
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
Could you imagine 16 days makes it $8 million for the 16 days if this number is accurate? That's $8 million.
Let's see here. What is Snoop Dogg's net worth? What do you want to guess it is?
Is he part of Beats by Dre? Does he have any stake in that?
I don't know.
I would say 530 million.
Way lower, 160 million. So this would be 10.
What?
This would be 10% of his net worth.
That's it?
Broke.
Man,
Broke
they did
boy.
him dirty. They did him dirty. Then everybody's making $300 million as an artist in the 90s.
Look, like I say, he invests a lot and then he smokes away his investment. So his net worth is going to be lower.
What's the story you showed me about the poop in the water?
Have we figured out how to say this river?
Seine?
Yeah, the Seine River or Seine River. I don't know what it is. But
Seine. The Seine. I think it's the Seine.
Yeah, whatever it is. What I know is it's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
That's what it is. And there have been several illnesses now that have popped up from people who got in the water. They were told, look, it's healthy. We did all these tests. It's just fine. Well, not now. An E. coli illness has broken out among Olympians who were in that water, and man, I start gagging thinking about it.
How do you not sue them?
You have to.
It's disgusting.
You have to, and the Olympics are refusing to. Gosh, have you?
Oh, he's gonna throw up.
Dude.
Oh man.
Have you seen the pictures of this water?
Yes, it's green, it's brown.
Oh.
It's disgusting.
Dude.
There's a film over top of it. It's gross.
Oh my god.
I don't know how they're getting away with this. I really don't.
Oh, baby.
Bro.
Like, move this to a pool. Move this somewhere. Move it to a lake. Is there not a lake there? Go out to the sea. Go to Lisbon. Go to Portugal.
Do you think that's what happened with White Rock Lake? People just started like, hey, let's clean up other areas.
Maybe.
We need to
stop this one.
Just go dump it in that one. But yeah, now Paris is refusing to stop events there in the water. So they're still telling people, go on.
Go down river. Go upriver. Go upriver. Everything will be fine.
Dude, this is disgusting. I might throw up during the break.
Pedal to the metal on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell alongside. Sean is out all week for paternity leave. This is week 4 of 6 of paternity leave for Sean Sharif, so he'll be back next week. The worst coach of the game, musicians buy in stadiums. It is your college football kegger, and it's next on 105 through The Fan after we get you on over to number 1 air and get you.
Has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
an Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Man, Pitbull is coming to a stadium near you, Bobby Belt.
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide has bought the naming rights to FIU's football stadium.
Do you remember the worst commercial of all time that Pitbull was involved in? It was the Bud Light commercial about like this is your party at 10%. This is your party at 50%. And this is your party at 100%. And it's just like awkward fist pump. It was just such a corny thing. I hated it.
That was like 12 years ago?
Maybe
less?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Something like that.
So anyway, he's part of like a growing trend. There's a lot of people trying to get into the NIL space. And this is more than getting into the NIL space. Now, FIU's right there in Miami. He is Mr. 305.
Yes, he is. Mr. Worldwide. He is also, what does he always say, Peyton? Is it Dale?
Dale. And he's Mr. 305. So he has bought the naming rights. And it's gonna, they're changing the name to Pitbull Stadium. It's a 5-year deal. It's currently known as FIU Stadium. He will pay the school $1.2 million a year for 5 years, according to the documents. His name, Mr. 305, not a Miami's area code. He attended high school there, so he is all about Miami. And he is getting this naming rights to the state. If they don't make sure that this is Pitbull Stadium at Fireball Field and use Fireball as a sponsor, it's a big miss.
Tell him, baby, 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 baby.
Gotta do it.
I tell her, baby, 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 baby.
You gotta do it.
I'm a fireball.
I can see it, but again, he does. He
has
still,
to be Fireball.
Does he still
Field.
have his Bud Light sponsorship? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. But if Fireball's not a sponsor in the stadium, like a major sponsor, it's one of the biggest misses of marketing by a company ever.
Is this worth it? $6 million to name a field after you.
If you have, let's say he's worth, I have no idea what his net worth is. You threw me off. If Stoops' net worth is only $130 million,
160.
Considering he owns all of Death Row's catalog, I have no idea how his net worth is that low.
Probably because Suge drove them so deep into bankruptcy.
But let's just say that Pitbull's net worth is the same.
4 days ago, according to Yahoo, $100 million.
Okay, so that's 6% of his net worth.
Good job.
Is that worth, over 5 years, having the trump card of your name being on a stadium?
Or does he feel like it helps his branding? Like, does he get some sort of advantage out of this?
I don't know. I mean, I hadn't thought of Pitbull in a while.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, if you don't know who Pitbull is, you're going to hear Pitbull Stadium, you're going to be like, why is this named after a pit bull?
Right.
Like, if you don't know, I don't know that this helps his brand recognition for people who don't know him.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. So that's so Pitbull is going to be the naming rights. He bought the naming rights for the stadium. Navy, the Navy head coach, win some games, then pull this crap. Bruce Arians famously said to his coaches, if you miss one game, one graduation, one birthday of your kids for something, for a practice, you're fired. You're fired. You're done. The Navy head coach, and again, Navy is supposed to be, I don't know, they're trying to be like, they're making men. They're creating the next great leader.
Yeah, you say winning, try winning football games first, or try winning a title first. Forget that. Chop. We're all about winning wars. Okay? And that's what the Navy does.
That's what the Navy does?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
there's a long list of countries that can tell you that, Chop.
Thea LaFond took gold in the triple jump. Her brother plays defensive end at Navy. His coach, Brian Newberry, captured this video of and it's just it's a very far away shot of him saying, "Hey, your sister won gold," and the whole team goes and jumps up on him and everything like that. Right?
Won gold?
Won gold
in the triple jump?
Yes.
I thought we just said the triple jump. Nobody had ever won it in the U.S.
They're from Dominica.
Oh, okay.
So, but we had Jasmine Moore won a medal from Mansfield won a medal in the women's triple jump.
Yep.
So they're slamming this coach. I'll read you some responses on Twitter. Kind of lame he wasn't watching on TV. Was this particular practice more important than seeing the sister in the biggest moment of her life? Apparently the coaches were watching it live. Weak stuff, kind of embarrassing. They were trying to like push this out there. Like, hey, this is badass. One of our players' sisters won, and they are getting absolutely destroyed. Couldn't watch it as a team so he could find out live. You guys going to pause practice for like 15 minutes? So Navy coaches think this practice is more important than the young man watching his sister win an Olympic medal. I move practice, guys. Move the practice, or bring a TV. Have one of your graduate assistants wheel a TV out there. Stop the practice and say, "Hey, we're going to watch this." That's what you do. That's what a leader does.
There could have been you could have handled this maybe a little bit better. I don't know. I mean, the Chicago Bears, they flat out went like, sure, miss training camp.
Yeah, I know, right?
You can go out there. What's his name? Was it Jonathan Owens?
Yeah, it was Simone Biles'.
Yeah, Jonathan Owens, and they let him go off to Paris and hang out and watch her win. I remember a couple years ago there was somebody, I can't remember who. There was a quarterback for the Detroit Lions who they let everybody go gather together in the practice film room, and they put his wife's sprinting run up on the screen.
They really need to continue? Like, let's give it a second. Take a quick break.
I mean, look, maybe he was maybe Newberry was just too offended by the opening ceremony. He's like, we're not gonna watch
Bobby
this.
Belt going all political on it.
That's not political. That's just a societal statement.
So I mentioned the Pitbull naming rights. Ohio State's considering doing this to their stadium and adding sponsorship patches to the uniforms. And Ohio State fans are up in arms because the tradition of the horseshoe. You cannot call and change the tradition of the horseshoe. Look, I have no sympathy for Ohio State fans. If you don't want Ohio State to do this, how about maybe you pony up some cash and donate to them? Because they have mentioned and they have talked about how they can't get any NIL money because nobody wants to pay up. Maybe they don't like football as much as we thought at Ohio State.
Maybe
the fan base is like, yeah, we're not ponying up this money. There's not enough Fortune 500 companies or something in Columbus. I have no idea.
Not as much money flowing through there as maybe you thought. Maybe it's more like the Ohio State broke guys. Am I right, John?
I see what you did
there. The broke guys.
It appears Michigan's paying more for Connor Stallions to fly all over the country than Ohio State is on NIL.
Dude, this comes also down to, let me find this really quick. There was a lot of controversy with Ohio State charging for their practices. Like charging admission to the practices, where it was, I think they were charging $50 a ticket to just come in and watch spring practices.
What?
And people were crushing them for it. Where it's like, are you guys in need? Maybe they are. Maybe they're in need of more money than we thought. They're having to change the name of the horseshoe. They're having to charge $50 a head for practice. It is free to go into Cowboys practice.
Yeah.
Free.
I have no problem with them changing their naming rights to their stadium. Like that's just the way the world is. Like if that's free money.
Free money,
money. You could get probably, what do you think AT&T Stadium pays for the Cowboys? $30 million a year? $20 million a year?
Oh yeah, I have no idea. No clue.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
It ain't free.
It's a ton. But still, I mean, that's
for 8 days.
Yeah, this is a bad look for Ohio State though, in terms of they're looking like broke boys.
They are.
The Ohio State broke boys.
You got a contribution to the kegger.
We've got the Bruce Feldman Freaks List.
The Freaks List.
The Freaks List. So this is one of my favorite lists every year. Bruce Feldman, who is obviously one of the best college football reporters out there, deep contacts. He talks every year to strength and conditioning coaches, head coaches, people connect with programs, and he finds who are the biggest freak athletes in college football.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a list that is used a lot by NFL agents.
Okay.
When
really?
NFL agents see this list come out, they go, all right, here's my list of guys to target. Let me find an athlete. Let me gamble on an athlete who, if they're that big of a freak, then let me get ahead of things. So this is a much anticipated list every year. The number one name on the list, making history as the first player to be named number one in the rankings 2 times, as he was ranked it last year. Nick Harbor, South Carolina wide receiver. In 20 years of the Freak List, Harbor is our first back-to-back number 1 player, the 6'5", 242-pound sophomore who turned 19 in July, cemented his status on this list when he ran a 10.1 100-meter and a 20.2 in the 200 for the Gamecocks track team, earning second-team All-American, 6'5", 242, running a 10 100-meter.
And he's a wideout?
Mm-hmm.
That's David Boston.
That's DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Like, maybe faster. And so EA Sports gave him the rare 99 speed and 99 acceleration grade. Some of the other names on here, Travis Hunter is on here as number 2.
Okay.
It says coaches have described him as a unicorn for the seemingly effortless way he can handle insane workloads and still make big plays for the Buffaloes. 6'1", 185-pound junior had 57 receptions for 720 yards and a team lead tying 3 interceptions.
What are the chances that he would do both at the NFL level?
Full time?
I mean, as full time as you can.
Next to none.
You don't think there's a Shohei possibility?
No,
at
I
the
think
NFL level?
they might use him in certain moments. I think he's going to be a corner. I think he's going to be a corner, and then they may use him in receiver, like certain packages from time to time,
like corner/return man,
or even like have him do like receiver stuff. It's going to be in pockets, like have him do basically as like we were talking about yesterday with what Trey Lance might get this year, even if he's the 3rd string quarterback. You're just in there as part of gadget packages. Another takeaway, the highly touted Ohio State freshman Jeremiah Smith cracks the top 10. The top-ranked recruit in the class of 2024 was ranked 7th on Bruce Feldman's list here. Smith, who's listed at 6'3" and 218 pounds, has already wowed his coaches at Ohio State through the athletic testing during the offseason. According to Feldman, his max speed was recently recorded at 23.5 miles per hour, while he had a 355-pound bench press, a 530-pound squat, a 10-10 broad jump, and a 36-inch vertical. Some of the other little highlights on this really quickly before we wrap up. Michigan's Kenneth Gant is high on the list. And that's, Michigan defensive tackles. This was a list that one time Mozzie Smith was number 1 on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we've seen in the past, I think Rashawn Gary was number 1 on this list. Michigan will churn out athletes. Well, we got another big-time nose tackle that is high on this list from Michigan, and that's Kenneth Gant. 6'3", 350-pound defensive tackle. He ran a sub-540 at 6'3", 350 pounds. He comes in at number 3 on the list.
Athletes, man.
He pressed a 115-pound dumbbell 34 times on his right side and had a 29-inch vertical, along with doing a Turkish get-up.
That's when you're sitting on the ground and you hold the dumbbell over your head and you stand up without using like any arms.
Okay, so he did a Turkish get-up with a 150-pound dumbbell. So that sounds like a freak. But Mozzie was
get on the ground right now. Hey, we can't do this with the fan cam, can we?
But I'm right here.
Yeah,
Go
right,
ahead. What do you need me
All
to
right,
do?
now raise your right arm. All right, now try to stand up without using your left arm.
No.
And now,
No.
and now put a 115-pound, 50-pound dumbbell on there.
Nope.
Bobby going through a workout is pure gold.
Nope, not doing that.
Yes.
Not doing that.
Oh, man, I wish we had that on fan cam. I wish Ryan was still here.
Ryan, did you see he got promoted already?
He already got promoted. We lost it. We lost a superstar.
Man, we
lost a superstar. I noticed I liked the comment and I commented on it before any of y'all did.
Well,
I wasn't up at midnight like you were to see the post.
You also cheered for the Astros yesterday.
I didn't cheer for the Astros, Bobby. Okay, I cheered for history after about the 7th inning, like I've said before. I'm a history buff. All right, that is the college football kegger. We have the commercial-free expressway coming up next on Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway. Did Dak Prescott get disrespected? And we chop it all up. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to SodaWeightLoss.com.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Arlington this Saturday afternoon. See you there with 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
So, quick question. Does Amanda have to hold Sean and the baby to give proper support to the baby because of his tiny hands? But this is my favorite combo of the show, the RJ and Bobby show.
Oh, Josh in Oklahoma, right?
Oklahoma.
You can do that on the Odyssey app. Go to the Odyssey app and leave us a message. Leave a message for Sean and his 6 weeks of paternity leave, or me rooting for a no-hitter after about the seventh inning.
Don't say it was rooting for the no-hitter. It was rooting for the Astros.
No,
just be honest
it's not
about
rooting for the Astros. You know, my neighbor is a big Astro fan. I kind of wanted to be able to sun him.
Can you actually sun him if you were?
Yeah, I was there. You weren't there.
By being. I thought you were saying trying to sun him that it was broken up. I was like, no, because you were just admitted you were rooting for.
From burner account 5 on the YouTube, Sean gets 6 weeks with pay. What is this, Denmark? It's a good reference. I like it. I approve of that one. We got the Chopping It Up coming up here in a little bit on 105.3 The Fan. We also have a Rangers ticket giveaway. But what did Todd Archer have to say about Micah Parsons, Bobby Belt?
So we've had this discussion here around the show, kicking it around a little bit. The idea of what is it that Micah Parsons is going to be doing in Mike Zimmer's defense? Like, how is Mike Zimmer?
Sounds like he's going to be covering a lot of people.
I think it's just going to be more than you're used to, but it makes sense. Zimmer talked about it up on the podium in Oxnard, that the idea of you have to break it up. Look, he mentioned that last year, if there's one takeaway he had watching Dallas's tape, it was that when teams really targeted Micah and took him out of a game, there wasn't a response to that.
Mm-hmm.
And teams were just allowed to take him out, and the Cowboys were then counting on, all right, well, let's win these other matchups here where they're more vulnerable now. Mike Zimmer wants to use his best players and use them to the best of their abilities. He's not okay with them just being a decoy. So we've heard him talk about, look, with these double-A gap blitzes, which are blitzes where you've got two guys standing on either side of, or each side of the center's shoulders, standing in those gaps across from on the outside of the defensive tackle. So when he shows those as frequently as he does, if you rush every time, Micah Parsons is going to be the guy that gets targeted by the center. They're going to let the linebacker run free. They're going to pick off Micah. Micah's going to get targeted if he's coming off the edge, if he's doing different things. So the Mike Zimmer line of thinking appears to be that you need to have, you got to throw a changeup every now and then.
Right.
You've got to, you got to run the ball every now and then so that it's not just pass every single time and they start keying in on it. You've got to take advantage of other things. So, Micah, all right, if they're expecting Micah to come every time, I need to drop Micah into coverage and send somebody else on occasion, just so that we don't become predictable, so that we can do some different things. So, the Micah Parsons-Mike Zimmer relationship is one that I think we're all going to have our eye on this year pretty closely because of what feels like.
Well, you said 5.5
as the over-under, and I had that as it's because of how intense they both are. I think you're going to have a natural blow up. Do I think that's going to be indicative of locker room issues or culture issues? No, but I think you are going to have some instances where they're getting into each other on the sideline. Michael Irvin and Mike Zimmer used to yell at each other on the sideline. There's a clip from when the 49ers scored a touchdown in the 94 NFC Championship game right before halftime, of Irvin just turning over and screaming at Mike Zimmer, and Zim screaming right back. And so that's normal interaction, even for guys that respect each other because of the type of competitor that Zimmer is. But Todd Archer wrote sort of an overview of what it's going to look like, and through interviews with Micah Parsons and quotes from Mike Zimmer, a look at how this is going to change. So Todd writes that it's a little before 8 a.m. and the Dallas Cowboys team meeting is over. For the next 20 minutes, Parsons becomes the student and Zimmer the professor. He says, I'm not just learning the defense, They got me understanding the defense as a whole, protection plans, understanding why the slide is going to be under here, where my opportunities are going to be, why they ID the Mike linebacker, why we bring the safety down and why it changes to the Mike, and why they might slide to that side instead of our side, and why the blitz is going to come this way. I would just say they are increasing my football intelligence. It's not just about the system. I believe one day they're putting me in position to coach or something because every day is different. And I think that that's a big thing, because when we look at Micah, don't we all kind of feel like he just wins on being a freak?
Yeah.
That, technique could still be better and understanding his role could be better. I think this in particular is really important. Him understanding this is why we have the calls we do, this is why we have the keys we do, because I think at times last year, Micah decided to freelance a little bit and say, I'm going to rush here, or I'm going to do this. Or I'm going to change this direction. I'm going to do this over here. And when you do that, you leave a hole somewhere else if the defense is supposed to mesh together into a certain scheme. So I think that alone, that's clearly something that they're trying to impart to him, is this is why it's important.
Is scale of 1 to 10, Micah's football IQ is what?
Probably his instincts are really good.
It's very high.
His football, I think he's...
And I think instincts... I guess, do you consider instincts to be football IQ?
I don't know. I view instincts as more natural, like having a feel for it. The ability to read and make the right decision, probably a 7, a 6 or a 7. But he's really smart is the thing. Like Mike is super smart, and that's something that Mike Zimmer talks about here. And I think, we heard a little bit of that while we were out in Oxnard, that Zimmer thinks Parsons is brilliant,
so if you're
super sharp.
If your instincts are higher, right? But if your football IQ is higher than your instinct, let's say your instincts are higher than your football IQ, so your instincts are at 10, and your football IQ is at 7. Would you want that person more in coverage then, or would you want them more in go get it?
Let me say this: football IQ is probably the wrong term for what I'm thinking of. His classroom work is like a 6 or a 7. Like I think he's got, if he puts in the work, I think he's going to be on top of it because he's so sharp and he has such natural instincts. But Zimmer says he's brilliant, number 1. He understands football, number 2, is one of the quotes that he gave here. The closest Zimmer's had to someone like Parsons' skill set is Anthony Barr, who was Zimmer's first-round pick in 2014 when he was the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. Mike Zimmer said, I don't know if he couldn't play every position. He probably could play free safety if he wanted to. Now, I don't want him back there covering pass very much. Now, that's good. Right there, Chop. Not going to cover pass very much. But this is something that the more that you hear how Zimmer wants to use him, how Zimmer wants to use these different disguises, and more importantly, how well Micah Parsons is picking this up. Because it's going to be really complex, some of the things that they're going to ask everybody on defense to do. And Micah being such a key part of that, it's going to be important that he understands what's his job on every single play. Why is it his responsibility? Why is it important for him to fill this side? Why it's important for him to do this or that? And it sounds like from everything that we've heard from Mike Zimmer and everything we've heard from Micah Parsons and this write-up from Todd Archer here, it sounds like that's clicking into place for him in a big way. And we're past the, I'm going to have to give a little, he's going to have to give a little on plans for me, like he had talked about in minicamp. This sounds like they're more one and the same, more in lockstep than Micah may have thought initially, and it looks like it's coming together well.
On the YouTube, what's he been learning the last 3 years? He's just now learning how to play football.
Well, I mean, let's remember he was an off-ball linebacker when he got here, and they
it is a new position
in the middle of it. The middle of it, they turned him into a full-time pass rusher, and so a lot of it was just
undersized,
and a lot of it was just winning on skill. And he's been developing more, and he's developed more stuff in his toolbox. But that is a process. He was playing off-ball linebacker at Penn State, and so that's
I don't even think Penn State knew he could pass rush.
I think they knew he could. I don't think they had any idea it was like. I think they thought of him more as like a Devin White blitzer. I don't think they thought of him as like he can rush the passer on every play. To be fair, the Cowboys did it out of necessity.
Yeah, the Charger game, right?
Yeah, it was
game of the year.
Yeah, it was the it was Randy Gregory had the COVID issue, and
the COVID.
Yeah, well, I was trying to remember what issue it was. It was the COVID issue, and so he ended up missing. He was in the Tampa Bay game, missed the following week, and that's how we unveiled Micah Parsons.
Bobby goes to California for a single 10 days, and he comes back calling everything the something. All his highways now the 35.
Yeah.
The 114.
That's exactly the 101 405.
That's why they do that, man.
It's so stupid.
So weird. Okay, so the official Madden rankings are out for the quarterbacks. They have every single quarterback ranking that has been finally released. Patrick Mahomes is the only 99.
Ooh, NFL players would disagree.
I know. Lamar Jackson is 98. Then you don't have another quarterback higher than 93. Joe Burrow at 93. It's a big gap.
Wow.
Josh Allen at 92. The last quarterback that's a 90 is?
Let's go with Joe Flacco.
Such a He's 31st with a 72. It's Dak Prescott.
Hey, top 5 quarterback. Told y'all.
All right, then tell me if these. And then I contend that people on Madden have never watched football before. Tua is next at 88.
Yeah, that's. I would not have him next.
Justin Herbert at 87.
He's better than that.
Jalen Hurts at 86.
He's worse than that.
Brock Purdy at 85 at number 9.
What is Purdy the new Dak?
He is.
Where
yes.
he produces and people just refuse to accept that this guy they missed is good.
Dak. Kirk Cousins at 84 at 10.
I agree. Dak is 6 points better than Kirk.
Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford 11th and 12th at 83.
I think those are fair grades for them. This is what you hate.
Jared Goff at 82 with 13th at 82.
And you think that's awful, don't you?
Not in a Madden game.
No, I'm saying you think that's awful that he would be that far apart. Like you don't think Tua is 6 overall points better.
I think that for Madden it's okay because Jared doesn't have Jared's number one thing is he's on time. They're not going to value that in Madden. They're going to look at arm strength. How about CJ Stroud at 14 at 81? And then Jordan Love also at 81. Baker Mayfield at 79. Kyler and Trevor Lawrence at 77.
Damn.
See, in a game like Madden, I would have Lawrence higher because he's got a better arm.
They're at least 80.
Caleb Williams at 76. Russell Wilson at 76. 4 quarterbacks at 75. Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, Derek Carr, and Deshaun Watson.
Well, that's quite a drop.
Drake May and Jaden Daniels at 74. Bryce Young at 73. So he is just a couple of points ahead of Bryce Young. Deshaun Watson, the fully guaranteed Deshaun Watson. And I said in my email I sent to you last night, if Brandon Ayuk chose the Patriots over the Browns, that tells you everything you need to know about Deshaun Watson and where he is. Because there's no way you would choose Drake May and Joe Milton over Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, it's been such a fall for him. We don't know. There's been so much that obviously he had the suspension. He was gone for a long time. We had the issue of the injury, the shoulder thing, which they were really weird about. The way the Browns talked about Deshaun Watson's shoulder last year was similar to the way the Rangers talk about a shoulder, where it's just totally let's just distract over here and not show you the real thing. So the Deshaun Watson thing is, I don't know. Is he cooked? Do you believe he's done?
Deshaun? I don't think he's done. I think did he get hurt last year?
Yeah. That's what I just said.
Yeah. No, but the year before he was
suspended,
and he played the last couple of games.
Yeah, and then he had the shoulder issue last year.
But was he hurt to start? No, it wasn't hurt to start. It was in the middle of the year. I would say I don't think he's done. I gave him a pass for the first year because he was just coming back. I have to go look at his numbers from last year before the injury.
Boy, he's not. Deshaun Watson is clearly not the same football player that he was in Houston. But the other issue there is, I don't know that Deshaun Watson was ever as good as everybody tried to say he was. He was good, but I don't know that the quick, he's right up there challenging Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. No, that always felt a little strong. Man, he's played 12 games since 2021.
Is that good?
No, it's not.
It's not good at all.
Nope.
All right, that's a little bit of around the NFL here on 105.3 The Fan. So the Madden ratings have Dak Prescott at number 6. The last.
Number 5.
I'm sorry, number 5.
Yeah,
the
top
last
5.
of 5 in the 90s. Let us hook you up, Tolos.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Minnesota Twins on Friday, August 16th. And the first 15,000 fans will also receive a World Series champion short sleeve hoodie. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, there's a little Ranger ticket giveaway for you on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belcher. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ. What's up?
Boy, this guy in San Diego is having a crisis right now.
Why?
619 texts us and
Oh,
says,
man.
Wait,
Rey Mysterio.
Are we the only ones in the country that say "the" when talking about a freeway? You are.
Yeah, I think you are.
I hate to break that to you. You are the only ones who do that.
I do believe they are. The 5, the 405, the 101.
Take it to the 10.
The 1. They call it the 10. I don't know.
I don't know. The Californian skit on SNL that they used to do, that was their whole bit, was the Californians, they treat it like a soap opera, and it's like, get out of here. Go hop on the 405, take it to the 101, go to the 10, blah, 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 get you out of here. And like, that was their whole bit, was just dumb Californians who say "the." I'm not saying y'all are dumb. I'm just saying that's the way that the bit was portrayed.
That was the bit. Okay, it's Sean and RJ on a Hump Day edition. Let us chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
This latest eye drop trend could be harmful, have harmful side effects. So TikTok is abuzz with a new wellness hack. It promises your eye problems like glaucoma and cataracts can be cured. Dark dots that cloud vision. How does it cure it, Bobby Belt?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is it Himerito honey? Jimerito. Himerito honey. It goes for as much as $80 a bottle. It's harvested from stingless bees. What you do, and these dopes on Twitter, TikTok are doing this. First of all, it contains a glucose molecule that helps cells hold moisture and alleviates dry eyes, a condition that occurs when the eyes aren't producing enough tears or the tears evaporate too quickly.
Dry eyes, get clear eyes.
So you have people taking this $80 a bottle honey and dropping it in their eyes. Eye drops.
This sounds like, before he got LASIK from Brooks Eye Associates, this sounds like something Eric Chiafalo would have done.
Was he losing his vision that poorly?
I just could see him go like, bro, you put a little honey in there, like, I'm telling you, it clears it right up. It's got to be local honey though, but it's got to be bees from Sanger.
Yeah, he is so crunchy.
Yeah, he is.
Like Soup's crunchy.
Soups.
Yeah, Soups.
Soups and totes, all that.
So it contains flavonoids that protect your eyes. It contains a wide range of amino acids, helps rebuild damaged tissue. But the treatment seriously stings. You see a practitioner sharing footage of a woman howling in pain after having the honey eye drops administered. It's like they say it fixes the ear ring and it increases vision range, all that. But the amount of pain these people are in when they put these eye drops in, they're screaming. They're just in pain. And
if it burns, it's working.
Like, I just don't understand, like, why people continue to follow these TikTok trends. I just don't get it.
I think what you're seeing, Chop, is that ultimately
these people have votes, Bobby.
You think they registered, really? Somebody may have registered for him.
Stop it. Man, it's already starting. I'm getting the text. Have you registered to vote yet? Are you gonna, hey, this is us from, are you gonna vote this? Are you gonna vote that? I'm like, oh my God, not now.
What political party has your phone number and is texting you?
Both.
Oh, how'd that happen?
I have no idea. I don't know how they both got it.
Very suspicious.
Somebody texted me and called me Holly, and I'm like, my name is not Holly.
No.
But I guess Holly put her number down as mine.
She sounds attractive.
She sounds wonderful. She's
a smoke
great.
show, Holly.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. The TikTok eye drop trend. Another TikTok trend is called sunburning. This is the sunburning trend.
Oh, I've been doing that for the last.
You've been doing this. It's still on your knees.
I got burned on my shoulders Monday. We went out to Hawaiian Falls right after the show. I got burned again.
Really?
Yep.
So the headline is, does it really do the trick? I appreciate that one. And they say that teens are getting rid of their acne by going outside, laying in the sun, no sunscreen, and burning their pimples off by the UV rays of the sun. What's up, Peyton? You like that?
Yeah. That's a perfect way to get to it.
It just sounds like those sores would open up and the sun would not do good for them. It sounds bad.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would be good. I mean, just from speaking from experience of getting burned in Oxnard and again this week, it's not pleasant. It doesn't feel good, and it's literally damaging your skin. So I can't imagine that would be a good way to do it. Dude, were we this dumb when we were that age? Or would we have been this dumb if we had access to this sort of dumb information?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
if we had access to this sort of dumb information, we would have been just
like
stupid.
We may have been just as dumb and we just didn't have these sort of suggestions thrown at us. But
I mean, think about it this way. When I was a kid, I didn't have a car seat.
I mean, I don't know how that correlates to
we were dumb in general. My parents didn't use a car seat for me. They just held me in their arms. My mom did. No car seat. Probably with no seatbelt on. Probably smoking in the car.
I didn't have that option.
Yeah, we did other stupid things. Yeah, you did have that option. We did other stupid things. We drank out of a hose.
Gross.
Now you would never drink out of a hose. Now.
See, that was lost from your generation to mine, the hose drinking.
The hose drinking?
My generation did not drink out of a hose.
No, yeah, you guys are bottled water. You got to carry your bottled water as if you're crossing the Sahara.
Or Evian or whatever it is.
Evian, yeah, right? So there you go. It's the sunburning is the newest beauty trend. It's supposed to burn up your zits.
How much of this do you think, though, is real versus like somebody is clearly like started it as a bit and then maybe two people did it and then parents blew it up? Panicky parents.
Oh, maybe.
Because we ran into some of that. Like, I mean, a whole lot of the whole, oh my gosh, backmasking.
Mm-hmm.
Like Metallica is sending messages and songs backwards telling you to like kill people or whatever. That kind of thing.
Didn't the Beatles get accused of doing that too?
Yeah, they did. They left hints in there about how Paul McCartney was really dead. Paul is a dead man. Miss him, miss him, miss him. If you reverse one of the songs, it does say that.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
This is the best and the worst fantasy football league punishment ever. Luke Combs had the losers of his league come out and sing a song at one of his sold-out concerts.
Ugh.
Who knows what fantasy football is in here? I've been in a fantasy football league with some of my best friends from high school for 12 years now. And last year we decided that whoever lost was going to have to come on stage and sing with me tonight. Now, lucky for me, there was a scoring issue in the last game, and my two best friends in the whole world both lost, and they both have to come out and sing in front of you guys tonight. These guys have been nervous about this for a long time. We worked a little something up with the band. Now, they didn't get to pick what song they were going to sing. And if you notice, come on out here, fellas. Don't be shy. Come on out. I want everybody to get a look. Stop right here for me. I want everybody to get a nice look at their blue suede shoes because these boys are about to be walking in Memphis. So come on. Suede shoes
Yeah. This is amazing. I gotta say,
we don't have access to that kind of a punishment, though. I mean, we could do public karaoke, I guess.
But see, this is it. Like, this is a great punishment, and it's the worst because this is not like you gave these guys the opportunity to do karaoke in front of 100,000 people. That, to me, this is not a punishment for me. This would be my dream.
But I'm sure he would understand that. So he would not use that for you. These have to be friends who would be terrified of standing up there and
Sean. It'd be Sean. Sean would never do this.
I'm trying to think, how rangy is that song? Walking in Memphis, too. Put on my blue suede shoes. That's the Mark Cohn song?
Walking in Memphis?
Yeah.
I always thought it was like Pam Tillis.
No. It's a Mark Cohn song. Yeah. But no, that's the they don't get to pick the song, so he picked it for him. I wonder, because I don't know just off the top of my head.
I assume they were in Memphis.
I'm trying to think how rangy that is, though. How difficult that would have been to stand. It sounded really difficult, but I don't know if they're just that bad or not. Well, if you were able to pick, and Luke comes like, hey, you get to pick the song, what song would you have picked to stand up there? Super Freaky Girl?
No, it'd probably be this one. Number on my chest.
You would pick this? Not one of. It doesn't have to be one of his songs.
It's just an easy song. It's an easy song of his to sing.
This sounds like Who Says You Can't Go Home.
It does sound like that. You probably ripped
Peyton, what would you pick?
Fergalicious.
There you go.
Definitely. Nice beat, nice lyrics.
Maybe Copacabana. Maybe I go Copacabana, a little Barry Manilow.
Havana. Yeah. No, I'm trying to think. I would probably
TikTok.
Yeah, like because I mean, do you want to be funny or do you want to try and like not embarrass yourself and sound halfway competent? If you're trying to be funny,
I think I'm trying to be funny.
I don't know, Divinals. I touch myself probably.
Yes. Jeez.
That's what I would pick.
Of course you would.
That's the name of the song. It played on the radio.
Yeah,
it's not like that bad.
Farewell to the greatest of them all. Aerosmith has decided to retire. They have decided to retire. I saw them in Atlanta in 1998. They were terrific. I don't know, greatest American rock and roll band. I don't know.
Huh, that's a good question. Greatest. This is a great song.
Fun fact about this song: if you hit play when you love to do these weird quirks when you're flying on airplanes.
Yeah.
When they rev the engines at takeoff, if you play this song, it'll start playing Sweet Emotion. It'll start saying it at takeoff.
Oh, that's fun. When you get to V1,
it's about how long. Yeah, it's about how long it takes to get down the runway. So you're like one of those like nervous flyers.
Okay, greatest American rock band. Oh, see, yeah, no, it's not Aerosmith.
Because they've been billed as that forever.
Well, see, here's the thing, and some people would fight this, but it's true. They are technically rock. That it might be the Beach Boys. They're not like
hard rock.
They're not hard rock. They're not like typical like big hair rock.
Yeah, I don't know.
Van Halen,
Nirvana's better.
Van Halen, Nirvana, Metallica. You didn't even know who Kurt Cobain was until like a year ago.
That's like 3 years, Bobby. That's how long you've been working here.
I can't say I don't think Nirvana.
Do you know who the drummer was for Nirvana, Peyton?
No.
I forgot to tell y'all, we have How Young is Peyton Russell coming up at 9 today.
Oh, I forgot to prep for that.
Yeah, I can't say Nirvana's better than Aerosmith. You want to say Beach Boys, but I don't know if I consider Beach Boys. I think Metallica's better than Aerosmith. But then you can put Metallica in the rock, or you can put them in heavy metal.
I mean, Aerosmith's good.
They're very good. They were very good in concert. But again, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah, and I felt like they went through some meme years. Some years where they were kind of like a joke. A little bit.
I mean, they had 3 careers. They had the 70s, they had the 80s, and they had the Armageddon career. Like, they had 3 legit.
They were like Tom Brady. They ran things for 3 different generations.
They really did. They really did.
I mean, they're perfectly fine. And like I said, that's a fantastic song. That's one of the greatest songs of all time.
Matt Damon says that a Rounders sequel is being discussed.
Why?
Because it's an amazing movie.
But it's been 30 years. Or 98. So it's 26 years.
It's an amazing movie. That's why.
But like, if you were going to do this, dude, this is like...
Because the poker world is so different now than it was then.
They are running out of...
ideas.
They're running out of ideas because we're getting more and more of these 26-year-old sequels. Twisters, yeah. That was one. Although, see, that wasn't even a sequel. It was just kind of built on an idea. But like, you remember how wild it was when, oh my gosh... 16 years later, The Godfather 3 comes out. And, oh my gosh, what was it? 15 years later, The Phantom Menace comes out. And now we're getting stuff where it's like, 30 years ago, let's dip into our bag. Let's make a sequel from 30 years ago.
Look, I mean, Hollywood's never had great, ideas. They never have original ideas. They're always off of somebody's book or a remake.
If you could
I had no idea Ocean's 11 was a remake until like 5 years after I saw it.
A lot of people don't know, Twist and Shout by the Beatles. That was a remake. That was
Stars Born. I didn't know Stars Born was like the 4th one they've made.
I didn't know it was 4. I knew there was one before that.
It's at least the 3rd.
What are we? Man, I'll tell you the one that I want really bad. It's the one you just referenced yesterday in Crosstalk. I do want that Back to the Future 4 trailer to be real.
Yeah, I do too.
And what would it be, a remake or like old Marty?
Old Marty as the dad.
Man, I could go down. I could go for that. I just want to say I could go down for that. But I could go for that.
You're so bad. Last one here. This guy on TikTok. He's gotten millions of views. He's claiming his grandfather is the Zodiac Killer. Now I hated this so late because I am
Ted Cruz.
I am. What?
That was a whole meme during the election years ago. Was Ted Cruz is the Zodiac?
I am fascinated with the Zodiac Killer. Like, it's one of my if I were to like lose this job, I think I would go be like try to be an expert in this and just go like down a rabbit hole try to like figure out this crime.
Have you seen the David Fincher movie, the one that came out 15 years ago or whatever?
Jake Gyllenhaal one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
So I mean, it's great, and the the story is really fascinating. One of my, you know how they say my toxic trait is believing XYZ and it's something that's totally understandable. My toxic trait is if I had an entire day and like doubled up on my Adderall and just sat down to vote, I'd figure out the cipher. I'd figure that. I'd figure out the cipher.
Did anybody actually figure it out?
One of them. I think there's still 2 that are unsolved.
All right, so he killed 30. He claimed that the Zodiac had a confirmed letter in 1974 claiming to kill 37 people. It's 55 years later now. The only man ever named by the police as a suspect is Arthur Lee Allen. He died in 1992. He's a convicted sex offender. But they have a whistleblower in 2023 said that an FBI lab has a partial DNA sample to go with it. And the suspect was U.S. Air Force veteran Gary Francis Post. And that, this FBI agent, without prompting, said this name and that they had a sample.
Rosebud.
And there's been a lot of names that have been thrown out there over the years. Richard Marshall was one that was in the movie. But now another one, Richard Hoffman. And this former cop and U.S. Marine on TikTok has had over 10 million views on these 15-minute long videos, claiming that his grandfather, Richard Hoffman, is the Zodiac, and he has all kinds of evidence. His grandpa was he was dating on the side the first girl that got killed, and the guy survived. Remember the guy that survived at the end of the movie? He said that all she said was, "Oh my God, it's Richard," and his name was Richard. He was a cop. He was there that night on patrol at the that park where she was killed.
It has been a common thought. A lot of people do think it had to be somebody in law enforcement.
And he sent everybody away. When he was the first to arrive on the scene, he sent all the other cops away. My question is, if you found out that your grandfather did this, is there any chance you would say that?
Am I in his will?
No.
Then yeah. But I'm not in his will. I'm ratting on him for that.
I don't think there's another way. I don't think there's another answer. I think that's a fair answer. It's a good one.
No, I saw my grandfather yesterday. I could never out that man. He's a sweet man. And look, everybody needs redemption. That's what I think. Circling back to a couple of your topics here, Chop, we got a couple quick contributions. Matt Thomas on Twitter says, I've seen someone's punishment where they had to start an OnlyFans until they reached their league fee.
Oh, my God.
That would be great.
Oh, my gosh.
And then we got a lot of people saying the reboot movie they'd want. 817 Forrest Gump 2, 817 Wizard of Oz, 972 Gremlins, and 817 Beetlejuice. You're actually going to get the Beetlejuice reboot. So
wow. Big 8 o'clock hour coming up next. Matt Pitman at 8:20. Brian Broaddus joins Below the Belt at 8:40. But how did the Rangers fare against the Astros last night? And a game I was there. Got a little story time for you. Coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Miss any part?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Valdez ready. Smith takes off for second. The pitch is hit high and deep into right. McCormick going back. He's at the wall. It's gone. Corey Seager foils Framber Valdez no-hit bid with a 2-run home run. Rangers now trail 4-2.
Pixie with a call in a game you heard right here. Rangers do lose by that 4-2 score. What's wrong? What did I say?
Did you hear that audio there in the Matt Hicks call, Peyton? I think I heard Choppy crying when Corey Seager hit the home run because his beloved Houston Astros weren't able to finish the no-hitter.
Oh, man. Yeah, don't start that. I despise the Houston Astros.
Act like it. Act like
I did.
it, okay?
I am. It's so Seager breaks up the no-hitter in the ninth inning with 2 outs right after Ezekiel Duran hits into a double play. So Josh Smith gets on, right, leadoff walk.
Mm-hmm.
And then Duran, and this caught a little bit of anger on the socials, swings at the first pitch and gets doubled off. And a lot of the people were saying that's a bad baseball IQ spot. I didn't hate it because I didn't want to get his like Framber's curveball was money. His off speed was money. You didn't want to get you wanted to get a fastball. You knew after he had a leadoff walk, he was with a 4-run lead. You're sitting fastball right there on the first pitch. I didn't have a problem with that. I didn't have a problem with that at all. No. I know some people did. I didn't.
No, I think it was fine. And look, I mean, overall yesterday, I think you get the big hit from Seager. That's great. Crunch time. They almost ended it there. They almost tied it. They almost forced extras on that last at bat there in the ninth inning.
With Josh Young,
with Simeon on. But I mean, overall, like the big highlight, obviously, Malley being out there and how he looked solid. I mean, especially for not pitching in however long it's been, a year plus or whatever it was.
Been, yeah.
And so, I mean, Malley looked good overall. Again, it was really disappointing that you had openally told us in the texts, I'm rooting for a no-hitter now.
Yeah,
boys,
after around the seventh inning, I was, because I had never seen a no-hitter. I had missed on my previous 2 opportunities. The first one, I was a kid. My dad was one of these let's beat the traffic guys.
Yeah, my dad was that guy too.
So we were at the Jim Abbott perfect game, or no-hitter, I guess it was. I think it was 93. And then I had tickets to the Joe Musgrove game a couple years ago. 21, 22?
21.
2022, maybe. And it was like 4:30. 5 o'clock, and I was gonna pick my kids up, and they called. They're like, we don't want to go. We don't want to go to the game. I'm like, oh, all right. So I guess I'm not going. So I missed, and I called them up that night. I was like, hey, just to let you guys know, missed the no-hitter tonight. So I'm 0 for 2. So I was like, oh, you know what? It'd be nice. It'd be nice to see history. I'm a history guy. When it was 1-0,
does a no-hitter count as history anymore? Like, there have been so many of them.
One.
There's been so many of them, though.
Not any of the games I've been to. So I just wanted to see, I thought it would have been cool. But, the moment that the no-hitter's gone, it's like, okay, let's win the game now. Now it's like, let's get Josh Young up with a runner on and chance to tie it. And he almost did. I mean, that thing, from my vantage point, I was like, ooh, that's got a chance. Like, that thing is carrying. The ball was carrying. Seager's, when Seager hit his, off the bat, it kind of got, where I was sitting, it kind of got lost in the lights there. Like that not the lights, but the first row of I guess it was the lights. It was like the banner, the banner lights. Kind of got lost there, and I was like, ooh, I didn't think it was going to go. And then you see the right fielder just keeps going back and back and back and back and back. And then here it is, 6-7 rows deep. But it was a lot of Astros fans, man. Dude, we were my neighbor was at the series, the first Astro series here at the Globe this year, and he said it was like 80% Rangers. And then he went 2 nights ago, and it was like almost like 80% Astros.
Yeah, you know why?
Because
People are checking out.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, it wasn't 80% Houston last night. There was still a majority of the fans were Ranger fans, but there was a lot, and I mean a lot.
What would you say the breakdown was?
60-40.
Ooh, that's tighter than you want it. 80-20, I think, is honestly respectable in the state of Texas. Like when you said the first game we went to was 80-20 Texas. If 1 out of every 5 fans that get in the gate is a Houston fan, that's to be expected. I would also expect down in Houston, 1 out of every 5 would be Rangers fans.
I mean, how many Houston fans live here? Right? They a lot of. When you go, the Yankees come here in a couple of weeks. It'll be a very big Yankee crowd that comes in. There always is. The Dodgers have generally a big crowd. The Cubs have a huge crowd when they come to town.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's going to be certain cities and certain teams that just have and bring in a lot of fans. But I'm with you. I mean, Malley was not bad last night. I mean, I don't think you can ask for more. 5 innings, a run, 75 pitches. Obviously, how he wakes up and feels today is the next step.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that you've got to be pretty pleased with his performance last night.
Yeah, it bodes well for 2025, building forward on that. It's just how much we've talked about like how much have we potentially oversold the idea, or we're holding on to hope. I think he's going to be good for them here, but a little bit better than last night, a little bit sharper, more strikeout stuff. He's been a good strikeout guy throughout his career, and so maybe a little bit more of that. But overall, that's probably a preview of the type of stuff he can give you.
Couple of things from my night out at the ballpark. Shout out to the Bogey Bros who got
Bogey Bros.
Saw them at Texas Live before the game, and they're like, "Hey, why don't you come on in the suite tonight?" I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna go sit in the seats first." And then we sat in the seats, saw some Tolos out there. My guy Kenny from Oklahoma made the trip from Oklahoma. We were getting popcorn thrown at us from rows behind, and we looked back.
Because you were cheering for the Astros.
I was not cheering for the Astros. And I looked back, and it was him, and he's a Tolo. He's like, "Hey, I saw you down there just throwing some popcorn at you." And then we go up after the third inning, and we go in the back, and we have some lemonades, as Coach Garrett would say.
Yeah.
And he was wearing this Nolan Ryan jersey, the baby blue. And he said he went before the game into the shop in like left field.
Yeah.
And custom made it, and it was ready by the second inning.
Like a Build-A-Bear workshop for jerseys?
It was just like they didn't have a name on it, and they had stitched the name and the number on the back of the jersey. Like in 2 innings they did that.
Dude,
that's so awesome.
There's a lot that I'm still not a fan of with the new ballpark. It feels very sterile. Feels almost museum-like.
Yeah, I love it. I hated it at first. I hated the idea of an indoor stadium. But I think it's fantastic.
But that's the thing. I think there's so many things like inside, like when you talk about on the concourse level or other things that are around there to do, or the restaurant options. Like there's so much about it that is like really good. Are you talking about this thing with the customizable jersey that quick that you can just turn it around like that? That's awesome. It just feels very sterile. And like I hate my biggest problem is in baseball, it's really the only sport where your home field you can make super unique.
Oh, you can make it anything you want.
Because you can, the dimensions and all the different quirks and all the fun stuff you can do with it. So when you just throw me some pillars and like rising stance, that doesn't do it.
You talk about in left field?
Just in general, like across, like the outfield is completely bland. The outfit, like the way that they've got everything set up there's no, like when you had the high scoreboard in left field at the old ballpark with that massive bullpen that kind of jotted in. Then you had Greens Hill, you had the home run porch in right field. Mm-hmm. There were just all these little quirks about.
Well, they took something from a lot of stadiums. They took like the right field from Tiger Stadium.
It looks like, I mean, they were always accused of being like a hodgepodge thing, but I didn't care.
But that was cool.
I thought it was great.
That was their tradition.
I thought it was an homage, and I
agree.
It was really nice. Now it's just it looks like a build a stadium on MLB The Show, where it's like you have limited options as to what seats you can use and stuff. And it just, that to me, it still feels a little sterile, still feels a little, it doesn't have character. And that's the only thing that bugs me about it. But you're right. The stuff that they have at the pro shop, like the pro shops, the restaurants, all the different things they have around there, that's all great. It's just, inside the actual stands area. I wish they would have gone more creative. Than
I hear you.
Recreating T-Mobile Park.
I hear you. Texas Live was packed.
Was it litty?
It was litty. It was very, very litty. A couple things though, and I don't know who needs to hear this. I'm gonna just point it right at. I guess this would be the city of Euless. Whoever's in charge of the 360 183 interchange, could you maybe redo a road from 1963? Because we do have more people here. And it's just finally, I don't remember the last time I was going south on 360 and I hit the 183 like Mixmaster.
Did you just say the 183?
No, the 183 Mixmaster.
Nope.
Like not. I didn't say, you can't say I hit 183 Mixmaster.
Cheering for the Astros, and now a Californian in the way he talks about our highways.
And you hit the Mixmaster. I don't think I've been there, and it's taken less than 20 minutes at any time of day. We are too packed of a city. Can we please do something about that road? I
don't blame you.
Disgraceful.
Infrastructure, baby.
Awful. Like they have removed a lot of parking. So that new Lowe's hotel killed a lot of the parking out in front of Texas Live.
Yep.
So it is a little bit. We had to walk from M Lot, which is like on the other side of that Mark Holtz Lake, on the other side of the old stadium. That's where our parking passes were. Shout out though to the Rangers and the employee wants to remain nameless. So I won't name him. But
Bruce Bochy.
He's not Bruce Bochy. He's a Tolo, and he's listened to me say I've been trying to find a Pudge jersey for Sarah. Sarah's wanted a Pudge Rodriguez jersey, a red one of the red, the gray with red. Haven't been able to find it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Not one that's real. I've been able to find one that's got like the, where it's, like not the painted on one, but the stencil or whatever. Not one that has the actual letters and numbers that are individual. And they made one.
That's awesome.
They made one for me with the 1994 All-Star or that patch on it.
Mm-hmm.
The gold patch. Dude, y'all did yourselves. It's awesome.
But they don't want credit for that?
No credit. No credit.
Did they do something they weren't supposed to? Is that why?
What, like get me the jersey that they're not supposed to?
They're not supposed to get
I
you.
don't know. I don't know, probably. So
don't identify me. Don't shout me out.
It was more like I don't want all my friends to hear this and then they're going to ask for things.
That's reasonable.
That is reasonable.
I completely understand that aspect of it.
But it was very cool. It was a great night. Shout out to the Bogey Bros. We went up there and hung out with them through the last 5 innings.
And shout out really quickly, because we haven't mentioned today, shout out to the White Sox for winning a baseball game.
You know what? No. Screw them. They ruined my entire summer.
Did they?
Yes.
How?
I wanted to see them keep losing.
I did too.
I wanted them to hit the record. Okay, I wanted them to keep losing. I wanted them to lose 30 in a row. In fact, I didn't want them to win the rest of the year. I wanted them to lose every single game.
I can't blame you. I mean, I do enjoy the...
team doesn't know how to lose.
And Oakland A's, screw you guys, because before the game, they played Taylor Swift's 22.
That's funny.
It's funny. I mean, the A's finally do something right.
They're going out. They don't care. They're throwing it against the wall, seeing if it sticks. White Sox get it done though. That's good for them. You had the I know you had the Sheets family.
Gavin Sheets plays for the White Sox. They lost 21 in a row. His dad Larry played for the Orioles. They lost 21 in a row.
That's
they're both of the same 21 game losing streak team.
That's the second best father-son note we've seen in baseball this week.
What's the other one?
The Bonds one I sent you.
Oh, where Barry
Bonds homered every possible day of the MLB season, like every calendar day of the MLB season over the course of his career, except August 5th. August 5th is the day that Bobby Bonds hit the most home runs on any single day of his career.
It's crazy. It's a crazy stat.
Those are the stats I live for.
Yeah,
right
if the
there.
Sheets family has a child, you can't have him on your team.
No.
You're going to lose 21 in a row at some point.
21?
Matt Pitman, Meat Church, joins the show coming up next on your Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. Let's get
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Window Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is a hump day.
Hump day.
And every other hump day, we are joined by Matt Pitman. Meat Church, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric. They have the power to make things better. Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Where are we calling from today?
Well, we're still down in sunny Florida, wrapping up our time here. School starts next week, so got to migrate back to Texas pretty soon.
How long is that now down there for you? 3 weeks?
6, but who's counting?
6 weeks. It's like Sean's
amazing.
paternity. Jeez.
Gosh.
No, the,
must be nice, right?
It must be. That's how nice it is. What can you even say?
Yeah, I don't know, especially, yes, it is very nice. It's good to get away with the fam. It's actually a little bit cooler than Texas temperature-wise, believe it or not. So, yeah, I mean, we're lucky to be able to do this. And I just say it's the Florida office. You know, I got to have a new place to make some videos and cook some recipes and stuff. But, I mean, I've been working on my cookbook a lot while I'm down here. So it's been pretty productive.
All right, Matt. So we are getting near the end of summer. I mean, this feels like this weekend is like the last official summer weekend because kids are going back to school and everything else. I mean, I guess for the single folks out there, it's not. But it does feel like summer's kind of winding down, coming to an end here. So this weekend, if you're out there on Sunday, because certainly not Saturday, because on Saturday, everybody should be at Hurtado in Arlington hanging out with us at Fan Bowl. But on Sunday, if you're out there and you're looking to throw something on the grill for the last summer party, what are you recommending we put on our grills this Sunday?
Well, I don't know if this is what I'm recommending, but I did something very interesting yesterday, which is going to be like so out of left field. But I saw this on social media a while back and connected with a guy that did it and decided to give it a shot. And it actually was like pretty interesting. So I smoked a bologna chub, which we've talked about that before. But after I was done smoking it, I cut it in half and I used like a box grater, like you would grate cheese with, and I grated it. So this guy called it pulled bologna, but I shredded it basically into these, whatever. And then I put it on my flat top and I griddled it, like griddled all the shred and tossed it in a bunch of barbecue sauce. And then I made small piles for I did sliders, covered it with cheap American cheese. And oh my God, it might have been the best $10 I've ever spent in my entire life. But again, I know that's kind of out of left field, but it was pretty freaking delicious.
Bologna, though,
nothing wrong with that, man. Fried bologna,
man. I've never enjoyed the fried bologna sandwich. Bologna was always my least favorite lunch meat to hit. So, what are you doing anything special to it? I mean, is it what kind of flavor are you getting out of that?
Yeah, I mean, so this we're really debated that I grew up very poor, and my grandparents bought like the cheapest bologna. So now it's like $7 at Walmart, bar S. And when you put that out there on social media, people are like, oh, come on, this stuff's a joke. Like, buy a real bologna. I certainly appreciate authentic bologna, but there's just something nostalgic about how I grew up. I load it with our gospel seasoning, and there was loads of flavor. I love Meat Mitch Womp sauce, and so it really came through on the bite. So it was delicious. And again, I'm not saying that's what everybody should do on Sunday. I've also been doing like a lot of chicken wings in Florida, and believe it or not, I can say this on the radio since I can't really do it on social media. I own a bunch of Weber grills. I just am never really able to share it online due to other partnerships, but I've been playing with the vortex method, which is where you concentrate the heat in the middle of the grill and you line the wings on the outside of it. And I've just done a whole bunch of different flavors like that this summer. So, I mean, I've been grilling or cooking out every day this summer. So a lot of new stuff.
How do you do that with the heat in the middle?
They, you can buy this little thing on Amazon. Just search up Weber Vortex, and it's a little insert, and it basically keeps all the charcoal right in the middle. So the heat is concentrated in the middle, goes up to the top of the dome and kind of comes around. So you cook the wings for as long as you can. And I know I've said this on here before, but big tip for me with chicken wings, people say chicken's done at 165, but wings need to go a lot further. So I like to take them, like 185, 190, try to get a little crisp to them. And then the great thing about that method, season with what you want, and then you can toss those in various sauces and, please kind of a wide crowd. So whether it be a pool party this weekend or a tailgate coming up, wings are always my number one go-to. Anytime I'm cooking for a group of people, I always do wings so that I can toss them in 2 or 3 different flavors at the end. And that just gives you a bunch of options before people even get to, the main course of what you're making. But love that method. It's really popular. It's an old method, but delicious.
Okay, so the wing will not get crispy until it gets to about 180. The exterior will not get crispy until it gets to about 185 then. Right?
And by the way, that's a whole other topic. So if your goal is like the crispiest wings, I'll just add in, here's some stuff you can do and great tips for people. You can put chicken on a wire rack, like a baking or cooling rack, on a pan in your refrigerator overnight to dry the skin out. That is a huge tip. The higher heat you cook at, people will put cornstarch in their wings, like take your seasoning and add a little cornstarch to it. Those are all things that you can do to help crisp it up. But when, every day I get a question about, man, I'm smoking this chicken, whether it's a whole chicken or chicken wings, and I can't get it crispy. And I say, well, you got to have realistic expectations. If you're smoking chicken, it's not going to have crispy skin. But if you do some of these tips, and if you cook at a higher temperature, longer temperature, that sort of thing, it'll give you a better shot if that's what your goal is.
We all know that Matt Pitman is the meat master.
Yeah, he is.
That's what we call him over here. And I think he's somebody. Yeah, and I think that you, Choppy, would cede to his authority on matters of food and taste and everything. So, Matt, I'm going to have you settle what turned into a rather big fight of ours in Oxnard.
I know where you're going with this.
So, Matt, I hate seafood.
He hates it.
I think it's disgusting. Yeah. If it comes out of the water, I don't eat it. They wanted to go to a seafood restaurant. So I said, okay, fine. I will go. We'll go. I'm not going to eat anything, though. So I get there, and I'm not ordering anything. And Sean and RJ and everybody, they're giving me a hard time because they're saying they have other things here you can order. And I said, if it is a seafood primary restaurant, anything they cook in that kitchen is going to have a fishy taste to me. And it may be what's wafting through the air or whatever else, but I don't think you can order a burger at a seafood restaurant without it tasting fishy. Am I wrong for believing that a seafood restaurant will naturally taste a little fishy on other items?
Well, first off, you sound like my 12-year-old son.
Exactly.
Except I have
12-year-old.
Except I have divider plates and he doesn't.
I definitely think there's something to that with all of your senses. Like if you're at a hardcore seafood place and you go with the hamburger, the chicken tenders, you're still smelling what else is going on in there. So, I don't know that they're frying the chicken tenders where they're frying the shrimp, but I definitely think there's something to sitting in there and just picking up all the other stuff from your senses.
So that's not a bad thing, right? Like that means that I was correct. And is that a B move, Matt, to sit there and just say, I'm not going to order. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy y'all's company? Because they said I should have eaten because it was just it was offensive not to.
Like I try not to be picky, and I'm big into trying new things, and I'm the guy that will eat whatever you put in front of me, and eating to me is communal. That's why we call it meat church. So I'm all about breaking bread and, sharing a family meal. So I would try it, me personally, but I certainly have people, as I mentioned, in my family that don't do that.
So I'm so disappointed that you gave him even the slightest bit of credence.
Because I was correct, and he's the expert.
Take. Because if you go to a steakhouse and you order a lobster, does the lobster taste like prime rib?
No, because that's different. You're talking about something different. You're talking about an overwhelming scent, which is seafood, filling the restaurant.
Well, and look, and when you go to Nick and Sam's, I'm not there to order the fish, right? I'm not getting the sea bass at Nick and Sam's. I'm getting a steak. But I'm not completely backing you up saying you shouldn't eat something. I'm just saying there's something to, smelling the seafood. There might have been a little something there.
Okay, so my daughter last night, I sent you the photo. She ate about a pound of grilled chicken after we put Blanco on it.
Okay.
And she's a picky eater, and so she was all about the Blanco. I've already found that grilled chicken, the spaghetti sauce. My new thing, Matt, is when we get the spaghetti sauce made, I had it with some salt, I had it with some Blanco, and then I put some Parmesan and Romano cheese on there and mix that up, and it's fantastic spaghetti sauce. So give me some more, I know you've said eggs before, but give me some more creative uses of Blanco, because I want to find a way to use this. I threw some in some queso. It really seems to work as an all-purpose.
It does, and I tell you, it's not a barbecue rub; it's a seasoning. But I mean, the best way I can put it, so flavor enhancer. If you were, food needs salt. If you're ever going to add salt and pepper, try adding Blanco. Amazing example would be like guac. People go to season their guac. Something like Blanco works amazing in there. But I'm not trying to sell a seasoning necessarily when I say this. But when I cook a meal, like a dinner, I can put it on everything. Like, it's the perfect vegetable seasoning. Obviously, it was developed for steak, but it sits on my table and is like the general flavor enhancer. So if somebody sits down to eat something and there's not enough flavor, they grab the Blanco and put it on it. So it's super versatile like that. I mean, I call it a salt and pepper replacer.
How many times have you gone deep sea fishing in the Gulf this past 6 weeks?
Only once on this trip. I did put it on Instagram week or two ago. Went out and caught vermilion snapper with some Texan friends of mine that came down. It was like a father-son trip, and the snapper bite wasn't great, but the vermilion snapper, which if you go watch my little Instagram thing, I think the best tasting saltwater fish I've ever had. We fried it and it was amazing.
Wow. Very
Good
nice
stuff.
Hey man, safe travels back home.
Yeah, next time I talk to you guys, I think I'll be back. I'll be back in Texas.
Oh, from your 6 week vacation.
Yeah, Sean still won't be back from paternity though.
No, he's got to go. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
I'm a Texas guy. All right, y'all. Have a great week.
That is Matt Pitman, Meat Church, brought to you by our Bartolo friends at Mr. Electric, of the power to make things better. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Robert Montgomery Belt. What do we have coming up next, Bobby?
We've got the one, the only Brian Brodus.
Well,
that's next in Below the Belt on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Zero as you get that carpet.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
They were all in on Tuesday. Your Dallas Cowboys have 3 new football players. Big-time contributors. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Brian Broaddus is here to join us, though, and talk about it live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, and also give us a little bit of a recap from yesterday's practice and talk all things Dallas Cowboys. Brian Broaddus, how are you, sir?
Doing well, boys. How about yourselves?
Great. Never
Super.
better.
Yeah, I see you guys irritate the heck out of Matt Pitman. I'll have to have a word with him about that.
I mean, I think it's more Chop because of how he cheered for the Astros. No, I think it's how Chop cheered for the Astros yesterday.
Bobby, you're kind of an irritating guy.
I mean, I am, but I think in this instance, it's about Astros fandom from Choppy. Did you hear about what Choppy did yesterday?
What did Choppy do yesterday?
When it got to the 7th inning, he said he was actively rooting for the Astros to get the no-hitter.
No. Why?
I don't, first of all, I don't cheer at games. I don't make sounds. But, like, I just wanted to see it because I'd never seen a no-hitter before. So I've been.
You know what? There is a point in time in the game where you do have to kind of think about that.
Yeah. And it wasn't before, prior to the 7th inning, I was like, no, because I think in the 4th or 5th, I tweeted out, like, this mofo better not to get this perfect game.
I kind of feel like that it gets. I'm that way. I would be that way at the 8th, but I don't know if I could do it for the Astros. I just don't.
It's a tough one. That's the tough one.
Have we got no hit more than any other team at their stadium? I mean,
lately,
like to me, it seems.
Didn't we get no hit like twice in a 2-week stretch?
Oh, it was crazy.
It was Musgrove and
somebody from Cleveland.
Kluber.
Yeah, from Cleveland got us. Yeah, or Yankees. Somebody got us.
Yeah, it's not been a great stretch, and that's kind of been the way things have gone for the Rangers offense lately. But we're here to talk about football. Yeah. Also, I think I got your intro wrong, Brian, when I called you Brian Broaddus, because that is not the name Greg Rosenthal called you by on the NFL Daily podcast yesterday.
Yeah. You messed my name up?
Listen.
We haven't talked about Trey Lance.
I listened to this podcast with Brian Brodus and Bobby Belt, I believe. It was great. The podcast I mentioned, by the way, is called Love of the Star. I want to give them credit because I'm really getting a lot of this from them.
So Brian, which is the bigger deal, do you think? He had your name right at the ready. He just mispronounced it. Or was it mine where he had to like reach for it and go, Bobby Belt, I think.
I feel sad he didn't know your name off the jump.
We work for the same employer.
I appreciate him listening to our podcast, though, and giving us the Love of the Star. We enjoy doing that podcast. Feel like that we bring some good information to it.
Absolutely, and I messaged him yesterday and said thank you for the shout out, and
absolutely,
he hit back and said it's in his rotation now that he's listening to Love of the Star regularly. So we got a big fan in Greg Rosenthal. Brian, 2 linebackers signed yesterday: Nick Vigil and Darius Harris, and then the defensive tackle Albert Huggins. Are these camp bodies? Are these guys to compete for the roster? What do you think the thought process was behind these moves?
Well, I guess who gets to do work after he gets off the show with you guys today? I get to sit down and watch tape of these cats and try and figure that out. We had the party, the Jerry party last night, so I had to go attend that. I didn't have a chance to. Didn't have a chance to watch my tape like I normally do when we bring players in. So I promise I'll have that up for the afternoon show. But yeah, it's interesting, the combination though, because I kind of felt like the linebacker room has shown some promise here.
Yeah.
And so I'm now maybe these guys. I know Virgil is a linebacker, but I know we'll think about the others and see, because there's been some guys that I've looked at, Muhammad and those guys who were playing in 3-4 or odd fronts, and they were more like kind of stand-up guys, like playing as outside linebacker guys. So I'll just have to give it a little bit of a look today, as like I say, after I get off the show with you guys, and then make a determination like, okay, these are where these guys fit. But it is an unusual combination, because I thought the room that they're adding to has been pretty good so far.
I'll outside of just the players themselves, because like you said, you're going to watch the tape on them today.
Yeah.
Would you say, does it give you any pause, or does a thought creep into your head at all of just like, is Eric Kendrick's back totally okay if they're signing 2 linebackers?
Yeah, he's practicing. I think they've got him on kind of a rotational system.
Pitch count, if you will.
Yeah, pitch count a little bit. But they're trying to get, the way they're playing their linebackers is they're trying to give all their guys some look, and it even goes down to, it's funny because I was talking to some guys last night at the media party. Willie Harvey's getting a lot of play. He's actually getting play with the 1s, and then he normally works with. He started off, of course, with the 3s, and now he's was working as a 2, and then was now working with the 1s a little bit. So, they move Parsons around. Parsons is playing edge. You do see him playing off-ball linebacker when they really need to get a stop. They play him really as an off-ball linebacker and kind of move him around in order to try and stop the offense from converting. But then, Overshown gets work. Clark gets a lot of work. I mentioned Luafau. Damian Wilson, the veteran, he gets a lot of work, with Kendricks as well. So they're every one of their linebackers sees time on the field. And that's why I kind of felt like, well, man, this is a group that's not struggling, and here they are adding some guys to it. So, maybe they see something a little bit differently than we all everybody here on the fields have.
All right, so what else happened at practice?
Please don't do that question to me.
Brian,
please don't do that question.
Who most impressed you at practice?
No, serious. I mean, serious. Please don't do that question. You got something in mind you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Because I'll do this. I did this to Ben and Skin one time. They asked me that question, and I took the roster and went down every single player that I watched, and then never got another question in.
Let me ask you this then. Do you feel with the very limited, because we've had 2 padded practices?
No, they've had 4 now? They've had 4, I think.
In full pads?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they've had a lot of practices.
Because they had 2 after we left.
Yeah, they've had some physical practices. That blue-white scrimmage that thing went, like I said, that thing went 2.5 hours. So what position are you looking at, or player you're talking about?
Well, I mean, I've always been
They've been really good practices. Coach has done a really good job of trying to make them physical.
My question is would be, because with the change in defense with Zimmer and everything, like, has there been miscommunication in the secondary at all?
Not at all.
Good.
Not at all. See, that's the thing about it. Zimmer's not going to play you if you're not very smart. That's the thing. I mean, and I'm not saying making fun of people that aren't smart. I'm just saying that because I'm one of them. But the thing about it is, you talk to these players, they will tell you that they do a lot of disguise. The receivers will tell you that it's hard to run routes against the disguise they have. The quarterbacks, it's been a challenge for these guys. But there's been when they've had busts or open receivers, generally it's because of really good offensive design. Whether it's they got called for a pick yesterday. Turpin got called. They had a touchdown down in the red zone, tight red zone, and it was called it was on the field. It was a touchdown, and then there was a flag they ran a pick to make sure they got it clean. So they've been practicing trying to get these receivers open, against the secondary. And I think the secondary's done a pretty darn good job.
Brian, I guess this is a little broad, but when you look at the way they practiced the first couple days and you saw the rotations that they were running in different positions, are you noticing in the last couple of practices any trends that kind of pique your interest? Like you mentioned, Willie Harvey getting some run with the ones. Have you noticed anybody kind of working their way up and making you go, oh, this is something interesting to take note of in terms of the rotations?
Yeah, I think that Kalen Carson, the rookie from Wake Forest, is getting a lot of work. What's funny is they've had the secondary Eric Scott, who wasn't drafted by this current defensive staff, who was really a player that was coveted by the previous defensive staff. He's getting a lot of work with the twos. They're kind of working Diggs back in slowly. Diggs might take in the 7-on-7 period, which is a passing period, all pass. They're putting Diggs in there for like 4 or 5 plays, and then they take him out and kind of see how he is. But you're seeing a lot more of the rotation of the corners to his side. Nashawn Wright has been the starter over at right corner, and then behind him, then you see the Eric Scotts and the Josh Butlers, and then also too, they've found a way to incorporate some others over there as well. I mean, Jordan Lewis has done a really nice job in the slot, and he seems like that he's taken that role, pretty handedly there. I kind of felt like that maybe that Carson, who's playing well, would play more on the outside, and then maybe we could see Bland play a little bit more. But Jordan Lewis is not giving that job up at all.
Broadus, we asked Nick Harris yesterday, the 53rd man right now. Who would you put?
Wow, that's a really good question. It might be a wide receiver. And the reason I say that is you need to figure out what you're going to do with Jalen Cropper, because what's happened in these practices that Jalen Cropper, and if you're watching clips, he wears number 16, and he's the one that every time that they need a play, whether it's okay, 4th and 3, and here's Cropper running a crossing route, and Dak will throw him the ball, or Cooper Rush will throw him the ball, and then he gets down in the tight red zone, and then all of a sudden he's making plays down in the red zone, getting touchdowns there. He's a really good route runner. He's not the biggest guy, but he's one of those guys that finds ways to get open. He securely catches the football. He catches it well on the move. He could separate. So they've got to figure out, though, are they going to carry 5 wide receivers or 6 wide receivers? And he might be the last guy.
All right, Brian, so we know sensitive information flows throughout that party. You can't share any of it. What happens at Nobu stays at Nobu. We know all that. But given last night, could you just indicate to us, did you hear some things that definitely piqued your interest? Did some words get whispered around there that made you go, "Oh, okay"?
Well, I got a good dap up from Jerry. Jerry gave me the dap.
Hey,
and so that was. But yeah, you know how that goes, Bobby. That party. Well, have you been, Bobby? Matter of fact, you haven't been in a while.
He's never been.
I've never been.
Okay,
I skip it every time.
Everybody, Choppy knows the setting. He could talk about that. Everybody kind of crowds around Jerry at the beginning of the party, and then everybody crowds around Steven at the end of the party.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, you can gain some information there. Jerry's always talking some wisdom things, but it's one of those things you kind of get. Maybe you have some questions about why, and they kind of give you the why from their perspective without allowing you to be able to, you don't want to talk about it. You're not really allowed to talk about it in that setting. But they do try and set you straight if they can.
Brian Broadus, we appreciate you. You're a trooper. I think you're going to enjoy your tape studies today. I think you're going to like some of what you see from
my
these guys.
apologies to you guys for not having that ready, but yeah, we had to, I had to go immediately from here, from my show to get ready to go out there, and it was a very, very nice event.
No. I knew you hadn't seen him yet. That's why we're just kind of generically asking you what you thought of what it might imply for the roster. But I think, like I said, I think you'll be intrigued by at least some of these skill sets there, especially from the linebackers. So enjoy the tape study.
Appreciate
Brian,
that.
we
Thank
appreciate you as always.
All right.
And check your email because I'm going to send you that list I told you about yesterday.
Oh, I appreciate that too. Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Brian brought us here on 105 through the Fan, joining us during Below
the Belt.
How young is Peyton Eugene Russell?
Per.
That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ, 9 o'clock hour, fist pump time, 105.3 The Fan on the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Sean's out. He's on week 4 paternity leave. We have Bobby Belt alongside Peyton Russell, Carter Freeman in the back. We are going to be playing How Young is Peyton Russell here in just a moment. I want to remind you, though, of course, Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington on Front Street. That is this Saturday for Fan Bowl 2024. The entire festivities get going around 1 o'clock. They'll roll till 7 or whenever we leave. The round table, we're going to be doing on-air round tables there. They'll start between 4 and 4:30 after the Ranger game is over. And then we're going to play some paper football. And I'm the defending champ. I haven't decided if I'm going to defend my crown or retire. Maybe I'm going to retire as champ. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what I'm going to do there. But we'll find out. It's time now, though, as we have made the move. Peyton is in studio.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Belt is where he belongs, behind a board without a microphone nearby.
I have a microphone.
Dang it!
I'm here.
Sounds awesome.
It's time for everybody's favorite game.
You do sound differently back there.
It's a different mic. These are.
That's why I hate talking back there, man.
Yeah,
it's a different world in here.
God, your voice sounds so much deeper out here.
It's better, isn't it?
Yes.
Those are Rode mics in there, Chop. This is the Electro Voice RE20,
of course.
the classic standard throughout the years here in the industry with variable D technology. I can move around the microphone and it doesn't totally change my tone. Sorry to nerd out there, but that's
these
good.
lights suck, man.
All right.
I need a hat.
I have to wear a hat in here.
These are bright.
All right, it is time for How Young is Peyton Russell.
All
when
right.
Peyton Russell has got the chance to make some money here. We don't want this to just be laughing at him and making fun of him, but the object of the game is simple. We try to figure out if Peyton Russell actually knows significant cultural figures from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So Peyton will get 6 names that he has to identify. He gets to pick a decade, 70s, 80s, or 90s. RJ then gets to pick a category, and those categories are sports, society, or entertainment. And then Peyton gets to pick the subcategory of that category. For every answer that Peyton gets right, I'll give him $20 in like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that, however long it takes with shipping. And he can make as much as $120 here, or as little as $0. Or maybe we'll have a surprise at the end that could grow his pot a little bit. Peyton Russell, are you ready?
No, but let's do it.
All right. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
I'm a 90s baby, so let's go 90s.
90s, okay. Choppy, sports, society, or entertainment?
Entertainment.
Entertainment. Peyton Russell, music, movies, or TV?
Music.
Music it is. All right, Peyton Russell. Who is Alanis Morissette?
She's definitely a singer.
Very good.
Ring me up for there. Okay, so that's about $10. That's half the job. That's not even a real name, is it, RJ? There's no way that's a real name. Is that country? That's not country.
Not country.
Clearly does not know who Alanis Morissette is. RJ Choppy, inform the young lad who Alanis Morissette is.
Alanis Morissette is arguably, she's one of the best artists of the 90s in the alternative, I guess you want to call it, space.
A lot of people think top 10 album of the 90s, Jagged Little Pill.
Jagged Little Pill is a great album, easily top 10. She has a song, Ironic. Isn't it ironic?
Don't you think?
A little too. Never heard.
That's her.
And then the other song, the one that was, her biggest hit.
You Ought to Know.
You Ought to Know. That was, the rumor is that was written about Dave Coulier, who was cousin Joey from
Cut It Out.
From Full House. They were dating. But
it's a very graphic song.
She says it's not.
Very graphic
bad
song.
start, but
all right, $100 still on the table for Peyton Russell. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
80s.
80s. Choppy, are we going sports, society, or entertainment?
Let's go society.
Society, okay. Peyton, crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
Oh, miscellaneous it is. Peyton Russell. Who is Casey Kasem?
That's a quarterback for the Vikings, wasn't it? That's
Dude.
right.
Wow.
Casey Kasem. I'm assuming it's a girl. So, no idea. Man, this is brutal. 0 for 2.
No, it's not even a girl.
No.
Choppy, who's Casey Kasem?
He is a DJ. He was a longtime national DJ. He did America's, was it Top 40?
American Top 40.
American Top 40.
Long distance dedication.
It was every Saturday you would hear it on the radio. Basically, back then, I don't know if they still do it. Like back then, like you drive through these small towns in like Arkansas or Missouri, like they just run Casey Kasem on a loop on the weekends.
He is
That's a fake name. That's not even. It's a terrible name.
It's absolutely not his real name.
That's a terrible name.
It's absolutely a radio name.
He was basically the Delilah of his day, Peyton, if you know who Delilah is.
And if you go and Google Casey Kasem dog dying, it is an amazing rant that got recorded. It is so unbelievable because this is like America's DJ that went on this expletive-laced tirade over having to do a death dedication about a dog dying.
Which Solo Johnson on the YouTube also points out the other fun fact about Casey Kasem. He's the voice of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Is he really?
He was
I don't know I knew that.
Yeah, he was Shaggy. All right, 4 more chances, $80 on the line. Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go back to 90s. RJ, just pick sports.
All right, sports. Give him 20 bucks.
All right, baseball, football, or MLB, NFL, or NBA?
Let's go MLB.
Oh, this is such a cheat from him. Chop, you're going to be the one to judge if he knows this, actually. Peyton Russell. Who's Marquise Grissom?
Oh, baby.
Jeez, I have no idea. Marquise Grissom.
Come on, dude.
90s. Pitcher?
Chop, who's Marquise Grissom?
He may have pitched in a game as mop-up duty once, but no, he was a center fielder, played for the Expos and the Atlanta Braves. Or maybe vice versa. Maybe switched
a real
around.
Franchise
Braves. He was on the Cleveland team that went to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Brewers. Yeah, he was Yiddle. He was a Yiddle guy.
All right, well, I'm going to go 0 for. This is awful.
0 for 3 so far. Peyton,
you're so bad.
You've always won at least some amount of money. Let's try and salvage
Bobby
this here.
got good now.
All right, Peyton, it's like your high-low clips. Nobody's scoring here. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
70s.
70s. Chop, you want to go sports, society, or entertainment?
Oh, society. Let's give him some society ones.
Peyton, crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Politics.
Politics. Peyton Russell. Who is Spiro T. Agnew?
T's the middle name? Spiro T. Agnew. It's a statue of some sort. I have no idea. Who? It was a philosopher? I don't know. That's...
Choppy.
Use it in a sentence.
I believe... use it in a sentence?
Yeah.
I believe it was Nixon's running mate, right?
He was Nixon's vice president.
Vice president. Yeah, I think he was vice president.
He was the vice president of the United States, Peyton. All right,
about vice president.
We are 0 for 4 here.
During Watergate, right? He was the Watergate, or was that Gerald Ford?
No, Ford was the one who was like there after Nixon resigned. I can't remember when the actual crime was committed, if Spiro was there or not. All right, 0 for 4. We're doing How Young is Peyton Russell here. Still a chance at $40, maybe a little more. Who knows? Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
We'll go back to 80s.
80s it is. Chop, sports, entertainment, society?
Entertainment.
Entertainment it is. Going music, movies, or TV?
Movies.
Movies it is. Peyton Russell. Who is Molly Ringwald? Just name one movie. Literally one.
I could make Back to the Future.
I don't think she was in that one.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Molly Ringwald?
Ringwald.
All right. We're never playing this game.
Tell me what color her hair is.
Red.
Hey!
All right, there's $5.
I'm giving him 20 for that.
Oh, really? Let's go.
Was she? That was Breakfast at Tiffany's. Was she in Breakfast at Tiffany's?
Chop.
Not Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club. Same thing.
16 Candles. Breakfast Club.
Some crap movie I never
The
watched.
Brady Bunch.
She was John Hughes' favorite actress to use in all of his teen movies. All right, we got one more here, Peyton. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Oh, we easily have more for like 5 more.
90s.
90s. Okay. Sports, society, or entertainment?
Society.
You want to see me lose.
Are we going crime, politics, or miscellaneous, Peyton?
Politics. Come on.
Politics. Peyton Russell. Who is Janet Reno?
0 for 5, 0 for 6. This is bad.
Who's Janet Reno?
She ran, I don't know, president, former vice president of official, I don't know, secretary.
Oh, you're getting close. It's in the cabinet.
That didn't help either. I don't know either. State Senate.
I just said the cabinet. Literally not the cabinet. Is the state Senate.
Governor?
No.
I don't know.
No. That was the United States. Sorry, Chop, go ahead.
She was the Attorney General, right?
She was the Attorney General.
I have no proof of this, but like, I feel like she was 6'4". I have no idea how tall she was.
She was tall.
She just carried herself like she was 6'4".
Yeah, she was definitely on the taller end.
Was she just 90s?
Yeah, she was under Clinton.
Yeah, she was Clinton's Attorney General in the 90s. All right, Peyton, you won $20. Kind of handed it to you a little bit. Yeah, this was a tough performance for you. You've usually got something here. I'm going to give you a chance, though, to double your money. Up to $40.
All right.
You know what? Let's make it really interesting. Okay?
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and say that.
By the way, Gabe on the YouTube says she was 6'2".
Goodness.
Dang.
Wow.
We can get you up to $100.
Whoa.
5 times my money?
But you lose everything. You get nothing if you take this chance, which is I will throw a name at RJ Choppy from the 1960s. And Choppy does not get to pick the decade or the category or anything else. I'm just going to throw a name at RJ Choppy, and you have to trust that he will get it right. So you've got nothing or $100. What are you choosing to do?
RJ, can I trust you?
I mean, look,
you're on a roll today. You know everything Bobby has
everything.
said.
It's $20.
It's 60s though. Are you confident in the 60s?
It's either he wins 20, he loses 20.
Yeah, he
wins 100.
He'd lose 20 or win 100.
Said take the chance. It's a 5-1 bet.
All right, I give you half. I
don't even want half. I'll just take the whole thing.
Okay, well, it makes it better.
All right, so we're going for it.
We're gambling. Let's go.
All right, we're going for it. All right, RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
Who is Rock Hudson?
Oh, Rock Hudson was an actor in the 1950s, 60s, 40s. He was an old, didn't he? And he died of, I believe, he died of HIV.
Oh, you guys did it again.
A hundo. RJ Choppy comes to the rescue once again. I think RJ's won more money on this show than you have.
I have no life. I have no life. I spent my entire upbringing just researching
your
things.
brain needs to be studied.
My brain.
Man.
Study this brain.
It needs to be studied.
Study this brain. You better study it now because in about 30 years it's going to be demented. Okay, if you look at my family history.
Thank you, RJ Choppy.
Drooling out of the right side of my mouth. Hey, you're welcome, Peyton.
I'm a winner. We're a winner.
Get back in here, Peyton. Right. You need to hurry up and come back in here and throw it around.
All right. How young is Peyton Eugene? Is it Eugene? I think it's Eugene.
No way.
It's not Eugene.
No, I think it's Peyton Fussell Russell. I think that's his name. Yeah. You know what's funny is while he's walking in here, I didn't have a name prepared for you. I was just gonna have to come up with one. And I was like, let's just throw Rock Hudson out there. I'm impressed though. When you said what he died from, that's how I know you knew who he was.
Yeah,
so
I did. I couldn't tell you what movie he was in.
Yeah, he was in Pillow Talk. That was one of his. He was this heartthrob. He was this total heartthrob in the 50s and 60s.
Is that really the name of the movie?
Yeah, Pillow Talk.
Wow, no idea.
Yep.
No idea.
All right, Peyton's going to take this back.
All right, there we go. That is How Young is Peyton Russell. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. We are heading back out to Oxnard next. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins the show. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We will crosstalk KNC Masterpiece coming up here in about 20 minutes from now.
Oh, baby.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. Sean is out. It's paternity leave week 4. Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell, Carter Freeman all alongside. Let's head back out to Oxnard, shall we, Bobby? Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino, the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Yes,
Nick,
your fingers raised, your hand is up in the air.
I'm doing the CA. Like, let me get one in real quick. Nick, we just played the game How Young is Peyton Russell, where we throw names out to him from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and he has to guess who they are. So can I throw you the names real quick? The 6 names we did, and see if you know who they are.
Okay.
All right, here are the names we got. Spiro Agnew.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
Not really.
Former vice president for Nixon. Let's see here. We also had Casey Kasem.
Okay.
You know who that is?
Top 40.
Yep. Yeah. Molly Ringwald.
16.
Yep.
Candles.
Yeah, 16 Candles. Very good. Marquise Grissom.
Expos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Janet Reno.
Yes, but I can't.
Attorney General.
I don't have a team.
And then Alanis Morissette.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty ironic that you're asking me these questions today.
Very good. Very good. Peyton went 0 for 6.
That's okay. That's okay.
Nicholas, you do sound quite tired this morning.
I sound tired? What are you talking about? I'm good.
How was the Jerry party?
The Jerry party was really good, and from what I saw, there wasn't a lot of fireworks. It wasn't a lot of drama. It was really good, solid, and from my stance, where I'm coming from, that's perfect. That's a good party. There was nobody on our team had any. They weren't overserved from what it looked like, so it looked like everything was great. And not only that, you have to handle the alcohol and all the party, but then you got to handle the bus ride back. And it sounds like the real fireworks were happening here with the earthquake. That was the biggest thing. It was the earthquake that people felt in Oxnard, but no, we didn't feel.
They felt the earthquake in Oxnard, but not Malibu. It's
no,
like 30 minutes away.
No, but I don't know. It's right next to the ocean. Ocean's like we got an earthquake every 5 seconds with waves like that. I guess I don't know. We didn't feel it, but yeah, it was interesting that it happened here while we were gone.
Was it considerably less crowded than normal? And was there any celebrity sightings?
The celebrity sightings, if there were some, I didn't see any of those people. I just I kind of keep my head down and walk, and and then again from the game you just played, it had to be like in the 80s and 90s for those. If it was somebody new, I don't think I was going to see him. But no, I didn't see any celebrity sightings other than just the ones that are at the party. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sorry. It's never going to get old that Troy Aikman just walks in. And that's pretty cool. And but yeah, that's about it. But it was good. It was a really good solid party like always, and real appreciative for the Jones family of throwing that.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. All right, Nick, 3 new signings yesterday. The Cowboys signed a couple of linebackers. They also go ahead and pick up a defensive tackle, something that, I think we all felt like they were going to be scanning the waiver wire for a defensive tackle. Right. They bring on Albert Huggins and then the 2 linebackers, Darius Harris and Nick Vigil, all with NFL experience, like legitimate NFL experience. What do you think is this just filling out the roster after some procedural moves, or do they feel like, hey, maybe we need to get a little stronger at linebacker. Maybe we need to add another body at defensive tackle?
Both. I mean, and also this is the point of camp too, when you have these injuries, guys that are kind of banged up for a week or two here, and Mukwamu's out with a groin injury, and Deuce Vaughn and all that, and so I know that those aren't the positions that you're talking about, but it's just that time of camp where you do need more players to get through practice, and like you said, you want to see if you can get better at certain spots, and so when I see the moves that they made to get there, like, okay, let's put Sam Williams here. We know we're doing that. He's going to IR. CD Lamb we're moving to did not report, and if he shows up in an hour, somebody's going to get moved or cut because, he's obviously going to be on the roster. So, these are things they didn't need to do early on, but now they are because they're getting at that point where they need to get more help. I think the fact that they had added 2 linebackers in here and removed one, Byron Vaughn's, that's just like this is a spot where they got to get better. Now, I believe Willie Harvey is actually having a pretty good camp, and he's looking like a player that did really well in the UFL, and now he's coming here. But still, it's from a depth standpoint, and want to get through the games in the preseason. I think that's what they did.
When we look at the roster, and you mentioned there when CD shows up, there's a move instantly. Right. Those guys could be right out the door as soon as an hour from now if something were to get done. Has your confidence shifted at all in terms of being able to get a deal done with CD in the near future? Like, do you feel like, is this dragging on longer than you had anticipated?
Not really. I think the Zach Martin thing kind of showed us a lot about what these players are, what they want, what they're trying to do, and how urgent the Cowboys are, or maybe the lack of urgency or lack of panic, maybe is a better word, to get it done right now. I don't think that they are concerned. I don't think Jerry is concerned by CD not being here. I think as long as he keeps posting these workouts and they know what they're doing, I think he feels like they have good chemistry together. I don't feel like the concern level is high right now.
Bobby was saying it's $1 million if he misses the preseason game.
It is if the Cowboys choose to go that route. That's what I was told yesterday. It's at the Cowboys' discretion.
So they don't have to fine him.
They do not have to fine him. They don't have to fine him these $40,000 a day, but the $1 million fine for the game. It's a game check, and since his salary is about $18 million and it's an 18-week season, that's math that I can do. So that's that's about $1 million there. But it all can be waived or rescinded if they get a deal done. This isn't like the Zach Martin contract, because this is still on his rookie deal.
Nick, we've heard a lot about in the last couple of days Micah really kind of coming into his own and hitting his stride and having really good practices. And we heard the line during minicamp, the famous line of well, I'm going to have to give a little and Zimmer's going to have to give a little, and we're going to have to kind of meet in the middle on plans for what I'm supposed to do. It seems like what we're finding is that Zimmer and Micah have plans that are more similar than maybe Micah had anticipated, because he seems to be taking everything really well and hitting his stride right now.
Yeah, he does. And the ironic part of this all is that he's actually lining up at the linebacker spot more than we've seen. But they just put out the depth chart, unofficial, of course, depth chart, and he's a defensive end. And that might be the first time that I've seen that happen since he's been here. I mean, they've been, and I'm looking at a roster right now that they put out just yesterday, and he was a linebacker in there. So either way, I mean, he's going to rush the passer, but he sounds like he's just so much more comfortable. I got a chance to talk with him a couple days ago, and he was just like, this is that point in camp where you better start chipping and doubling and things like that, because I'm going to get 5 or 6 sacks. He's very, very confident. He's just kind of in his bag right now. He's really, really playing well. And just the thing is too, he's rushing from the linebacker spot. Well, not everyone can obviously do that. Leighton Vander Esch couldn't do that. You couldn't be at that second level, still get to the quarterback at a time where he's going to disrupt the throw. That's what makes him so special, is that he can rush from different levels, different angles, because he's got that explosiveness to get there.
Nick, we've talked about Parsons obviously wrecking shop a little bit in recent practices, and a lot of times I know I've seen on social media people going like, "Oh my goodness, please get Chuma Edoga out of there." Right. Like, put Guyton in. And Guyton's obviously been dealing with a chest cold or whatever they're calling it, where he was dealing with that for a few days. What do you think is the outlook on that left tackle battle? Is it a battle? Is it a formality? You think that Guyton's out there week one? Because I know there's some general nerve starting from people that is Edoga actually going to start in week one?
Yeah, I mean, the way that and I'm looking at the depth chart now as well, and from that spot, and Edoga is the left tackle that they have listed there. Guyton had a nice couple of practices there, and then of course he had the illness that set him back. So I feel like it's a matter of time. I feel like Tyler Guyton, I mean, that's why you draft him. That's why it's like, all right, is he ready? That's why he's a first-round pick, because for the most part, and I know you can throw Mozzie at me if you want, but I'm just saying, for the most part, these guys are, when they're drafted that high, it's because they do believe they could come right in and play, and they're better than what they have. And so I think over the next, we're still a month away now. I still think that over those times, those practices, I think it's going to be Guyton. I think that just the length, the feet. If we had to go up against Myles Garrett tomorrow, I think I would take Guyton right now, just because I think he gives you the best chance to compete because of those arms and because of his feet.
Upside, that's right. Have you ever seen a no-hitter in person?
No, not in person. I watched some. What did the Rangers get? No hit? Is that what happened?
Close, almost
close.
They 2 outs in the ninth.
Seager hits a home run.
Oh wow, they were talking about that at the party, and then next thing I know is the biggest story, because Mickey was involved, was the White Sox. The White Sox won a game, and I mean Brad Sham actually cussed me out.
What? Why?
Yeah, on the bus. because when you get back on the bus, you guys know how that is. It's really lively and all that, and everyone's a little crazy and so they go, "Let the White Sox won. That's great." And Mickey's like, kind of cheering, and I was like, "Who'd they play? Must have played the Cubs." And man, oh my God, Brad just laid into me. Yeah, so I was like, all right.
Well, Choppy committed a bit of a faux pas. It's been a big debate this morning.
What did you do?
Well, I was at the game last night. I was at the Ranger game. And I've never seen a no-hitter in person. And, like, around after the seventh inning, I was like, okay, I kind of want to see it.
Yeah.
So even though it was going to be against the Rangers, I've never seen one. And
right.
I was at one as a kid that we left early. My dad was like, we beat the traffic.
Uh-huh.
And then another one, I had tickets to the Joe Musgrove one a couple years ago, and my kids that night before the game was like, hey, we don't want to go. So I just ate the tickets. So, like, I'd never seen one, and I was like, it's kind of cool. I kind of want to. After we get to, like, the seventh, after the seventh, I was like, all right, I want to see it.
So he cheered for the Astros, basically.
No, I cheered for the no-hitter. I didn't cheer. The team didn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand that, and this is my second Brad Sham reference in the just talking to you guys. But I remember back in the day, I think Brad had like a 3-year stint of doing Rangers.
Yeah.
And David Cone from the Blue Jays was pitching a no-hitter against the Rangers. I can't remember if he actually got it or he lost it in the ninth. But I remember listening to it, and I was asking my dad, I was like, 11, 12 years old, like, why is he getting so excited about this? He's a Ranger, and it just explained just kind of what you said, that, you're just getting a chance to see history, and especially in baseball, how important that is. So I kind of get it, but, that's a tough one when you're talking about, it's not like it was the Brewers in here.
Right.
It's the Astros. Yeah. But more importantly, to Choppy, I mean, your kids just that spoiled that they just don't want to go to baseball games. Like, nah, we're good. We're good.
I mean, they were like, I think 12 and 9, and they were just like, they were probably more into their video games.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know
that's
that.
Kids, man.
Yep.
Like, they say they want to do something, in the last minute they never want to do it. So that's
I hear you.
It's the way it breaks. So,
yep. All right, brother. Thank you, man.
See you guys.
That is Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Nick Eatman is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's do a little crosstalk, Bobby Bell.
Let's do it.
KNC Masterpiece coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is time to crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Bobby Belt alongside Peyton Russell, Carter Freeman, and we got Corey, and we got Kevin, and we got Mikey B.
I forgot to pull up my Zoom. But
man!
But I am here. I'm sorry. I'll do that now.
I think I'm here.
Hey, Mike!
Hey, how's it going?
What's happening?
Mike, tell everybody what you're most excited about today.
Oh, well, I walked 0.91 miles around this park so far.
Why?
That's pretty good. Well, Corey, awesome Corey, he discovered cronuts in this world.
Yeah, it's a discovery this year.
And it's the most amazing donut I've ever had. And
Big Donuts
are in trouble. If all the donut factories start making cronuts, they can stop making regular donuts. Or they can oh, yeah, we have donuts left.
Mm-hmm.
But we talked to Bochy about a month ago about cronuts. He's never had a cronut. So, Corey, there's only 4 left.
So I asked her today, I said, how many do y'all typically make? And she said, usually during the week it's 6 or 7, or 6 to 8.
Only?
And then she said, but this last month she's had to double it. So she's making like 14 a day. So so she's somewhere in that range. And they only had 4 left when I got there. So.
And they are amazing.
Yeah, they're really good.
I went downstairs and delivered the 4 cronuts to Bruce Bochy.
Oh, that's cool.
So we're going to ask, we have Bochy on at 10:20 today, and I feel like Mike is going to dominate the conversation with cronut discussion, not what happened in last night's game.
We could ask about the hit.
Actually, I think you're going to dominate the discussion, Mike, with something else.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you know what today is?
I believe today is August 7th.
August 7th.
Oh.
Do you know what happened
That's
on
the
August
date.
7th?
I do know. I gave the home run to Barry Bonds. I signed enough autographs.
And
Everybody wants me to
deals. And Bonds hits one high. It's a dig. It is out of here. 7:56.
Okay.
So
that really is a good call. That really is a good call.
I actually have a question, not about that. I don't have a question about that.
Okay, because we just played the positive thing for Mike the other day. Sunday was the anniversary of his Rangers starting pitching debut, 20 years. And he threw 7 innings, no hit, or not no hits,
4 hits,
scoreless ball. But you don't bring that up.
And you guys this morning, I was listening. Y'all gave the wildest Bond stat I've ever heard.
That's
before.
crazy.
And I just thought that was so cool. It was a cool stat. But what date was that? Was it the 5th of August?
Mike, did you hear the Bond stat we threw out?
No.
Okay, Barry Bonds, every possible calendar date played in Major League Baseball throughout his career, Barry Bonds homered on every single day of his career other than August 5th. He never hit a home run on August 5th. August 5th is the day that Bobby Bonds most frequently hit home runs.
What?
That is insane.
That's insane.
And who in the world? I guess there's people with spare time.
Somebody. It was
a lot of spare time.
It was one of the guys who helped run StatHead.
Mike,
so Baseball Reference and everything. He came up. He found it.
You mentioned you signed a lot of autographs, and they want. If you didn't sign a lot of autographs, would you know? Would you have remembered that date?
Ooh, if you would have said today, what is today? I would have. If you say August 7th, I think my brain would probably, but go to it. But I've signed so many times where they're like, hey, can you put the date and the bond 756? So when you do it a whole bunch of times, it just it's like memorizing a phone number. Like I know my wife's phone number, and I don't think I know anybody else's phone number by heart at this point in my life.
I know 3, and that's it.
Yeah. But if you kept writing out the phone number 1,000 times, you would eventually be like, I can memorize this. What do you want? You want my wife's phone number, and you would just write it out.
That's how it was when we were
thinking about
kids. That's when we were kids, and we all knew everybody's numbers.
296-5642. That was my number in Duncanville.
Before the area code.
Have you ever signed one and written August 7th, 2007, a day that will live in infamy?
Stop.
No.
Oh my God.
Do you remember your debut?
The date of it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was early August. I'm going to say August 2nd or August 4th. I'll go with August 2nd. I don't know if you.
I don't know the answer. I was asking you. I figured you would know. I was like, it's like I don't know if
it was
Corey,
because I don't write that down. I don't. Yeah, whoa. I don't write that down.
I had to turn the volume down, and it's right behind my laptop monitor. Did I point it directly at my junk?
I got that. We got full knuckle.
All right, your big league debut was oddly enough. You gave up the record breaker to Bonds. Your big league debut was the day that Bonds never homered. It was August 5th.
August 5th.
Wait, was that the Mariners Cleveland game, right? The 14-12 or whatever?
His debut was the day that Bonds never hit a home run. And then 2 days later, his biggest moment.
That is wild.
Wow.
2001 against the Mariners. Oddly enough, I gave up tons of runs. I don't believe I gave up a home run in that game, but they definitely touched home plate a lot.
Wow, that's all right.
That means they scored, Kevin.
Yes.
But we won 15-14.
Hell yeah.
How do you guys come down on the debate we've had this morning about RJ Choppy rooting for the Astros while he was at the Rangers game last night?
You tweeted out last night, no, when Corey Seager hit the home run.
Like,
that's
no,
where I was like,
no, it was no, meaning like no.
I read it as no.
There was a hyphen in there. I put the hyphen in specifically. Like after the 7th inning, I was like, all right, because I've missed out on 2 no-hitters.
Hold on, after the 7th inning when it was 2-0?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a competitive game. It's not 8-0.
I understand, but I got to be a selfish sports fan. I've missed out on 2 no-hitters. I was at the Jim Abbott game. My dad's like, we're leaving early. We're beating the traffic.
Oh, no.
And
the only one-handed no-hitter in baseball history.
God,
I don't think
Leopard?
I don't even think my dad was paying attention. God. And then I had tickets for the Joe Musgrove game, and my kids like last minute were like, we don't really want to go to the game today. We want to play video games or something. So I was like, I was 0 for 2, and I was like, man, I just wanted to see it.
Are no hitters? The thing is, like, okay, I get it if it's a perfect game, but like it's the Astros and a no hitter, which isn't.
Yeah, the Astros thing. It did like make me really kind of second guess my entire moral turpitude of life.
Oh wow!
But not really, right? Because you said you're still rooting for it.
Right.
I questioned it before he decided to root for it.
I knew it was the wrong thing to do.
Gotcha.
But, I think as long as you know it's not right, then I think that counts.
No, RJ.
That makes you more guilty.
No, you can't go, I knew I shouldn't have punched that person in the face.
So it makes it okay.
So it makes it okay.
I knew the rule.
I don't think the judge is going to go, good point, counselor, hit the gavel. Case dismissed.
I knew right from wrong.
So, Chop, do you think
that makes it worse?
Like Choppy thinks not guilty by reason of sanity would be a proper defense, apparently.
No, I knew exactly what I should have done.
I think that makes sense.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I went back and I watched the first 4 innings of Framber Valdez pitch again because I wanted to go, they'll say, well, he only made 1 mistake to Corey Seager in the 9th inning. And so I wanted to go back and watch how many mistakes did he make where the Rangers in the first 4 innings could have got hits, but they just missed pitches. So to start the game, he gets 3-1 on Josh Smith and throws a fastball right down the middle. He hits a grounder to first base, 1 out in the game. The next pitch was a fastball right down the middle that Corey Seager fouled off. Now, it's tough to say, well, what a big mistake. He threw a first pitch fastball down the middle to start at bat, the second batter of the game. Now, Corey Seager is aggressive, but he fouled it off. Those were the only 2 mistakes he made in the first inning. Those were the only 2, hittable, you can get a base hit on these pitches in the first inning. In the second inning, he threw 1 hittable pitch where you're like, okay, that could have been a base hit. I want to say in the 3rd inning, if I have the second inning was Adolis Garcia. It was the first pitch to Adolis Garcia. He was taking the whole way, and he threw it right down the middle for strike 1. So Adolis is trying to be more patient. So that's tough. That was the 1 very hittable pitch that Framber Valdez
and he
threw
that pitch probably knowing Adolis.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to challenge him. I'm going to challenge, just like I'm going to challenge Corey Seager. He wants to swing. I'm going to throw a 2-seamer with movement, and Seager did swing and fouled it off. In the 3rd inning, he threw a hanging breaking ball with 2 strikes to Robbie Grossman, and Robbie Grossman hit a line drive right to Yordan Alvarez for an out. So in the first 3 innings, he's thrown 4 base hit pitches, but only 4, but he's made 4 mistakes in the first 3 innings. So just to give you an idea I was like, how many mistakes did he make? So I wanted to go back and watch, and I only watched through 4 innings. I'm like, this dude isn't throwing a lot of hittable pitches.
Oddly enough, probably not. But does that make you feel any better?
I think when you're facing a dude who is a top 5 left-handed starter in the game, a top 15 pitcher in the game,
especially when he's on.
Yeah, that can happen, and he was on. I'm not going 8 2/3 and getting no hit. Hey, sometimes guys get hits on good pitches too. I'm just giving you the right down the middle. You can hit a home run on this. You can hit a double. He threw 4 in the first 3 innings. That's pretty impressive.
The at bat in the 7th, and this is where I was like, all right, now I knew this guy's just got. It was the Young at bat where he threw 3 pitches, the same exact pitch, and the same exact location, and Josh swung over top of it all 3 times. That low and inside. You don't usually see a pitcher throw 3 straight pitches, same eye level, same pitch, ever, right? That that's obviously a scouting report thing?
Yes, but Framber has so much movement on his 2-seam fastball. And if you find a hole, for instance, I know it was a long time ago, but Oral Hershiser was my pitching coach here with the Texas Rangers.
I love him.
And he would, at times, say, when I was with the Dodgers, before I got hurt, I would throw 100 pitches in a game, and I would throw 91 2-seam fastballs. He'd be 90 to 95% of my pitches was the exact same pitch, located in different spots. But he knew he could go to that pitch, and it could be the other hitter's strength, and he still knew because of location and movement, he was still going to beat the guy because that pitch was so dominant. After he got hurt in 1989, he had to start changing because the major injury that he had didn't allow him to have the same velocity with movement. And so for the next 10 years, he became a little bit of a different pitcher. Talking to Brandon Webb, before he got hurt and when he was a Cy Young winner and finished, I believe, 2nd and 3rd for 3 years in a row, he would throw 85 to 90% 2-seam fastballs in a game and just mix in a changeup and then throw 1 or 2 breaking balls in a whole game because it was just that much movement and that dominant. But for the most part, most guys like Tyler Mahle, who we'll talk about in the show today, they're going to have to move the ball around with different speeds and different breaks because they don't have one dominant pitch.
What else we got on the show, Corey?
Like I said, we do have Bruce Bochy joining us at 10:20, so we'll talk Cronuts with him. And also, we do have Mickey Spagnola joining the show coming up at 11 o'clock. So we will ask him if he's seen the same things that Sir Brian Broaddus has seen.
Yes.
Brian Broaddus.
Sir Brian Broaddus is a sir because of his middle name, Knight.
That's right.
Which I learned from y'all's show.
Tolo. Listen to Corey Majors.
All right, gentlemen, have a good show. Talk to you later.
Love you.
All right, that is the KNC Masterpiece live from the Globe for the Rangers-Astros matinee game today. We will talk to you tomorrow on 105 through the Fan.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field, getting you ready for the last regular season game between the Rangers and the Astros this season. Parking lot, it opens at 11:30. If you want to plan your life accordingly. The gates open at noon. Just as an aside, if you want some cheap tickets for future games, you can use the code YARDWORK and get $15 outfield pavilion seats for the August 7th, August 21st, and September 19th games. That's YARDWORK. So trying to help the people out before they even get here. But we are live at Globe Life Field. It's me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford back in the studio.
Hi, how you doing today?
I'm good, man. How are you?
The drive out here was actually a little tougher than usual. I've never run into traffic on George Bush, but today George Bush had some traffic for me. So.
Is it because some school is back in?
I don't know.
I don't think so. My kids have orientations tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there are more Astros fans up here for the weekend or something like that. I don't know. Trying to wrap up the summer with a visit to the park.
It'll be interesting today. I don't know how many tickets are sold. I know that they've done a great job of selling tickets throughout the season, but Wednesday day game, work day,
dollar hot dog day.
There'll be quite a bit of people here, but the kind of walk-up crowd, I don't know.
I think the walk-up crowd, and we're going to talk about this later in the show, I'm putting a disproportionate amount of importance on this game. Like, I feel like...
Hold on. Mike, if the Rangers lose today, are we all right?
Probably not.
That's
Kevin,
what I think.
If the Rangers win today...
We're good to go.
For what?
Well, we win the season series, so you get the tiebreak. And also, I realize Seattle bounced back up, but you continue to move forward. And this just feels like, hey, I can say I won a series against a quality team.
Okay, so just kind of a small step is what you're saying here.
So far,
if they win today, they're in the World Series this year, guys. All right, let's go ahead and mark it down right now.
Gonna say that.
Mark it. Are you scared? That's why.
Yes, I am. I am scared that if the Rangers lose this game, that's a wrap.
Okay, but what if they win?
Oh, we're good to go.
In the World Series?
I'm probably not going to say that just yet.
Scared.
I mean, at this point, you've beat the White Sox in a series in the second half.
See?
That's it.
Yes.
That's you've lost to Baltimore. You've lost
the White Sox,
to
they've won a game recently.
They won last night.
Yeah, they did. They're on their way. 28. You've lost to Toronto. You've lost to St. Louis. You've lost to Boston. And here you are against Houston.
Yeah.
You're going to have to win the majority of your series.
Yeah.
And if you go, would that be 1-5 in series after the All-Star break, if I have that correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you lose today, it's impossible. It's literally impossible to make a playoff run unless you win almost every series the rest of the way, and it has to start here.
Look.
It has to start sometime.
It has to start
somehow. Right, where?
What better place than here? What better time than now?
Oh, yeah!
Is
that's Rage Against the Machine.
That song is
okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
you need to listen to it today at some point. I'll send you the link. It's good.
Who's the Machine?
The Machine, dude.
You know the Machine.
Yeah.
Like our government?
I think it doesn't have to be that specific.
The deep state?
Yeah, well, okay.
Are you afraid of the deep state?
Any entities of power, whether it's clear or behind the scenes. The Machine.
Can't stop us now. Yeah, that's the song. That's the song the Rangers need to be playing right now.
There you go.
Yeah, that song will fire you up, Mike. Hey, Alec, if you can find that song for us, that would be pretty awesome.
Words?
It definitely does.
That line right, that section of the song,
that
though.
line,
that
but
section of the song right
yes.
there, if you can get that, isolate that part of it and let Mike hear it with the, dude, I'm telling you, play that one, that's going to rock
Would
this
that
place.
be your walk-up song?
I would do it, yes. I would love it. Do
you think it's a better song to come out of the bullpen, too?
Dude, that's a good song for the bullpen also.
Because you get a good minute when you're coming out of the bullpen.
I think Bulls on Parade
That
by
one's a
Rage
good one,
Against
too.
the Machine would
That's
be
a good one,
great
too.
bullpen song.
Yes, there's a lot of Rage Against the Machine songs.
I
that
love
would
Rage
be really
Against
good.
the Machine. That's the fun fact. Those are the songs I listened to whenever we would do the morning show because they're so full of loud anger. It fires.
You want
me
to
up.
clench your fist and push a little harder on the bike, Mike? You listen to some Rage Against the Machine. That'll get you going.
True.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, let's go, Rangers. Go get Rangers. Go get Rage.
I don't think Mike's going to start doing that. All right. Your punishment for not doing that, Mike, we're going to talk about the Cowboys.
All right.
Specifically, I want to get y'all's thoughts, and I don't know if training camp thus far has changed your mind at all because, look, we've talked about this numerous times. There's plenty of times you hear about this player or this group of players, and it doesn't actually end up making a difference. But we talked with Kyle Yeomans last Friday about kind of the biggest needs position-wise on this team, and he was kind of reassessing based on some of the training camp stuff, and I was doing the same thing, and I wanted to see, what do y'all think position-wise are still the biggest needs on this team?
Running back still a massive question mark for everybody right now.
I'm running back at second, so I'm with you on that.
Feeling pretty good with with the receivers just being cooks and then all this random bunch of guys if CeeDee Lamb doesn't show up.
I'm going to follow up on running back. Deuce Vaughn looked good in preseason last year and obviously did absolutely nothing in the regular season.
Yep.
So does it matter, like Sunday night, I don't know. Name the person. Zeke's not playing. I don't know. Rico Dowdle.
Or Malik Davis.
Yeah. Okay, those two dudes. One of them rushes 8 times for 62 yards and a touchdown. Will that give you confidence that we actually have a good running back, or would you be like, look, it's preseason football?
I don't think it will for me, just because it'll get them on the team, or probably be a big step in getting them on the team. But I don't think so, just because I feel like that position specifically, I need to see it in a game.
Is it
a real game?
And then real quick, Corey, before you answer, is it a waste if somebody does great in the fourth quarter? I get for the players. I hear Christy Scales. I get what she's talking about. You should respect these guys, and these are unbelievable games and unbelievable players, and watch every second of preseason football. I get it. But in the fourth quarter, we've seen guys have good fourth quarters and never play 1 second in the NFL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So my approach to this is a guy has a big fourth quarter like that. If he's saying, hey, man, I'm going to bust loose in the fourth quarter here, what I would say would be, all right, now give that guy the start in the next preseason
I think that's
game.
a good idea. I
And
think that's a great way of
keep
looking
challenging them, give them the opportunities to do something more difficult, and then do it consistently. If they do it for 4 games, that tells me 2 things. A, it tells me that our offensive line is good. You know, like that's the big, as much of the concern as the running backs, the person, the fact that, like, we got to figure out if our offensive line can block it first. Can Brock Hoffman get to the second level? That was something that Biotic struggled with last year. Can he get to the linebackers to keep them off the running back? And then Tyler Smith and Guyton, can they create that hole? So, and then can Terrence Steele be back to Terrence Steele with Zach Martin the way he was?
Yeah.
So it's going to tell me if they're running consistently well in the first 3 preseason games, it tells me the offensive line's good. How those guys do behind the offensive line, and then, like you said, Mike, if they do good in the fourth quarter, go ahead and give them the start and see how they do against the better competition there the next week.
I running back is second on my list. I'm with you. At 1 and 3, I pretty much took the entire defensive line. I put the interior at 1 and the outside at 3. I understand the hope that we have for, like, Marshawn Nealon and the hope that we have for Mozzie. I'm nervous because of lack of depth, and when you feel like how much that loss of Sam Williams really hurt, because they're like, no, he's going to be the dude. Like, he's going to get heavy time, especially when they're playing around with Micah. I worry about depth both interior and then on the outside on the defensive line.
When Zimmer was here, Kevin, they were a fantastic defensive run-stopping team. However, Greg Ellis was a step slow in getting to the quarterback as often as we would have liked. But you got guys like Demetrius Underwood and Alonzo Spellman and Jay Ratliff that just kind of came out of nowhere because Zimmer had a very sound defensive approach when it came to the running game. I'm not as concerned because the last 3 years it's been we're Swiss cheese. Dan Quinn doesn't know how to stop the run. Can't figure it out. And all the guys want to do is pass rush, and they're all too undersized to do it. Zimmer, I think the run stop first approach is going to be good, but that's where how many turnovers can you get in the secondary too to complement that? I don't think it's going to be as much of an individual problem or a team problem across the defensive line, because Zimmer does have a tendency to, if you can't play, you don't play. So
I'm with Kevin on this. That's why I picked 39 sacks. I might be a little bit low on the season.
Yeah.
But if Micah Parsons is going to play, I don't know, would you say 50-50? How much linebacker do you think
I think
is
that is
play?
a fair breakdown. I really do.
If he's not playing defensive end, I don't think anybody's getting to the quarterback. I think the quarterback's going to have 5 to 6 seconds to make a decision. Now, in today's game, quarterbacks get rid of the ball within 2.5 to 4 seconds. So I don't think, unless we send a blitz or we're lining up Micah Parsons on the end, I think the quarterback is going to have the time that he needs to make a good decision.
When you say send a blitz, Micah on the blitz,
you could send him up the middle.
Because yesterday there was a play where he was right over center at the linebacker.
His rookie year, he did this,
and he flew past Brock Hoffman, and it would have broken up the play. It would have been a sack easy. And I think that's one of those options where now this is really moving him around to give him places to attack from. And I think that's going to be a difference because, Kevin, if you're a tackle on one side or a tackle on either side, you're like, oh, at some point you guys are going to be blocking Micah today. Okay, all right, I understand that. So they will be paying attention to it, and by maybe second quarter, they've got some things figured out where they can stop. I've been messing with this guy all day now. But if you say all 5 of the offensive linemen have to know what where Mike is and what he's doing, now you have different opportunities to go attack the weakness on an offensive line and just say, you know what, that guard sucks. Micah, go after him all day long from the linebacker spot because you're going to get all these sacks.
I want to see.
Might be one bad matchup with a tackle, but it doesn't. You can find 5 different matchups where you can probably get a good one.
How y'all feeling about depth at wide receiver? Because, and I want to preface this by saying I still think that they'll get the CeeDee Lamb deal done. So I'm not saying like, oh, you don't have CeeDee Lamb, you're screwed. But we talked with T-Billy. I know he's made a lot of things happen in camp.
That sounds like a made-up name.
He's such a cool dude, though, Mike.
He was.
I think you would have loved him. He's got this great competitiveness to him, but he's also got he's a fun dude.
And there's buzz on Tolbert and Brooks. Hell, even Cropper. All of the Jalens. There is buzz on them, but I feel like I've heard some of that Jalen-esque buzz before. And
yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous about the depth of the wide receiving core beyond CD and Cooks.
I'm okay as long as CD stays healthy.
Okay.
I do. I like Brandon Cooks. I'm not saying I don't like him.
But your offense is different.
Yeah, I feel like as long as CD is healthy for all 17 games, I think you'll be fine with the other guys. If CD has to miss a game, you're screwed. It is going to be so ugly.
Ferguson 12
I
times.
watched too much old school Dallas Cowboys. It will look like 1996 Carolina Panthers playoff game where Michael Irvin got hurt and Troy Aikman is like, you morons don't even know where to run. And speaking of T-Billy?
Yes.
T-Billy, yeah.
We had Billy Davis. Horrible wide receiver. F-. If Broadus is listening, how in the world did that guy make an NFL team? I don't know. Good for him, though. But, like, it was horrible. And I do think you would run into that issue if CeeDee Lamb misses a game. To your point, the depth. If CeeDee Lamb is out, because he'll draw doubles, he can beat double teams, he will be the concentration of the defense on passing plays. That will open it up for the other guys. If he's out, nobody's getting open.
And for the question from the Frankel and Frankel firm text line, 877-881-1053, buzz on Jalen Smith too? No. I know there's a lot of buzz for the Jalens, but all the other Jalens spell their names the same. So, Mike, we thought you would approve.
That's a good idea.
I think Kevin
Jordan Lewis threw a U in there for no reason.
Dak did say with Tolbert, he was like, I told him he needs to come in here with the mentality of being a number one. And he's worked up to that. So hopefully with Tolbert, he's getting a few more looks with that. But the Brooks and Croppers, those are the guys getting the red zone targets right now. I think that's beneficial to them, but we'll see how that plays out in preseason.
And then I just need to, it's a shout out Wednesday, right?
No, that's not a thing.
Oh, well, I'm shouting out Kathy, who works with the Texas Rangers. She's been with the Texas Rangers for 25 years. She says when she gets in the car, she's listening to us. When she has conversations with us, whether she agrees or disagrees. So she is a big Tolo listening to us and been with the Rangers for 25 years.
And you didn't want that shout out to happen, Corey.
Well, because it's a Wednesday. Shout out Friday is the thing, and I just can't break the rules too often. But for Kathy, anything.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live at Globe Life Field, getting you ready for Rangers Astros this afternoon. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105 through the Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. You know, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, you need to reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. And with that, they also bring to you our interview with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Now, I know Mike is unreasonably excited today because not only are you guys playing the Astros, he dropped off some cronuts for you in the clubhouse.
Those donuts.
Yeah, did Donnie give them to you?
I was wondering where they came from. I asked everybody on the staff.
Yeah,
they're from us.
They're outstanding.
Cronuts are better.
Some kind of good. I just had one with coffee here.
Yeah, so cronuts, this is what we were saying. Cronuts are better than regular donuts.
Oh, yeah. Oh man. That's what. I'll be honest. It just says fresh coffee donuts on it, so it didn't have a name on it. Those things are unbelievable. Man, they're good. Thank you very much.
The donut shop around the corner from my house makes those, and I grabbed one morning, and I thought they were really good. And then I told Mike about them. He was like, "Bring me some, I dare you." So I did. And he's like, "This is the best thing ever." So he said, "We got to get some this morning." So it's in Plano, right around the corner from my house. If you ever want to come over, you're always welcome. All right.
All right. Thanks.
I know we got a lot to talk about for the game today, for the game last night, but I was also really curious. Y'all are the team is set to go to the White House and meet with President Biden tomorrow. Is that correct? And I know you've been through this before, but how exciting is that for you and the team?
Yeah, we head there tomorrow. I'm flying to Washington tonight. I think at 4 o'clock is when we all will be at the White House and have our little deal there. I know the players are excited. It's an honor. It's a tradition, and so to be able to stop there and for guys who haven't been there, and that's what I'm happy for. Just experience it and go through it. It's a cool deal, and from there we'll take the train on up to New York.
Now, in terms of today's game, I realize there's another one Friday and another one the next day, and people will say it's just another one of 162. Does this one today feel more important than another one of 162, or am I putting too much focus on today's game?
No, I don't think you're putting too much focus, but it seems like that's the way it's going to be from this point on. Every game, that was a tough one last night. When you get pretty good pitching there, we just couldn't get much going offensively till at the end. Yeah, it's this is a big game. Next series against the Yankees, we got to win there. We got ground to make up. So, and I talked about this. It's not going to work until we start taking series. That's how it's going to work. And I just love the way we're fighting. But you like to get these bats going throughout the lineup. Put some crooked numbers up there on the board and make it a little bit easier.
So, Boch, Tyler Mahle made his Rangers debut. He looked great, and kind of, unfortunately, the Astros scored kind of a cheapie off of him there. It happens, puts the ball in play, and kind of some bloopers fall in. But, man, he looked great the first time out.
Didn't he? I agree with you. Good location. He's got a calmness about him out there. That's what I love. Even with runners in scoring position, good pace. But, he elevates the fastball when he wants to. I thought he located in a way very well. And, slider was really good at times. So, his first start back, I thought it was really impressive.
The radar gun, it's telling the truth on what the speed is, but the hitter will tell you different sometimes. And with Mahle throwing 91 to 93-ish yesterday, boy, he was throwing a lot of those fastballs by guys, or guys were late on that. And I'm just assuming he has a lot of deception on his release that guys maybe have trouble seeing it out of his hand. One, how true is that about Mahle? And then maybe going back to the 80s when you were hitting or catching somebody, who was the most deceptive with their fastball?
Well, on Mahle, I saw him, a few years ago when he was with the Reds, and he's got that late life on his fastball, and he does have deception, where he comes from. So, hitters don't really pick it up. So, as we say, sometimes at 91, 92, it plays harder, just like at 98, sometimes doesn't play as fast. I've had hitters tell me when the guy's throwing 98, 99, it just, they see it well. And I think deception's a big part of pitching, and he certainly has that. And location, but he's got that top rail that he can work with, and he's very consistent at hitting it. And that works. And he's got confidence. He's not backing off. He attacks the strike zone. And, every pitch he throws, it's with conviction. And I think, that's what makes him so good. You think he's not going to power his way through them, but he's going to get his strikeouts. As far as deception with, guys I caught, man, I'd have to think hard. I will say Dave Dravecky, he had a fastball that just got up on guys, and he had that, effortless delivery that, it's coming at you at 94 in that area, but it just played harder than that, and it had sink on it, and a lot of hitters had trouble catching up with it.
Boach, the line from the Rangers' Twitter last night was Corey Seager is inevitable. And it just feels like when he goes up in we discussed this yesterday, a clutch moment, it just seems like he delivers consistently. And that exciting moment last night kind of gave you that, oh, hey, we got a chance here. We got Corey Seager. How many guys have you seen that have that kind of gene or that kind of personality where, man, I know I'm sending him up to the plate and it's probably going to be parked?
Yeah, you don't see many like Corey. You feel like something is going to happen, and I don't mean a base hit. I'm talking about a ball leaving the ballpark.
Yeah.
In a big situation, I had Barry Bonds, and it was very similar. You just thought, well, they throw him a strike. There's a good chance this thing's leaving the park. So very similar. I feel when those two go up to the plate, that's how scary they are.
When it comes to your lineup right now, Josh Smith and then Simeon and then then Seager, then Simeon, do you feel like that is going to be the rest of the season, or just see how it goes for a week or so and then maybe change it a little bit?
Yeah, I'm trying to stay somewhat consistent, even though that as you have seen, we've made quite a few changes, moving guys around, but I see that staying. That's it today. Lowe's back in there. He'll be in the 6 hole. Doley's in the 7 hole. I talked to Doley about this. We want to take a little pressure off him and see if we can get him going. But right now, I'd like to keep it a little consistent, not tweak it every day.
How did that I don't know if you can tell us anything about that conversation. How did it go? Was he receptive, Doley, that is, to the idea of moving down to the 7 spot and why it probably needed to happen?
Yeah, no, he's great. Doley says, I just want to do whatever it takes to help the team win. And he knows that he's going through some struggles, and he's all in on changing things if that's what it takes to win the ball game.
I'm sure every player is tough on themselves when they struggle. Does Adolis strike you as somebody who, like, they care to the point where maybe they're harder on themselves than most anybody else when they struggle?
Yeah, I'd say that's an area he can get better at. He does wear a little too much. When it doesn't go well, it feels like he's letting the team down. His hands down. He's raised the bar on how he plays or how he should play, and got off to a great start when things weren't going so well. I definitely think he became his own worst enemy by taking it too hard.
I think Mike would agree with me on this. Our co-host Kevin, whenever something doesn't go his way, he gets really down on himself.
Yeah.
If he's down on himself, Boach, how can I help him? What would you say to Kevin? How can I use something that Boach would say to Kevin to get him out of that funk? How would you talk to Kevin in this instance?
Yeah, with Doley, I just try to give him keep things in perspective, and you know what? You're going to make some outs. You're going to make some mistakes. That's the game, and so we got to be able to handle that. And that's what separates the average player from the good player. Is the guys who are able to put those tough at bats behind them and say, you know what? If I don't get a hit, I'm going to go out there and take a hit from the opposing hitter. And when I get back in, my focus is on the next at bat to do something good. But you can't let it compound the rest of the game. And occasionally, I think that's happened with him. He has some pretty good snaps, but really, there's nothing you can do. It's over. that at bat is over. What can you do about it? So now, this don't make it worse by dwelling on what just happened, or by looking at the iPad, and now you're getting mad again. And
yep,
let's focus forward.
So, Bocha, plenty of people text me after Ranger games or during Ranger games and ask, why did they do this or why did they do that? And yesterday it was Yordan Alvarez hitting the home run in the 9th inning to go up by 2, and I was trying to explain to him he wasn't the tying or winning run. You're not trying to throw a home run pitch or give him a pitch to hit that well. It happens. Pitchers make mistakes. When it comes to managing against Yordan Alvarez, or coming up here pretty soon, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, the best hitters in the game, you have one in Corey Seager on your team. What's kind of a basic philosophy when those guys come up late in a game on how much you want to attack them versus just let them have the base if they'll take it?
Yeah, you always go through certain hitters or talk about certain hitters in your meeting, and we don't want this guy to do this. And so if you're not walking them intentionally, which we've done, I don't know, two or three times already, hey, make your pitches. If not, hey, you walk them. It's a strategic walk. Basically it's almost you're throwing 2-strike put away pitches all the time, and working on the edges and going up top and not giving in, just like they were trying to do that on Corey. Occasionally you make mistakes. I'm sure Valdez is going, he wanted to shoot himself. He had a no-hitter and he gave Seager a pitch like that. It happens, and what's amazing is with good hitters, it seems to happen more, because sometimes I think they try too hard to make that perfect pitch, and it ends up staying in the zone.
I know y'all didn't get the win yesterday, but how important was it to have only Malley and Dunning pitch to kind of maybe reset the bullpen or give a lot of the guys that rest day?
Yeah, we were really trying to give some guys a break. Even Sports was up three times the night before. He was going to be our closer if we had a lead. But you look at the pitches and the workload they've been carrying. We wanted to say Garabito in case he did go extra innings or something, or if we need him today. He was our other lone guy. And Burke, he's gone 2 innings, day off, almost 2 innings last with the day off. And thought, if we can give him another day, then he could give us 2, maybe 3 today. And so it was big, but, no doubt the home run hurt because we saw what happened. And so, you roll the dice a little bit to try to reset that bullpen. And unfortunately, Dane, he just made a mistake there.
Well, we appreciate the time as always. Hope you get to treat yourself to an extra cronut before the game today.
Man, these things, there's no calories in them either.
That's the amazing part,
man,
folks.
I wish.
That's the amazing part. When it's that sweet, there's no calories.
Yeah. All right, guys.
There you go. Bruce Bochy.
Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers, baby. Go get Rangers. I love it.
The Rangers know the big wins come from bold plays. That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome. Now, eventually that might get replaced by Big Cronut. I don't know if
Big Cronut's going to take over
if that will
everything
be
at
the
some
case.
point, man.
We need to make a cronut store. Yeah. Your place is doing it wrong. They need to reverse. Like, we only have a dozen regular donuts. We do have 492 cronuts.
I will tell you this. There were a lot of donuts on the trays.
Yeah.
Very few cronuts left over.
Because that's what the people want.
Here's what I'm disappointed. This place, your donut store, they are selling out of cronuts so fast. Are they that hard? Are they that much? You need to ask your donut person, are they that much harder to make?
I'll ask her next time I swing through.
Because you'd think if you made twice as much and still
if they're
sold
selling out all
you'd be
the
like,
time,
we should make more.
Yeah, probably so. She's got it. Well, again, this is all new, I think, because we've started the discussion of Corona.
Yep.
And I think this is all new to her. She's like, why is this happening? Maybe I just need to explain, look, more people are buying because we've been talking about it. Would you like to endorse the station?
That's a good idea. And they're like, yeah, when, do Sean and RJ have spots?
No.
We're the KNC Masterpiece live from Globe Life Field. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
How long should our show be, and how many innings is Urania going to go today? Next.
How about this?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
2-2. There's the fastball swung on and missed. He throws it to the top of the zone. That's where he likes to live with his heater. And Tyler Malley records his first strikeout this season. And there's one away in the top of the second.
Tyler Malley looking good yesterday. This return music looking good. And we just got to talk with Chris, the better of the Wells brothers. I feel like it would be fair to say. This morning,
that's what he told you to say. I wonder if
his
brother
what I
would.
think.
Okay.
No, that's what I think. Real quick, Mike. I know we got baseball nuggets, but multiple people are asking. I want you to describe it. All right, y'all have convinced me. I'm going to Donut Palace right now to try to find a cronut. From the 504, can you please explain what a cronut is? I'm in Louisiana and never heard of that over here.
That seems like a place that would have cronuts.
Corey did this for us. I had never heard of a cronut months ago either.
Corey, you doing that is better than anything we've ever done for Mike.
Here's what I thought it was. I thought it was a croissant, and then they just glazed it in donut glaze. But it's not. It's in the shape of a donut. They have made a croissant, but they made it round, and then they punched the hole in it. Yes. So it is in donut shape.
Yes.
They punched the hole in it.
And then they put the glaze on it to make it a glazed donut, but it's a croissant, so it's a cronut. And then
the flakiness
is amazing. The butter, just like a croissant, it's flaky and really airy and soft. And then that glaze and the butter kind of is in between each layer.
It is.
So you can kind of tear it apart.
Yep.
And kind of have your flaky layers of a croissant, but it's in donut form.
And that glaze is good.
It is. It's the best donut. I can't compare it to an apple fritter. It's a different donut than that, or whatever you want to call it, a Long John or
an eclair.
An eclair. Those are different donuts. But if you are just taking a glazed donut, or you're having a croissant donut, a cronut, they don't compare. It's unfortunate that the donut has died.
I'll also add this real quick too, Mike, and I don't know if I brought them up last time. They also do have cronut holes, so they do, and they'll have those laying around. I think they just cut those up into little squares.
Okay.
So they're square shaped, not hole shaped, but they have a bunch of them usually.
We had a listener. Were you here that day that they brought the?
I was not.
Okay, so we had a listener bring cronuts from his local donut store, and they were good. Don't get me wrong; they're better. They're still better than a regular donut.
Yeah.
But the donut store you go to, they're bigger, taller and flakier than the other ones we had. They were still very good, better than donut. They had cronut holes, but they were a little more condensed.
Okay, all right.
And not as.
I could see that. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Compact.
Yeah, and so it was still a really good donut, still flaky and everything like that. But a cronut will change your life, and you will go, gosh, it's a donut. It's still good. Nothing against donuts. Regular glazed donuts, very good. Do not compare to the cronut.
All right, Mike, from the 817, y'all convinced me. I had 2 cronuts this morning. My favorite is a cheesecake cronut. From the 817, Parlor Donuts in Southlake exclusively makes cronuts.
They know what they're doing.
And then
they've changed. They know.
From the 214, I will bring y'all a box of cronuts tomorrow, to which I responded, you will instantaneously become Mike's favorite.
That is
if
awesome.
that happens. Now,
okay,
baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I don't know how baseball nugget-y this will be.
Okay.
It's going to be more cronut talk.
It's going to be more Mike likes.
Okay.
All right,
we had
fine.
to condense the schedule.
Yeah.
Tighter show.
So this was interesting. I talked to a lot of people around here. I'm lucky to get to come to the park a lot more than normal. And a lot of people are like, oh, you do radio? When's your radio show? They don't listen to radio. We have tons of Tolos that are out here that do listen, and we have some that don't. And when I tell them, like today, I told 2 people, yeah, I'm out here doing radio show about 9:45 to 1 p.m. Like, that long?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you tell people, and I'm like, that's an hour shorter than normal.
Yeah.
Usually it's 9:45 to 2 p.m. And they're like, how in the world do you guys do that? And they're almost like, do you play music or like I was talking to Lou Merloni. He's a former Major League Baseball player, Boston Red Sox. He does radio. He used to do radio for I can't remember the station up in Boston. He doesn't do it anymore.
WEEI?
I think so. And he does the games on the radio for the Boston Red Sox. And he said, I just got so tired. We would have to come up with any negative topic to draw in all the phone calls for the day. And I didn't have the heart to tell him, we don't do any phone calls.
Yeah.
Literally
Hardly
0%
ever, yeah.
phone calls unless it's a playoff game or maybe a Monday after a Cowboy game for one segment. We'll take 3, maybe 4 phone calls for the whole day. It's literally 4 hours of us talking.
Right.
And people can't believe it. So I asked the question to you guys, what is the perfect radio show time where people would say, oh, that makes sense, and you have all the topics, and like you'll have stuff left over that can carry over, and that sounds like a normal radio show.
I would like to cede my time to Corey Majors, as I know he has thought about this since the first show we ever did.
Mike, I've always wanted the 2-hour shift. There was a time I called it the norm shift because there was a 2-hour show. And I always felt like that was the perfect amount of time to get your work in, get all the content out without having anything that you like spill over. Like, we can talk for 4 hours. We do it all the time. G-Bag does 5. And we do the 14-hour show too, and that's a different type of day for sure. But 2 hours, you're trying to get good content in without anything feeling like you left it out. But also it feels intense, and then you're done after 2 hours. But if you really do, get the right guests and really, delicately put that show together, it's a quality show every time. So I like 2 hours. 3 is okay. 4 is, it's not typical in the industry, honestly. Like that's not a typical thing unless you are a morning or afternoon time. They usually have something like that.
I think it started with Sports Talk Radio pretty much started in the Northeast. Obviously, there was the 30 for 30 for Mike and
Mad
Dog and Mike in New York. It started, but it was all based off phone calls.
Yeah.
Boston and New York and Philadelphia, they're literally taking 12 hours of phone calls. They'll do 2 segments out of their 4-hour show. So out of their 12 segments, they'll do 2 segments where they don't take phone calls, and only 2. 10 out of their 12 is just you calling in, complaining about something or giving them something to work off of. And so I'm like, I mean, it is what it is. This is what it is in Texas. But we don't do phone calls here. It is us.
It doesn't move the needle the way it does in the Northeast.
Okay, so last thing, I know I'm running out of time. Baseball nuggets here. I know this is going to be baseball cards. I just got an awesome card from one of the people who work up here, and they gave me the Ranger giveaway card on August 3rd. It is amazing. I'll put it on right if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. It's the World Championship card that they gave out on August 3rd. It is beautiful. It's awesome. It's a picture of kind of the main 8 guys on the team for the championship. Really cool. But I haven't really enjoyed collecting recent cards lately.
Yeah.
There's just too much. I can't. There's a new Topps Finest product that's out, and Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter each have 3 base cards in the set, and then another 45, and I'm not making up that number. Parallels.
Yeah.
So they literally have 48 different cards to collect in just one product. 48 Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter rookie cards in one product. It makes it very difficult to go, well, do I want this? Do I not want this? Will this be even worth anything? Will people like, oh, I don't like green. Nobody likes green. Nobody collects green. You got to get blue or red.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, I got the blue. And like, well, that's blue wave and blue shimmer. We just like the regular blue. And you're just like, I almost can't handle it. So there's this website called baseballcardpedia.com.
Okay.
Baseballcardpedia.com. And it has almost every set from every year. And I've been going back into the 90s where, hey, regular base cards in the 90s are pretty much worthless.
Yeah.
Almost completely worthless.
And I feel bad because people will be like, "Dude, this card's 30 years old. It's got to be," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, it's not."
But they will have inserts. This was kind of when inserts started in the 1990s. Well, people didn't think they liked inserts, don't get me wrong. But people didn't collect inserts as hard as they, now it's like, oh, this one's numbered to 100, this one's numbered to 50. Well, what they did back then is they would have like 5 inserts in a set. And then you can go to baseballcardpedia.com and you can see, well, how often could you pull that insert to see how rare it is? And they'd be like, well, it's a set of 20 in this insert set, and there would be 1 per box. So you'd have to buy 20 boxes to hope to get 1 of each, which now you're like, oh, it's not super rare, but it's rare. And so you can collect Cal Ripken Jr. or Juan Gonzalez or kind of the players that I grew up with. So I've been kind of buying these cheaper insert cards, not expecting like I'm going to make a lot of money off of these, but kind of my heroes that I grew up with, I can get somewhat rare cards, very cool looking cards, and know they didn't make 45 different ones of that same picture. Where you're just like, well, which color should I get? Which shimmer should I get? Which wave should I get? You can kind of go like, no, it's called Home Run Kings. It's really cool. They have
some of those.
Cool-looking car. It's a cool-looking look to it. Or there was one called like Thunderclap, which came out of Fleer Ultra, which is super cool-looking. And I'm like,
for basketball, it used to be Jambalaya.
Yeah, and so
really
there's,
awesome.
I would say right now I'm more into 90s inserts than I am into current cards, because literally at the end of the day, Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter will have more. Literally, they'll each have about 300 different rookie cards to collect. And then when you add those cards up, all of them, they will literally have over 1 million, if not 3 million rookie cards. It's just it's getting so difficult, and they need to calm it down. And I know they won't, because Topps is there to make money.
Yes, I agree with everything. Another spot I would look at sometimes, Trading Card Database is good about that.
TradingCardDatabase.com.
Yes.
Or Baseball Cardpedia, which it's only baseball card. Trading Card Database has all the different cards.
A lot of people, by the way, did say if we started taking calls all the time that they wouldn't listen anymore.
Look, man, if we're really being honest, there was a time that this was not my most favorite station because I thought that they took too many phone calls.
But then we got here.
And then it's my favorite
and
station.
Then, it's my favorite, too. I love it.
That's good.
I love it.
What?
That's how my nephew says love sometimes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think the pyrotechnics guy just came in because he just shot off some some stuff real fast. I think the pyro guy's here.
Let's go ahead and mark that, Alec. Coming up next, we're live from Globe Life Field, but we will go to Oxnard to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field. Alec is back in the studio, but we can also take you through the magic of technology to Oxnard, California, courtesy of the North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Did you have a glass of wine last night?
Yeah,
I did.
They did
Hey,
it.
look, when you're on the south side of Chicago, you don't lose 22 straight.
That's right, Mick. You tell them. You show them what's
We're
up.
pretty tough over there, you know?
That's right. We'll tie the all-time American League record, but we damn sure won't break it. That is tremendous. That is tremendous. I'm glad for you that the White Sox won. I wanted to see if you had any early intel on the three players that the Cowboys scooped up yesterday. I know they just signed them, and it's been, 14 hours. But
yeah.
You got any insight on the new guys?
Well, I mean, if you look at where they've been and what they've done, they opened up 3 spots, right, by placing CD on did not report finally. I thought they were going to do that a week ago. Sam Williams on IR, and then they released Ron Vaughn's. Look, at this point in camp, a lot of times you just need to bring in some fresh bodies and for practice purposes. And I'll guarantee you those guys probably were signed for the veteran exception 1 year. So we'll see. I mean, these guys have kicked around quite a bit. It sounds like with at least Albert Huggins, a bigger body, 6'3", 305, and it has appeared that they need some bigger bodies inside. You know, one of the things that you notice is they've drafted a bunch of guys, or at least a couple, I should say, that were defensive ends that they've tried to move inside. And, I mean, they're just not, guys like Chauncey Golston, they moved him inside, and that's fine. Nice, quick guy. But, against the run, you need some bigger bodies. They drafted Fihoko as a defensive end, and they got him playing inside. So bringing in some bigger bodies, and I'm sure Mike Zimmer is a fan of the bigger body in there. I think they were trying to, kind of beef things up. And then at the linebacker position, at this point, you just don't have enough guys. You don't want to wear out Eric Kendricks, right?
Right.
You got some young guys that don't have much experience. I noticed yesterday, actually the last 2 days, they had drafted the leading tackler in the UFL, Willie Harvey, but he's 5'11", 230. So he's kind of a specialty type player. So not a lot of girth in there. So, yeah, with the linebackers, I think they were trying to get maybe a little bit bigger. That guys have, minimal amount of talent. So I don't know that this is going to shake up the roster. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at the linebackers right now, and, I can cut that group to 6 right away. And if it's that easy for me, they're probably looking at, okay, let's bring in, more troops. So we'll see where it goes. I don't think this is going to, the Cowboys are going to be really good now against the run.
Now, you mentioned a couple of players I'm interested in there. Chauncey Golston, I think has looked good in practice, but also he seems to be way more into practice than perhaps other players, which probably helps. And then I was curious what you've seen from Fihoko so far. Has he had a quiet camp, or how would you describe either one of those 2 guys thus far?
Yeah, I mean, Golston shows up. Fihoko, I almost forgot he was here. So that doesn't bode well for him, right? Or me watching practice, one of the 2.
I think it's for him.
I was going to look up real quick. I mean, Fihoko's just not that. It lists him at 6'4", 283. He doesn't play that big, though. And then you got, Mozzie in there, and it's like, it's just not consistent. You know, you sit there and I looked at my notes from when they started the team period, and it's like, oh, Mozzie made a stop. He held up on a double team and slid off and, you know, made what would have been the tackle. And then there's other times you're going, hey, where are you at? You know? And so, you know, there's got to be some consistency there for him. And so, you know, and here's the other thing. And I was going to look this up. How many times do you hit big with the 26th pick in the draft, right?
Yeah.
And I think we look at him as a first-round pick, but he was barely a first-round pick. So I don't know how much patience they'll have with him. He just got to turn it up more, play in and play out. You can't have this good play and then you go, where'd you go, right?
Yeah.
So they need more from him. You know, and I kind of had the same impression yesterday, Trey Lance, getting a lot of snaps with the second team. And he'll throw a pass and you sit there and you shake your head, right? And then he finished the I believe it was the young guys period. And he throws this great wheel route pass to Snoop Connor, who makes a fake over-the-head catch in the back corner of the end zone for a touchdown. And then you're going, okay, I see that, right? So it's like the consistency has to show up at some point in training camp.
Mickey, one name that while I was out there watching, I was like, okay. And then we had him on. He was great to have on. Always is a pleasure to talk to. But I keep hearing that he keeps making plays as Jordan Lewis and sealing up that slot spot. And I know he had mentioned maybe he's not going to be just there, but solidifying that he's that guy seems pretty important for Mike Zimmer to go, okay, I know that's taken care of.
Yeah, I think they know who their top three corners are. Now it's a matter of who's the next two or three, depending on how many you keep, right? And so, yeah, I think, you know, they re-signed Lewis to a reasonable contract, and you get Trayvon out there who is, now taking part in 7-on-7. Hasn't got into team yet, but you can see he's chomping at the bit to, but at least he's got the pads on, and then Deron Bland. So that's a pretty good threesome right there. At corner, but now you need backups, and that's what happened last year. And I keep saying this, but in the playoff game, they had to play Stephon Gilmore with a harnessed shoulder that needed surgery the end of the week. After that game, because you didn't trust Deshaun Wright. Now he's been playing the right cornerback spot with Diggs, on his way back, but do they have confidence in him? I think one of the guys that has stepped up recently and consistently is Kalen Carson, their fourth-round draft choice. So say that's 4. Well, you got 2 more spots, and, is Deshaun going to be here? We'll see. Is it Josh Butler, Eric Scott? Yeah. And so that one is still up, I think up in the air. But the depth has to improve at the cornerback spot because, last year, when Diggs got hurt, it was like, well, Bland was the one to step up. And then you had Gilmore, and then Lewis eventually gets back, and, they were good to go. But one injury, and now you're in trouble. So a lot of this has to do with developing depth, and it's not just at the cornerback spot. It's the defensive line spots, offensive line. They got to sort out the running back spot, but right now, you've got 3 guys for sure going to make it there: Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle, and Hunter Lepke. And then I think the last spot is it Royce Freeman. Well, he hasn't been out here the last couple days. Got a
Snoop.
And Snoop made that catch, and he's getting opportunities. And the other guy that is kind of waving his hand in the air is Malik Davis, almost forgotten guy. So there's some competition there. That's why I keep saying these preseason games are vitally important to this team because they got to see if they can develop depth and who's going to step up and fill those spots.
I completely agree with you there. yesterday, Dak, I heard through his first interception of training camp.
No, I don't think it was his
What's
first.
the concern level there?
That would be amazing.
That being said, like I mentioned this last week while we were there. The practices looked very crisp. They didn't look like there was a lot of sloppiness to it. And I was just kind of curious, since we've left, has that continued? Dak continues to look pretty crisp and pretty fresh on what he's doing.
Yeah, I think so, and he is
even working with other receivers too.
Well, but especially with Brandon Cooks, they've got something going here.
Good
on significant downs, like and they're practicing downs and plays. I think they finally finished their installs, but if it's 3rd and 7 play, the ball's going to Cooks, and they've got a rapport going that I didn't see last year develop until maybe later in the season. On slant passes, comebacks, deep routes, that's kind of been his guy. So, it'll be interesting there. And there's another position. I can cut the wide receivers down to 5 for sure, maybe 6. But, what do you do with some of these other guys that have kind of stepped up? The last 2 days, where were we at Wednesday? Yeah, the last 2 days, Jalen Cropper has showed up significantly, meaning consistent. It's not, okay, I had a good day, and then where were you the next day? But these last 2 days, he's remained consistent along with Jalen Brooks. So that's what you want to start seeing at this point in training camp.
Now, I know in addition to covering the Cowboys, you're one of our football historians. Do you have any thoughts or stories about Dwayne Thomas, the former Dallas Cowboys running back who gave one of the greatest quotes of all time? He passed away at the age of 77.
Yeah, it was. So I couldn't remember the year, but someone reminded me today it was 10 years ago. So he had the reputation, right? Remember last year here, he didn't want to talk to anybody.
Yes.
He didn't want to talk to Tom Landry, right? And so
called him a plastic man.
Right. So we're working on a documentary, and he's living out here somewhere in the Los Angeles area or the California area close to here. So they got a hold of him and said, hey, can you come to training camp? We'd like to, interview for the story. So he was all in. So he shows up, and they thought he was just coming in for the day. Well, it got late, and he's going, can you guys put me up for a night? And so he ended up sleeping at one of the guys in the TV department. John Ingham's name, and they put him on his couch because they got pull-out couches here at the Residence Inn. 3 days later, he's still here. He's still talking. He wants to be interviewed more. And finally, I think somebody had to go up to him and say, hey, Dwayne, this couch thing, this is not permanent. We got to move on. But it was funny. The guy that didn't want to talk didn't want to, quit talking once he got here to training camp. And that really my only rub with him. Because what was last year with the Cowboys, like 71, 72, somewhere in there. They tried to get rid of him, and he kept coming back because the teams that traded for him rescinded the trade. So quite a character, but he was awfully talented. And from Dallas, right?
I believe that is correct.
Lincoln High School, and then he went to West Texas State. So, for a short period of time, he had one heck of a career.
He did. Thank you very much, Mickey. Always appreciate it. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good, guys. See ya.
Now, Dwayne Thomas also had a great all-time NFL quote. Before Super Bowl VI, where the Cowboys won their first Super Bowl, he said, if it's the ultimate game, then how come they're playing it again next year?
Oh, wow. That's a great way to look at it.
Point. He's like, nope, this is it. This is the last football game you're ever going to get. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
This is just blowing my mind. I'm sorry. Now I'm thinking of how to actually get the ultimate game.
Yes.
Ah, man. I love it.
Coming up next, our brand new Olympics segment, Baby Got Track. We'll do it next, live from Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
Before we do that, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic, guys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
Davis detonation at the rim.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington, and there's rumblings that Hurtado will be coming up here in a bit. Remember, Saturday at the Arlington Hurtado barbecue location. There we go.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember the word location.
Nailed it.
We'll be doing Fan Bowl. You can go to 1053thefan.com/events if you want to get involved, know the details, sign up for our paper football tournament, of which for the Fan host, RJ Choppy is the defending champion. We've got an air-conditioned tent out there if you're worried about the weather. So just wanted to give you a heads up and a reminder about that. Plan your life accordingly. Now it's time for our newest Olympic segment, Baby Got Track.
Okay.
You like that?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I do like that. It tracks.
I believe that's the 7th or 8th different one we've done. I might be running out of clever headlines.
Sorry, I think I forced you one day last week to do one. I was like, no, that's the name of the segment, and you did not let me know that we were changing it every day.
We're switching
Fun-
it up.
Fun bit. I like it.
All right. Do you guys want to start with basketball? Do you want to go to wrestling or track?
Alec, what do you like the most?
I'm a big track guy, so let's go with track.
All right, let's go to cut number 6. This is the race, the 1500 for the men's, that was happening like right when we were getting off air. And last night, Jess hadn't seen it, and she was trying to go to bed early, and she like yelled out from the bedroom. She goes, "Are you watching this race? This is incredible." And I was like, "You know, France is like 7 hours ahead of us, right?" And she goes, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "That happened earlier." And she goes, "Oh, don't tell me what happened."
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you took away like the excitement from her?
Well,
like you didn't share the excitement.
You know
with
what?
her?
That's a fair point.
Sometimes just act dumb, dude.
I probably should have, but I was like, I already saw that. But you're right. Look, we've talked about this. Sometimes I just say exactly what I think, like Mike.
Do you want this to be dramatic?
Oh, no.
I have no clue who's in this race or who won it or anything.
Let's go.
There we
Yeah,
go.
so
I
this
like it.
1500 that
Mike's
you're talking
excited.
about, I have no idea. Was the United States
The United
contender?
States
I don't know.
Was in it Cole Hawker, but not thought to be one of the top contenders.
Oh, we have a Tolo's Cole Tucker.
Yes, these are two different people,
Okay.
but that is true.
We had a pitcher named Cole Hamels once.
That is,
Remember
yeah.
him?
Let's go to cut number 6. Check this race out, Mike.
Okay, I can't see it.
On the inside, he gives him a little shove and Cole goes by. Here comes Josh Kerr on the outside. All the talking is over. The world champion is in front, but Cole Hawker's not done with yet. Cole Hawker wins gold.
We did it.
Upsets the favourites. It's gold for the USA.
I feel so patriotic right now.
That was so exciting.
That was a great call, and those people were probably upset.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they probably were.
Like he upset them.
Yeah.
He did.
Because they didn't win.
But also, that was a big call for this gentleman in particular because he's also the one who did not think that Noah Lyles won the 100. So,
he got this one wrong
yeah,
too?
No, he got this one right.
Wow.
So
Oh,
I'm
good.
saying
Way to screw up the
it
Olympics.
was a big call. You know what?
They let
As
him
long
back.
as you're feeling this kind of patriotism and fever,
Uh-huh.
let's go to the 200 for the women.
Before we do that, can I ask you a question? Do you think that if you're in first place, you would ever turn around and trash talk the people behind you?
Never.
Or you think you just,
You
because
don't, you
we're
don't want
running?
to Leon let it.
See, I want, you know how I am. I want to win by the biggest
around and run
margin
backwards.
possible. So, like when
You want to
Usain-
break world
yeah,
records.
When Usain Bolt pulls up at the Olympics, and I was like, man, I want to smoke everyone and be like, I'll give you a whole nother second. 2001, you still would have lost the race. Like that's what I would have been like. So,
Okay, 200. I don't even know. Is Richardson running in this, or is she just 100?
no, actually, yeah, that's an interesting story. I'll circle back to
Okay,
her in just a
okay.
second. But this was the first time in 112 years that the United States put two people on the podium for the 1500.
Okay.
So not
Oh.
only did they win, they got the bronze as well. Now,
You really spoiled that for me.
it happened
That's
yesterday.
great. I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right.
This is all news to me.
Let's go to the 200 The American you're listening for here is Gabby Thomas. Take it away.
She's tall, I think.
She is
Cut
tall.
number 5.
Long legs.
Gabby Thomas comes off the turn with force, with power, and Gabby Thomas is running away from the field. It's goal for USA. Gabby Thomas is an Olympic champion.
Now this one was
Is she the Harvard girl?
I believe so. I know I've seen her work in like a hospital or a clinic or something too.
She trains in Austin.
Okay.
I think because I saw like a little NBC like 5-minute kind of story on her.
I'm dead serious about this. When you watch her run, because her legs are so long, you're like, that kick, that stride almost seems unfair. The way she's doing it, but man, to see the delight on her face when she won goal that's probably the coolest part, to see our people do that, win gold, have that excitement, because they work so hard for it, man.
And she smoked the field.
Yeah,
like
she did.
The race before, it was just a nudge forward
She
at the
bolted
end.
them? She, like
she
you said,
did.
bolted?
She bolted them. All right.
Is she young enough to do it 4 years from now?
Ooh, I think so.
Okay.
But you know what?
That's when you kind of become a legend, right? When
27.
Oh,
27.
It's gonna be close.
It might be that, like, if she goes out there, she gets that last try.
But isn't that kind of when you become an Olympic legend, when you can come back 4 years later and dominate
Oh,
again?
yeah. That's how Carl Lewis did it. That's how Michael, all those guys.
What if I told you there's a
And
new,
women.
even more legendary Olympian?
Okay,
The
you
guy
tell
who
me.
knocked over the pole with
somebody
his
did
dog?
72 events.
Majane Lopez from Cuba became the first human being in history to win the same event 5 times at the Olympics.
What is it
It's
called?
20-year span.
That is correct. He
It's
wrestled at 130 kilograms.
No clue.
I think it's like 250 pounds, 270 pounds. somewhere
That's a
around there.
lot for kilograms. Are really low.
I think kilograms are like 2.1,
I'm going to say I'm going to
2.2.
say how much I weigh in kilograms. from
Okay,
now on.
so he won his first gold medal in 2008, and then he won again in 12, 16, 20/21, and now again. So there was Carl Lewis, you brought it up, Corey, was one of them. He is the first Summer Olympian ever to win the same event 5 consecutive Olympiads.
All right.
That is amazing.
It is.
Okay, yeah. So Gabby Thomas, studied neurobiology and global health, finished her master's degree in epidemiology. And somebody said she's a neurosurgeon. So
wow.
Yeah, she's smarter.
And a gold medalist?
Yeah, smarter and faster.
Not at 27 years old. I kind of know the world of. She
has her master's in
She
neuro.
might be she might be
Doing a
working towards
residency.
being a surgeon, but surgeons at 27 is almost impossible.
I'm not a neurosurgeon
You could do
yet.
it,
I'm
I guess.
working there, but I also have a gold medal. Now, let's tell you about another American who's dominating. Amit Floor. She is 20 years old and has never lost an international wrestling match.
Amit Floor?
Amit Floor.
And she's a wrestler?
She's a wrestler.
That sounds like a great wrestling
Yeah,
match.
absolutely.
You want to meet Floor?
Boom.
Bam.
Meet the floor.
She's 20 years old, and she was the under-20 champion, also the under-23 champion at 72 kilograms, which is 159 pounds. That is not in the Olympics. She said, no problem, and dropped down to 68 kilograms, which is 150 pounds,
Okay.
and was unseated because of that. She drew the world champion in the first match and won 10-2. Her coach said the only surprise was that other person got 2 points on her. And
That's cocky. I like it.
Rocked through this thing and dominated everyone. Has never lost a senior level match, and she's wrestling 9 pounds below where she normally would be.
I weigh just under 100 kilograms.
Mike,
Hell yeah!
he literally went to type it in and to see the conversion rate on that so that he would know what his currency was.
Okay, do you want us to start giving...
What about basketball? What happened in basketball?
Okay, let's talk...
I honestly have no clue. I didn't watch any Olympics.
I watched some of it, dude.
I watched a guy almost throw a no-hitter, though.
It was okay. It was like 68-32 at halftime. It was ridiculous.
Who was winning?
the U.S.
Don't you feel like you would have heard if the United States lost by 36 points?
I'm good at not listening.
That is a great
True.
point. Now, the United States would win over Brazil 122-87. So they won by 35 points. They now move on to play Serbia in the semifinals. That's Jokic's team. But Kevin Durant scored 11 points in the game and surpassed Lisa Leslie as the all-time most points scored in USA Olympic basketball, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like it. He's pretty good at basketball.
He is. Who do you think's better, KD or Lisa Leslie?
Lisa Leslie.
Well, there's no doubt that KD would beat her one-on-one.
I don't know if he can
In
handle her
basketball.
inside.
In basketball, yes.
She would lean on him. He'd sit out there on the perimeter and shoot the whole time.
What? Okay.
Do you think Lisa Leslie could score a basket on Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
How?
She gets the ball first. And she backs him
Juking,
down.
like shooting over him.
She gets the ball first and backs him down, and then little baby hook.
All right.
He answered your question.
That's a great
And then
answer.
he calls foul, and he's like,
So
I'm outta
now we
here.
play Serbia, who has Jokic and nobody else.
What do you think the point spread is on that?
21.5.
It's between 14 and 16.
I bet it's between 14 and 16.
I watched them play that
Maybe 15?
exhibition.
Something like that.
It was a blowout.
It was a blowout, but also I wanted to tell you in that game, LeBron James took an elbow to the eye and he needed 4 stitches afterwards.
Oh, man.
He's
it's a real injury.
Did he have to have a wheelchair?
No.
Oh, that's what Dwayne Wade demanded that he get probably on the call.
Dwayne Wade is still on the call, and he is not good at this.
2 texts that came in, Kevin, from the 214. Sydney McLaughlin dominated the 400-meter hurdles so bad that her time would have won even if all the other runners didn't jump hurdles.
And that was in a heat. that was in one of the qualifiers that she was so far ahead of everybody.
And then from the 817, I hope I can grow up to be like that pole vaulter guy.
With the junk that knocked it down?
Mm-hmm. Everybody's still thinking about that. Somebody did say he is a legend. He is an epic legend in their book.
Absolutely.
And then Kevin from the 469, this is original stuff. I love this different segment names for you guys. This is awesome. Baby Got Track is the best name yet.
Okay.
Great show, guys.
I'll keep brainstorming for the next few days and see what we can come up with.
How many more we got left? We got
probably 3, right?
All
Because
right.
you do tomorrow, Friday, and then probably Monday.
All right. Okay. All right.
Especially if Celine Dion sings again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field in Arlington. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will any of these young QBs jump into the top 5 this season? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. You've heard me talk about the utility program that allows us to offer instant rebates of up to $2,400 for replacing your AC system, right? Well, over 95% of those utility funds have been claimed, so that means only 50 more people will be able to take advantage before the funds run out. And remember, when you combine that with the current factory rebates, you're saving over $5,000 on a brand new Reliant air conditioning system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. You may have heard about nationwide AC unit shortages, but we have plenty of equipment, and if you call by noon, we can install the system the very next day. That's right, call by noon and have your new system installed the next day. Call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
It's time for a back-to-school special from DFW Security. Get a Smart Hub, plus security, smart cameras, and a smart lock. All professionally installed and controlled on your phone with DFW Security's award-winning app. Call before it's gone.
DFWsecurity.com.
With staff shortages happening across the country, most businesses are trying to get more done with less help. This often results in workplace accidents that can cause injury or even death. If you or a loved one has been injured in a workplace accident, call Thomas J. Henry. We handle serious.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Pressure up the middle. Love steps away, looking, throwing. Oh, and he's got a completion to Dobbs. What a throw from Jordan Love.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And the reason why I'm laughing is because Corey and Mike are both occupied right now. Hurtado has brought by maybe the greatest quesadilla I've ever had in my life, plus giant birria nachos. And
this must be heaven.
Don't forget your opportunity to taste this stuff and play paper football and all that's involved Saturday in Arlington at Hurtado's. We're going to be having Fan Bowl, 1053thefan.com/events if you want to get more info or register. And we hope that you guys pack the place out. There's going to be an air conditioning tent and this delicious food out there.
Corey, it's Iowa.
What? Iowa?
He said it must be heaven.
Yes, I knew that's.
It's okay.
I knew that's what he was getting
From
at.
Field of Dreams, it's Iowa. Man, just thanks to Brandon for creating barbecue. You know, the way that we like
barbecue.
The way that we
kinda
love
feels
it, man.
like it.
It's awesome. It's awesome to know that he's part of the station too. That he loves what we do, and then like you said, the full support they give us a Fan Bowl out there this year, and then to send this food over is awesome.
I watch these guys. Their YouTube channel is called Jolly. They have millions of whatever they're called.
Followers.
Subscribers, thank you. They came to the ballpark back in April, and they went to Hurtado's. Now, they've had Texas barbecue. They've had Terry Black's. They thought it was one of the greatest things they ever had in there.
Terry Black's is really good.
They're like, this isn't a ballpark? Now, they had never been to a baseball game from what I could tell.
Oh, okay.
So they weren't super interested in baseball. They were amazed how big this place was. But then they went to Hurtado's, and they're like, you got to be kidding me that this is in a ballpark. They were disappointed at the time Whataburger wasn't open. Obviously, Whataburger is open now. But in April, it wasn't ready to be opened at the ballpark. But they went to Hurtado's, and it was funny watching them sit down and have Hurtado's at a ballpark and go, this isn't right.
Yeah.
Evan Grant said whenever they made the announcement that they were going to be here, he was like, this is the most unique ballpark thing because it's a local restaurant for one, local product, a kid who grew up in the area, and then on top of that, you just don't find the type the big old dino rib. You don't find something like that anywhere else. So it is very unique, and it's always, hey man, I'm glad they added an extra one in this place because they desperately needed it.
Now, right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home with Rhino Shield? All right, let's get into training camp fights. Because Mike McCarthy said yesterday, he was like, hey, getting in a fight with another team at training camp, not productive. We told our guys to stay away from it. The Giants and Lions were fined $200,000 each for their fights at joint practice.
Really?
Yeah.
So definitely going to try to avoid that. You don't want to get that. Who pays that one? $200,000 each. Is it the team or is it the player? You're like, hey, man, that's on you, buddy. Because Malik Neighbors did just kind of walk by and hit somebody in the helmet and then tried to run off.
I would really like it if they were like, oh, he's watching the fight. He's like, oh, that was awesome. And they goes, hey, by the way, we have to pay $200,000 for that fight. And he's
maybe
like,
we should not do that.
That fight was stupid.
It has to be the team, though, right? Because they're just saying it's the owner.
Yes.
Because they're just fining the team.
Yes. But I have to admit, that was a higher fine than I might have guessed.
I mean, it's to avoid injury. It seems like the smart thing.
For the Falcons, wide receiver and guy who I'm pretty sure I have every rookie card ever made of him, Rondale Moore, was carted off with an air cast on his leg. So obviously another unfortunate injury we've talked about throughout training camp. The Cowboys have suffered it with Sam Williams. That is part of the deal in training camp. You hope to come out as healthy as possible.
And that's not like an air guitar.
No. It is much worse, right? than an air guitar. Much worse.
Yeah, air guitar is easy. You don't even get any calluses on your fingers.
Yeah, there's a commercial where one of the real rock stars took away the air guitar from the guy doing the meeting because he's a rock star, and then the rock star left. And he goes, "Guess what? I got another one."
There you go. You can play these all night, baby.
Yeah, but Aircast, those are real.
All right, as long as you guys are talking about amazing food, we might have to circle back to the young quarterbacks. What do you think about the so-called cotton candy burrito? Have you seen this at Arizona?
I have.
Okay.
It sounds like I want nothing to do with it, so you're going to have to make it tasty.
You want nothing to do with it. It is one of the new food items for the Arizona Cardinals. It's ice cream, candy, and Fruit Loops wrapped in cotton candy in burrito fashion.
Jeez, dude. I'm not a huge... I like Fruit Loops. I think they're good. I'm not a huge cotton candy person. Mostly because once it gets a little wet, like, it's everywhere. It's all sticky everywhere. I have seen this thing.
The picture
if you are a sweets person, though, if you like candy, this is for you. If you like candy, that thing, you cut it open, you eat all your candy, you're going to have a blast with
I'm not a huge cotton candy fan either. It sounds like Kevin might be a cotton candy fan. No, okay.
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, I like cotton candy, man. It's fine, but this thing does not look good. It has elements that I like, but looking at it as a whole,
it's kind of like the Cardinals.
Yes, it has elements that I like, but as a whole, that's a great point, man. The cotton candy burrito emblematic of the Arizona Cardinals as a whole.
Would you eat that thing? Would you like pick it up and just eat it like a burrito? How do y'all eat y'all's burrito? Whenever you go to like a Chipotle or something like that?
I never cut it open.
You never cut it open?
Unless for some reason you have to reheat it, then I just use that as a gauge for like, it might feel hot on the outside, but if you're just eating it straight away, I always keep it together.
You need to eat a burrito together. Once you cut it open, it just starts spilling out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Usually, like with the Chipotle or the Freebirds,
yes.
you just kind of roll the exactly. You roll the foil down, and then that way it keeps everything nice and tight.
Did you ever make anything with that extra foil Freebirds used to give you?
Oh yeah, man. Make like a swan.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Carter taught me how.
Oh, that's even more impressive.
My Carter, not.
Connor Williams agreed to a 1-year deal with the Seahawks. So he's on the move, not with the Cowboys. And then tell me if you think this is a big deal or not, because they're already saying, like, hey, we don't think he's going to miss any regular season time, but he's probably out for all of the preseason. Christian McCaffrey has a calf injury.
Uh-oh. A McCaffrey injury?
Yeah, yes, a McCaffrey injury,
gotcha.
if you will. That would make me nervous just because he's so awesome, and a calf injury, I don't know, that feels like it would be a pretty big annoyance throughout the season.
Yes. I do wonder how much of that is precautionary calf injury for preseason.
Because they said it was a calf strain.
McCaffrey strain. But, being a player at that position, that like we saw it with Josh Young, it takes a while to get over a calf injury for sure. Dak dealt with it too. Now I'm starting to think as I'm looking at, well, that was a different injury.
Cramp.
But now I'm starting to think, because I keep doing my mock drafts on the fantasy thing, and I'm in spot 3, and somehow I keep getting Christian McCaffrey. Should I not draft him based on this calf injury, or do I say, that's a preseason thing? I don't know.
I don't play fantasy football anymore. Are running backs still that valuable when they don't really?
When they receive, if they're PPR for PPRs, yeah, they're huge.
I had to miss the McCaffrey talk because a worker came over and was like, Mike, take off your headset. I don't care you're doing radio. Tell me about this donut thing again.
Oh, my God.
So I'm like, they're Cronuts. They're not at my donut store. They're in Plano. They are at other places.
Would you consider now suggesting to your donut place to be like, can you guys make Cronuts? That would be a good idea.
They closed for a long time after COVID, and they finally came back. Lone Star Donuts in Oak Cliff. They're next to Methodist Hospital. I like them. They're good donuts, but I feel like that would be asking them to do too much.
Okay.
There's a new wave that they have to get on,
Now, Kyle Shanahan said that nothing has changed with the status of Brandon Ayuk, although we did get rumblings that the Patriots have dropped out of the mix as well because they also think the price is too high. And so The issue that Ayuk's running into is they have trade compensation ready, but it's just the money he wants. They're like, that is not in line with what we're looking to do at all.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like anybody across the league is willing to give up anything and do that at the same time.
I mean, that's great. Like, I used to think about that with basketball players, and they would be like, oh, if you look at his per 48, it's off the charts. And I'd be like, yeah, he plays 11 minutes a game. Like, I'm not paying that price. And that kind of feels like the case with Ayuk. Like
he hasn't proven he's a Justin Jefferson.
You're right, but you brought it up. Like, all of his stats look amazing in terms of efficiency, but he doesn't get used as much of any of those.
Maybe
guys.
that's a positive. Like, I mean, if you're watching him, if you really do, and guys around the league are smarter, they know it. They're probably looking at it going, no, that's product of the system. He is a talented receiver, but it's product of the system. That could be something at play. There could be a lot of cheap teams out there that are sitting there waiting on something. But, I mean, I hate to do this again, but that's another fantasy football thing where if you're going to draft him, you have to think about, is he going to be with that team where he's productive and efficient?
True.
Or is he going to be with another team where they might use him a different way and he can't produce the same way?
True.
We're out of time, and this is for another day, another discussion. I feel like the 49ers are falling into the 90s Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys have 3 championships. They were a dynasty. It's like nobody's good on their team.
Yeah.
But we all know, now they have to win championships. Like Michael Irvin wasn't that good. Look at what they had. Emmitt Smith wasn't that good. Look at the offensive line. The offensive line wasn't that good. Look at this. Troy Aikman wasn't that good. Look at his numbers. And you're just like, so nobody was good on that?
Yeah.
Everybody was just like above average, but they won 3 championships. Now,
They were good as a team, yeah.
Right. San Francisco's won doodly squat. But when we get into quarterback talk, Brock Purdy isn't good at quarterbacking. We get into running backs, and I know McCaffrey does get a lot of respect. But then you get into wide receivers. Oh, they're not very good. Well, then why is Brock Purdy not good?
Yeah.
So his wide receivers aren't good, but Brock Purdy isn't good. You start getting into this weird category with San Francisco people.
Now, Corey, quick question. Do you like these Spider-Man cleats from Isaiah Rodgers?
Those are awesome.
Are they?
They look cool.
Are they?
Hold on.
They also say on them Dallas sucks.
I couldn't
because he
see that,
plays
so
for
yeah.
Philly,
Yeah, I couldn't see that.
But you are already on record as saying that these shoes are awesome.
The Spider-Man cleats look cool. I did not. He had it scrolled up to where I couldn't see the Dallas.
Yeah, hey,
sucks
guess what?
part.
He's on his face.
Now I don't.
We don't
like
even
him.
play in Dallas.
Yeah. In Arlington.
Yeah,
your face.
Yeah, Dallas can suck. They didn't even bring the Cowboys to Dallas.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh.
Did you know that?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're the Arlington Cowboys.
And then last thing for you, the Dallas Cowboys hired Kathy Evans as a consultant in their analytics department.
Heck yeah.
I don't know. Hold on, Kathy that came over here and got
No,
shot
I
earlier?
She was working for the Rangers for 25 years. We give her a shout-out, and she leaves.
She goes to the Cowboys.
I'm pretty sure she took this job like yesterday or the day before, but I'll look into that, I
Well,
guess.
2-week notice.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, I guess. Right here on 105 Through the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington with the season series tied. And after almost getting no hit, how vital is today's Astros-Rangers game? Is it pivotal? Next on the Fan.
Pivotal!
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington, where I've been booing and thumbs downing Astros fans as they walk by.
There you go.
Thumbs up to the Rangers
Go
fans.
get Rangers, baby. Go get Rangers.
He has an old Michael Young jersey on. It doesn't say Michael Young on the back, but the sleeveless jersey that my son wishes they would bring back.
It's just wild to think that some people do raise Astros fans. Like, they actually raise their kids to be Astros fans. It's confusing. It doesn't make much sense. But, I mean,
People make
it is
poor
real.
decisions,
It
Corey.
is real. Now, Kevin, we just had a lady come by, Tolo, the wife of Atolo.
Yeah, so
Mike, can you tell us what she shared with you?
she didn't give her name, but she started tearing up. 2.5 years ago, her husband passed away. And they love the Rangers. They love sports talk radio. So they listen to sports talk radio and listen to us. And she says she still listens to us, loves us. At times, we got her through the day with sports talk and laughing. And so
that's awesome.
She teared up and just wanted to say thank you to us through a tough time in her life, that she still shares this with her husband that has passed 2.5 years ago, that she still gets to listen to us and listen to sports talk radio, and we give her laughs sometimes, and then obviously give her fun, hopefully sports talk.
And then we gave her a hug.
Yep.
Is that what I missed out on?
It was
because you hate
wonderful.
hugs.
She said thank you so much.
I'm sorry, but I definitely understand that. I always think about something. I know I'm not the biggest fan in the world of him, but I always think about that something that Josh Hamilton, we talked about with him when the Shannon Stone thing went down, is he would get back on the baseball field and you're like, hey, that's like 3 hours that hopefully I can think about baseball and not think about, what had happened. And I get that. And if this show serves as that for people where they're like, hey, I just want to have some fun, maybe learn something, laugh, and then I don't have to think about whatever else is happening in life that's still there.
Yeah.
But you could take your mind off it for a minute. That's a great thing.
Or if you just want to waste 4 hours at work,
That's a
like
good point.
we're here
That's a
for
good
that
point.
too, as we pointed out. 3 today, Mike. 3 today.
Go
but
Rangers.
4. Oh man, he was going to go over the rope at you. I think he
was.
Yeah.
I'm glad Ruben put this.
He's
in
only
there.
like 3 inches shorter than Altuve. I'll tell you what. I know this isn't. This is baseball talk, right?
It is baseball talk.
Can
I just tell you one quick thing, though? There's word circulating. I haven't seen it confirmed in multiple places, though, that the Steelers are going to get Ayuk. But I've only seen
kind of been where it's been all along.
Yeah, exactly, especially with the Patriots dropping out. I have not seen it confirmed by the big dogs.
That's very interesting news if that comes down. Like, as official, obviously, we'll break into that. People are going to hate me saying this. I really do like watching Altuve play. I think he is a Hall of Famer and one of the best second basemen. Defensively, no. Okay, defensively.
But that doesn't always count as much as you would think for Hall of Fame.
But offensively, him yesterday laying down a perfect bunt, and I've seen him obviously come through clutch, whether it was cheating or not, I get it. But, man, I don't like that he beats the Rangers. I don't like that he does well against the Rangers. But when I watch him play, I know that I'm watching a very special baseball player.
A dude that kind of had to force his way into the league, because based on size-wise, Mike, he wasn't prototypical anything. And
So
he was like,
anyways,
hey, you got to let me play.
Enough Altuve talk, but
What other Astros do you guys
I do
wanna
really
talk well
respect
about?
him.
Alvarez is a really good hitter, man. Like, he's one of those that you're just like, wow.
I'm sorry. I want to take a step back, and this is my fault because I want to dive back into this then. You just said something that fascinates me. I understand he's a great player and you like him. When you said you respected him, I was a little surprised by that since he was part of a group that actively cheated the game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I guess, one, I don't think they've been cheating since 2020, so I think they've had to.
I gotcha.
Now, I've heard from enough people. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. The Astros were kind of like the ones that got caught the most, but everybody was doing similar things.
Right.
They just maybe went over the top in how much they were cheating, but a lot of teams were doing. Now, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not telling you it is or isn't, but I've just heard from enough people around baseball like, hey, there are teams, a lot of other teams that were doing similar things.
Yeah.
The Astros just took it to another level.
Okay.
Now, I respect him in this way. He gets booed everywhere he goes.
He does.
Now, he gets booed a lot here, maybe a little bit more, but literally he gets booed everywhere. And that's been happening for 5 years. And yet, he doesn't react to it. He doesn't flip off the fans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, I do.
He just goes about his business and plays like an all-star and a Hall of Famer when he's healthy. And I'm not saying I collect Altuve. I'm never going to collect Altuve cards or anything like that, but I'm just like, man, a guy that can take that much hate for this many years and still be this good at the game.
I'll never respect him.
Good.
I mean, I respect you, Mike.
I understand.
But I'll never respect Altuve. Yordan Alvarez is different, though, man.
Because he's able to do all that with his tiny legs.
With those tiny legs. It's amazing.
Now,
who has smaller legs, him or Altuve?
Yordan Alvarez has Sean Kemp, Seattle Sonics legs, not Cleveland Cavaliers legs. He ended up deciding to eat everything by the time he got to Cleveland.
Happens to the best of us.
Yordan still has time.
Earlier, Boch said something when we talked about the importance of the game today, and he said it's really important, and I don't think you're overstating that. And he goes, but then when we go to New York, all of those games are important. I understand his point. I want to take a step back from that because I don't ever want to contradict somebody who has forgotten more about baseball than I'll ever know. But I look at today's game as, I'm not going to lie, and you could tell me on the text 877-881-1053, on the Twitch, on the YouTube, if you think I'm overreacting. This feels like a game that will decide the future path of the season. I feel like if you lose this game, you lose the season series to the Astros, you lose another series to a team that's not the White Sox, I think that's it.
I'm with you. I'm going to be honest here. I'm with you. I agree. As a fan.
Yes.
As a player, if you win this game, you still got to go win. Yeah. Somehow you got to get to 85 wins, if not a few more.
Yep. You can't be butt cheeks against the Yankees next.
If and if you lose this game, you can't go to New York going, we're finished. Like, because then you'll just they still might get hammered in New York. Like, that's a better team than the Rangers. I did peek over at the text line. And I think people are having fun with me. I don't think they're being super serious. But we do have to respect this. The Rangers are probably most likely, the Rangers are going to lose 80 to 90 games this year. Most likely, they aren't going to come close to a playoff spot. The reality is the Rangers will probably finish 10 or more games out of the divisional race and the wild card race. That's most likely. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope they win today, and I hope they go on a run that I don't see happening.
Yep.
The Astros have been in the ALCS 7 years in a row. Yeah. How in the think about what the Rangers are, what the Rangers' future looks like. You mentioned they're 29th in all of baseball in their farm system after winning 1 year and making the playoffs for 1 year. And the Astros, I'm not saying I love the Astros. I'm not rooting for the Astros, but if you don't respect what they've done, nobody else is doing this.
It feels Spurs-esque, Corey, in terms of I can respect them and still despise them with every fiber of my sports being. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where I'm at, because I'm like, F them.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm like, it's amazing.
You know, the line about Seager,
I didn't root for the no-hitter last night. You know how I said I would always root for a no-hitter? I was like,
good.
So I will tell you, my Astros, please no, was please no, don't throw this no-hitter.
So when Corey Seager did what he did, that changed everything for it.
And then you do go dang it, if we would have just pitched around Alvarez.
The Corey Seager is inevitable line.
Yeah.
It is. That was the Spurs. You knew at some point you were going to have to go through the Spurs, and it is the Astros. In the American League, you know at some point you're going to have to deal with them, whether they're really good or not. Last year they weren't really good. This year they weren't really good. They went on a tear late, and they became good, and then you had to go through them again, and you were able to take them down. That was the good quality about it. They weren't a complete team at that point either, though. We discussed that. Their bullpen didn't have a lefty to go in there and do anything. They had nobody they could contend with Evan Carter. So they weren't a complete team, and then guess what they did? They went in this offseason and said, let's be more complete team. And so you're battling that. And if you're not, as a front office guy or an owner, if you're not combating some of the things that they're doing, you get left behind.
Now, if the Rangers win today, obviously they won the most important series, the 2023 ALCS. Sorry, Astros fans. I'm a thumbs down all of you.
That mom was like, why is he doing that to my kids?
She gets it. But so you won the most important, the ALCS. But if the Rangers win today, this will be the first time they've won the Silver Boot since 2016. I'm not saying that's the end-all, be-all, but that's a long-ass time that you haven't even won the season series.
Way more games you lost to the Astros.
Yes.
Last year I think you lost 9-4, I think was the win-loss total for the Astros. Right now you're at 6-6. But I'm with you. Like the Astros, if you can win this game, if somehow, some way, you get down to that final week of the season and you tie their record, if Seattle isn't ahead of you,
that's what you
now make the playoffs and they don't.
Yeah.
That's how big this is. So if you lose today, you're 5.5 back of them, but you're really 6 back. Because at that point, you have to have a better record at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm with Kevin. This is it. If they lose this game, now they have to have a better record than the Astros. And at this point, you're not winning that much to feel like, oh, yeah, we're going to have a better record than everybody. At this point, I'm like, we better get the tiebreakers because we ain't winning that many games. And we just have to hope that the Astros and the Mariners keep playing around 500 for us to even have a chance to catch up.
When you consider the fact, Corey, that because I'm in line with that. You still have 47 games, I think, after today. Do you think that's putting too much on this one particular game?
No, what you guys are saying is supremely important because of just the nature of baseball.
Yes.
You saw how it happened last year, how tight it was down to the very end for the Rangers because of their play late in the season. So, no, I think the importance is two things. Guys, if we want to give ourselves a chance late in the season, we need to win today. Also, let's go win a damn boot. Let's put a silver boot on. I would be saying, hey, look, it might mean nothing to anybody else out there. But we haven't done it in a while. Let's go steal it from them, man.
And I go back to something Boch said this morning, and he goes, we need to be winning series.
Yeah.
And so you win today, you win the Astros series. Then hopefully you pivot and you win the Yankees series. And on and on and on and on. And it starts that momentum that every time you felt like you've gotten it, it's slipped away.
I did the game to start this homestand. I got to do the Red Sox series, and this is how we sold it. Just so you know how we sold hey, coming up in 5 minutes, Ranger game. Here's how we sold it. The Rangers might have gone 1-5 on the road, but at home, that's where they're playing baseball.
This is where they cook.
You're 2-3 on this homestand.
Need to be better.
You got to win this just to be 500 on this homestand. At some point, it has to change. If it doesn't, which most likely it won't, let's just be honest here. When you play this many games, it's probably not going to change. I hope it does. I'm rooting for it too, but it would be silly of me to drop money on the Rangers right now to turn it around and win 86 to 88 games or something. But I just look at it and go, even the sell job of, but the Rangers at home. Well, the Rangers at home have not played well in the 5 games so far. Overall, they almost got no hit yesterday, and I get it. It was a very good pitcher on the mound, but at some point, what is going to turn? We don't play good on the road, so we play good at home. Well, now we're not playing good at home unless we play the White Sox. So it has to turn today. You have to win this series, or I'm with you, Kevin. Probably September's not going to be that important to baseball.
Now, the gates are open. Do you want me to continue to thumbs down?
Yes,
all
go ahead.
Astros
Go ahead and do
fans?
that. Go ahead and keep doing that.
Okay,
but if you want, I did want to throw out,
Yeah.
Kevin, next Saturday, if you want to get a picture with Adrian Beltre's Hall of Fame plaque.
Ooh.
The real deal.
Against the Twins, the Rangers and Twins, fans attending the game, I have the chance to take a picture with Adrian Beltre's plaque, and there's going to be an on-field ceremony prior to the first pitch at 6:05. So check that out too, man.
And if you're looking to get tickets for today's game or August 21st, September 19th, you can use the code YARDWORK to get $15 seats in the outfield pavilion.
It's his backyard, not
that's
yard work.
Yes.
We're in the Comerica backyard right now.
Yeah,
that's
we are.
right.
Eating all the dollar hot dogs today.
Coming.
It is dollar hot dog day.
Could you eat a dog an inning? A hot dog.
I want to try it one day. Eat a dog an inning and a beer an inning.
A beer too.
Under the new pitch clock? I don't know. Under the old system, yes, I think I could.
And you're a plain dog.
Yes, and I'm not going to drink
I'm a mustard relish. You're a...
All of it. Just put mustard relish,
That
ketchup
feels like
on
that's
it.
going to slow you down. Like
Yeah.
that's too much extra intake.
No. I feel like that gives it the moisture that it needs.
To slide. You really want it to slide.
I'm not worried about you being able to digest it. Just doesn't that put more in your
If it's too dry,
stomach?
it gets chewy and stuff like that. I'm not worried about what's in my stomach.
Professional eaters, they don't worry about calories. They actually weigh the food.
Yeah.
So it could be a totally different calorie intake. They're going like, the weight of the food is like, can I fit 9 pounds of food in my stomach in 1 hour?
Now, Corey, was that too far if I'm thumbs downing kids with Astros?
A 4-year-old and a 6-year-old girl.
I directed it at the dad.
And he knew, and he gave him Kevin the God look. I love it, though. I love it. That's what you need, man, in rivalries.
By the way, it's like 50-50 in the people.
I am very concerned.
It might be 60-40
Okay,
Astros.
coming up next, I'm going to give you guys the option then. I've got NFL overreaction or reality ready to go, or we can stick with baseball and talk more about Rangers Astros as we're a little
Text
bit more than text in 877-881-1053
On the Odyssey app.
on the Odyssey app, on the Twitch, on the YouTube. We're a little bit more than an hour away from first pitch. Let us know. We will follow your lead next, live from the Globe on 105 through the Fan.
All right.
What was it, cell phone squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and goal, and Prescott in the gun. Dowdle to his left. Snap is back, looking right, throwing it right. Cooks right side of the end zone. Perfect throw, my goodness. Touchdown, Brandon Cooks. Wow, did he ever thread the needle.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The overwhelming majority of folks on the Twitch, in the YouTube comments, and on the fan text have said they want to talk more baseball.
Oh, look at that. Baseball. Hey, man, whenever it's the Astros, you know how the feeling is.
Can I throw out one overreaction or not, though, for the people who did vote football? Try to make them happy as well, and then we'll go into baseball.
Yeah.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality, there is still room for Dak Prescott to improve. One of the things that he said the other day at camp was, I feel younger than I ever have, to be honest. And obviously last year he's coming off his best regular season year. I realize the deficiencies that leaves for a lot of fans. But so that's my overreaction or reality before we transition back into baseball. Dak still has room to improve.
Yes. I agree. That's reality.
Okay.
He may have gotten to the peak of his prime. Like this, if you believe he's in his prime in his 30s here.
I think I do.
I think he might be as comfortable at the position as he's ever been, probably. He understands. He's got a coordinator that works with him on it. But I also feel like that's like you can only max it out so well. And that might be the place that he's at, is he still has room to improve because he hasn't won a championship. He needs to learn how to do that in the playoffs. He needs to learn how to excel and transcend whenever the moment calls for it. That's what the Patrick Mahomes, the Aaron Rodgers, the guys who have won the championships have done that. Whenever it's time, they know when to deliver. And Dak that's the one thing that he lacks on his resume right now is, dude, he was the Dirk Nowitzki moment. That was when he was the best player on the planet and nobody could stop him.
I agree with pretty much what you're saying, because you're saying his improvement needs to be in pressure, do-or-die situations.
Yeah, I mean, he does really well whenever the pressure's not on.
And I'm with you. He can't really do anything in the regular season to impress me. He is really good in the regular season. I think even with this team, I think they're less talented than the last couple years. That's why I think they're going to barely make the playoffs. I think they're going to be a 10 or 11 win team, so a little bit less. But Dak is good enough to destroy the average to bad teams for the most part. It's his improvement, which can happen. I don't think, he runs slower than he ever has. He doesn't move that well anymore. It's not that he's slow. He just doesn't move that well. So he's regressing in that. He's not going to get better at that. He's going to be worse. He has to wear a boot to go fishing. That's something.
Somebody suggested it was because he got dropped by Jordan Lewis in a pickup basketball game. But that's
yes, I believe that was Jordan Lewis that might have suggested that.
But he can get better in the playoff games where he makes better decisions and he looks like the same guy that plays in the regular season for the most part. That's his improvement. He fades under pressure. I don't know why. It's a mental thing more than a physical thing. Physically, he has all the capabilities. He's shown you all the throws he can make. He's shown you very smart, good decisions against most teams. As soon as you get him against whoever it is in the playoffs, he turns into, I hate saying this, But he does turn into, out of the 12 to 14 quarterbacks that make the playoffs, he turns into the worst quarterback, and there's not even a debate of all the quarterbacks that make it in the playoffs. He's always the worst that year. I guess you could say
Kirk Cousins.
Pretty boy for San Francisco when they beat us.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo. He played it. He probably did play maybe a hair worse than Dak. And Dak still lost that game. With a quarterback who played pathetic in that game, Dak still couldn't overcome the other quarterback being a pathetic quarterback in a playoff game because he, for some reason, he cannot handle that. That can all change. To your point.
With one.
He wins. He beats a team
my
that's
God,
not 8-9. And then he beats another team. And he's in the NFC Championship game. That changes a lot of the conversation on Dak Prescott.
And then you can, kind of backdate your research, essentially, right? Like, you can be like, see, I told you, he was great then, too.
This is a great moment here.
Yeah, exactly.
These things. Kevin, can I point something out real fast? Our friends from Jack FM are here as well. It's our sister station.
Suns out, guns out, Jake?
Yeah,
their
Jake's
name's
here.
Jack. They're our brother station.
They're giving something away. It looks like they're giving away some Rangers bags over there. And he is allowing Astros fans to sign up and put that in the box.
What?
I would never let that happen. I mean, if you're an Astros fan, you walked up in Astros gear, I would say, yes, it goes in this box over here, and then I would throw those away. That's exactly how I would do that.
I don't think we're allowed to say that on air for insurance purposes, but I'm with you.
Yeah, I would let everybody submit their applications.
I believe that is just what we are supposed to do, but I understand the spirit of what you're saying.
La Grande is our sister station.
Yes.
El Grande would be our brother station.
All right, people want baseball. So, Alec, can you give me a little bit of that cut number 3? This is what broke up the no-hitter last night.
Valdez ready. Smith takes off for second. The pitch is hit high and deep into right. McCormick going back. He's at the wall. It's gone. Corey Seager foils Framber Valdez no-hit bid with a 2-run home run.
All right. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is there was 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and you hadn't got a hit yet, and you still lost the game.
Oh.
But also, you brought us something a minute ago, Corey. We're at one entrance, and the gates are open, and I love how many people are coming by and saying hi or yelling Tolo or sharing emotional stories. But there are too many Astros fans here.
Mm-hmm.
I have tried to boo them all and give them thumbs down. But
she gave you the bird.
Oh, no!
Oh, he just gave 3 fingers.
Oh, okay,
all right,
okay. It said read between the lines.
Kevin, I do want to say this. When I saw the Seager home run, that was a no-doubter in my mind. The Josh Smith one was a no-doubter in my mind, and Mike had asked when Jared realized that that one was a home run. I feel like Matt Hicks kind of played that one on us, He's waiting until it got over.
Yeah.
Although that was definitely a no-doubter. And Kevin, Josh Young's moment last night at the plate where he sends one to right field, I was like, no way this is about to happen. There was everything in my body was like, he didn't get a good enough swing. But Josh Young, for whatever reason, Mike, throughout his career, there have been times when I'm like, he didn't get enough of a good swing, and the power still was there to make it go out. I asked Mike, I was like, was that about 5 feet last night from a home run? Mike said probably more like 10, but still, 10's not very far when you're dealing with it that way.
Especially opposite field, too.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I went back. If you were listening during crosstalk, I'm just going to repeat myself here. I went back and watched the first 4 innings of the Rangers to see, all right, how many hittable, that's a base hit pitch.
But there weren't very many.
3-1, the first batter, 3-1, Josh Smith got a fastball right down the middle. He hit a grounder to first. Next pitch right down the middle, Corey Seager fouls off, but it's the first pitch of the game. That's a challenge pitch. Those were the only 2 hittable base hit pitches in that inning. The next inning, you had Adolis Garcia, first pitch down the middle to him that he took. He was being patient. That was the only hittable pitch he threw in the second inning. Literally to get a hit on that you're like, dude, you can get a hit on that. That's a very hittable pitch. Next inning, he throws a hanging breaking ball to Robbie Grossman on a 1-2 count. Line drive to left fielder Yordan Alvarez. Hit it well. Unfortunately, hit it to him. And then I think that was about it. I didn't go back and watch all 9 innings, but I wanted to see early in the game, were there opportunities early in the game to get hits and we screwed up? And then when you go back, you're like, there really weren't many. He was on his game.
I was kind of curious. I wanted to ask you this today. I would have liked for you to watch every Seager at bat to see the sequences Framber went after him with, and to see what Seager learned that made him strike on that pitch so hard.
His last at bat before the home run, he got a 3-1 curveball that he popped up in the infield, and Seager was furious with himself because it was a very hittable breaking ball in a favorable count. But he threw a breaking ball in a fastball count. And then the next at bat, first pitch breaking ball. This one was a similar one, a little bit more away. The other one kind of spun and didn't. Cement mixer. It kind of didn't break as much. It did have some break, but not as much. This one kind of stayed a little bit flatter, belt high, outer part of the plate, crushes it. So the last pitch he saw from Seager, the at-bat before, was a 3-1 breaking ball that was okay. Ticked off, he popped it up to like shortstop area. Next at-bat, ninth inning, first pitch breaking ball, crushed, home run.
He caught it out of the hand, saw everything about it probably, and was like, last pitch, I saw this exact same thing. It's gone. And to think about, like, in a split second, he has to process all that and then yoink.
But I bet for them, at times, it feels like way longer than a split second. That's going to be my next question, or maybe I'll tell G-Bag for the player show or ask G-Bag for the player show. What's that feeling when you identify that pitch straight away? You know exactly how it's going to break or exactly where it's going to go. And in your mind, you're like, I'm going to freaking crush this thing.
It is the best feeling. Just as a person that just you get a hold of a golf ball the right way.
Yeah.
You know, that feeling is just it's so different when something like that happens.
You are giving way too many thumbs downs.
I know there is a lot of Astros
This is
fans
amazing
here.
to me. I think that this is going to be now maybe as we get closer to game time.
I just gave some thumbs up for a picture.
Right now, we're in center field, Comerica backyard. We're kind of in the 200 section. There's more orange sitting down in the stands right now. Now we're still an hour away from the game. There's more orange in the stands. There's more orange walking by us. There's more Astro fans walking by us.
More orange.
This is going to be, right now, I'd say this will be a pro-Astros crowd for this game.
It feels to me like, I'll say.
It might feel 80-20.
I was going to say, I think it will shake out at 50-50, which is not what you want either. Like, it's a home game, and you're like, it could be 50-50, maybe.
Next year, I want to stand at the doors, and I want to be like, oh, no, this isn't the stadium for the game. And I want to direct them to the other stadium, to Choctaw.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Like, yeah, you're supposed to be over there
Here's
today.
my question based off of this. The reason the Astros have so many fans. Oh, we got a break?
Yeah.
I'll do it for Mike Likes It.
Okay, well, we're actually going to talk with Jared.
If
you recall, earlier, Mike, you literally said no Mike Likes It today because you remember. So we're going to talk to Jared.
I'll ask Jared the question.
Okay.
He'll have to deal with it.
We will do that next. Live from Globe Life Field, home of the Rangers, not the Astros, on 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field, and right now brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's talk with Jared Sandler. Jared, I want to ask how you're doing, but first I want to ask, why the hell are there so many Astros fans here already?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you've gone to the ALCS 7 straight years. I mean, we can hate on it all you want, but like,
I do.
Why are there Cowboys fans everywhere? Because in the 90s, they were dominant, right? And, it still carries. Hey, can I do something? I'm looking at Mike. I feel like this is something Mike would do. So can I do something? Because Mike does this on the show. If anyone is interested in 2 tickets to Funny Girl tomorrow, I accidentally bought tickets to Funny Girl at Music Hall at Fair Park, and we're just trying to sell them for the best offer. So DM me at Jared Sandler if you want 2 tickets to Funny Girl tomorrow. Section
This
D, Orchestra
feels like
OV.
Plugola. This feels like Plugola.
It's a drama.
Well, I think it's a musical.
Yeah,
Why-
but it's
why aren't you
sad.
going? Well, I don't know. It's funny, girl.
Okay.
Why am I not going?
Yeah. Because you're going to the White House.
Well, yeah.
Are you going
to the White House? Going to the White House, yeah.
Do you have any policy questions you want to ask?
I got, man, you guys know me, Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
actually,
Show Politics.
I do know the policy question.
I
actually think I do know.
When you get back, will you tell me if he's like how far out of it he is?
Oh
sure,
my
yeah.
God, dude.
Hey, but listen, I'm incredibly, like, what a tremendous honor. I'm not trying to get into a political conversation. I will tell you, though, like, I'm not a political person at all, so I don't know. If I wear a blue suit, am I like making a statement? If I have like a red tie and a blue suit, am I saying like I'm like I love everyone? Like I just don't want to go there and people be like, well, this guy clearly like has a certain side. I don't know. What do I wear?
Just wear a coat and tie. You'll be fine.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I get that.
Blue suit, red tie?
Okay,
I
so
would
if
say
I do
this.
blue suit, red tie, that's like you're on everyone's.
Yeah,
Okay,
with
the
white shirt, that'll pop.
Yeah,
I will tell you this. I would say if you wear this isn't fair because sometimes I worry about this.
Which is all black.
I have just a red tie and a navy blazer, and it looks clean with a white shirt on. But I don't want people to be like, "Oh, you're pro-Trump." I'm not saying I'm pro-Trump or not Trump, but I'm just like
that's just what you're wearing.
That's what he wears every time: is a navy blazer, white shirt, and a solid red tie. So I try to have a red, white, and blue tie. So I try to wear the red, white, and blue tie with the white shirt and the navy blazer. It looks very clean.
So I have
very American.
I have a blue and red window pane. I think it's called suit. And, our buddy Etiquette Don takes, it hooks it up and it's actually got on the lining on the inside. It's got the ring. It's like it was, you can have it. But the problem is that seems like a little flashy for like a White House visit. I'm trying to blend in. I do not want to stand out.
You're not
So I
going to
don't
sit down
know-
at the piano and start playing like Rick
yeah.
Carlisle
I might
did?
just wander into the Oval Office and
Dude.
I mean, Nicolas Cage did it in National Treasure. Why can't I?
Exactly. That was one of the cool
Is that what
things.
you're basing your information on?
Always.
That was one of
Okay.
the cool things at the Reagan Museum was the Oval Office thing that they had there. I thought that was really cool.
Okay,
I can't wait to talk to you off the air about this.
let me ask you something. Would this make for a good National Treasure movie? All right. We were at the Reagan Museum, and they had a copy of the Constitution, but we think maybe it was a real version of it. And if you put it into some panel in Air Force One, all of a sudden Air Force One would power up, and you could take off.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
Hey,
it.
did you guys ask Boch about his previous White House visits?
We did. We asked him about it. He was like, "Yeah, it's a really cool thing. You know, it's a great
He
experience."
didn't expand on
Okay,
it.
I think
so
he was still
told a
pissed
story.
about almost
Well,
being
he was
no
also
hit.
he was also like he was on a high from this cronut that he had this
Got
morning.
it. Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah. So he told a story. He's like, I guess one time he was just hanging with Obama. It was like just the two of them, no one else around. He's like, I mean, I was born in France. How did they know that I'm not some spy or whatever?
Oh my God.
What?
But like he's just like hanging out with Obama. I mean, but like how many? If not that I would be the one to have that one-on-one with the president, but in that situation, I know it feels like you're just one-on-one with, but like how many eyeballs are on you in that moment? Like in the sky, like
Secret Service is
Yeah.
ready.
Snipers everywhere.
Like literally, if you like raise
I'm
your
not sure.
hand,
Oh yeah.
The one thing that I would be amazing is any president leans into Boch and goes, "How would you manage this situation?" That would be an awesome
That
moment
would
to be
be
like,
awesome.
"Well, I'll tell you how I would manage this."
I need to go to the bullpen.
Yeah,
Who
we're
do you
gonna have
think
to
I
definitely
should
go with a
pick?
lefty arm on that one.
but yeah, no, that should be cool. I mean, it's the White House, right? Like, I
Yes.
mean, even someone like me who thought the Capitol was the White House and the White House was the Capitol until he was like 12 can appreciate going to the White House.
We walked it last year, remember? I was in
The
D.C.
Capitol.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all
No,
did.
was it
Y'all
the
did go to
Capitol? Oh, yeah,
DC.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
we went to the Lincoln,
Memorial.
and then we
Planet
walked
of the
past.
Apes.
We walked past the big stick.
Yeah, the big
The
stick.
Washington,
The Washington
Monument.
Monument. Yep. But we
big
didn't go to
stick.
we didn't go to
No,
the Capitol.
We didn't have enough time.
We saw the Capitol like in the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How cool do you imagine the 48-hour span or maybe even 24-hour span was for Josh Smith when he gets a game-winning hit to beat the Astros, sees one of his buddies set a world record, win the Olympic gold? That sounds amazing to me.
Yeah, that was really cool. So I was watching a run-up for the pole vault, and I saw Mondo Duplantis, and I'm like, man, there's an LSU baseball player, Antoine Duplantis, who was really good. And then I see Josh had like Instagram stored about it, and then literally the first thing I saw when I went in the clubhouse yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, whenever it was. He's sitting there just on his phone watching the Olympics because he's getting ready. I'm like, oh, so, I guess you obviously know his brother. He's like, yeah, no, his brother's my best friend. Like, I've known this kid forever. Now, I don't know why Josh was watching it on his phone when one of like the 12 TVs right behind him had it on live, but he was watching it, and like he was, you know how you're watching something because you have an interest, and then you're watching something because there's a connection.
Yes.
Like he was like, I think like Joe Trahan from WFA was like, hey, do you have a second? He's like, hey, just after this. Like he was like locked in. It was really cool. Like he was really into
Big
it.
smile on his
yeah,
face,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was really neat. How does one get into pole vaulting? I was wondering that.
You're not fast.
Middle school?
You know, yeah.
You just, hey, you didn't make the baseball team. You're doing track. Hey, why don't you try pole
You're not
vaulting?
afraid of heights.
Yeah, that's a big factor. You think the triple jump is too many jumps, obviously, so that's a big factor.
Do you need
there,
to be
too.
tall to be a pole vaulter?
I think you have to
lean.
be. Yeah, I think you have to be. You can't weigh much.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm
you
out.
get it. I think you could be your height. I think you can be your height and do it.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I don't
Okay,
know.
all right.
I think he's too short.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
All right.
know.
Well, as long as we're
Well, that's big pole vault.
I bet like 6'1", 160 is a great pole vaulter.
okay. Well, I don't know, Mike.
I don't know either. I'm making it up.
All right. Why do you suppose that the numbers reflect and Kylie McDaniel brings to the table that the Rangers farm system is among the worst in all of baseball?
Why do I think that?
Yeah, or why did the numbers reflect that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Rangers, when you graduate Evan Carter and White Langford, Jack Leiter has struggled. I think I heard you guys talking about it yesterday. I mean, it's not like there's no hope for Jack Leiter, but he struggled a little bit, right? Kamar Rocker's been hurt, although,
he looks good.
Yeah, I think, yeah. And then you think about their best prospects, Sebastian Walcott, Anthony Gutierrez. These are all guys.
Low down.
Yeah, and they're guys who there's a degree of rawness to them.
Yeah.
So, they could hit or maybe not, right? So, and I think that maybe the production from some of the guys in the middle of the farm system this year, maybe hasn't been as great. But, it's you graduate two really good players, that hurts. But, like, you want to get to a point where maybe you're not always in the top 5 because it's going to be somewhat cyclical, but you don't drop to that point. And I know that, they're working on that, and hopefully this time next year it's a little bit of a different feel.
Now, you brought up a stat the other day that I thought was really interesting, and we've kind of kicked this around some, how the Rangers have done 0-1 count versus 1-0 count. And I'm curious, how do you balance being a disciplined hitter versus, well, I know this guy's not going to swing, so I'm just going to lob it in there, and, like, maybe I do need to be a little bit more alert for that first pitch.
Yeah, so I think, there's a guy like Corey Seager who is clearly on one end of the spectrum, right? He is swing, swing, swing. But Corey Seager is elite, unique. He's that's not right. I think for a lot of these tendency things, you want to sort of be in the middle, right? Because you're not all this, you're not all that. Like, I always thought it was weird, like guys who, they take the first pitch 85% of the time. Like, it's just like but I think, it's very easy to say, I can't believe they swung at that pitch and he popped it up. But, like, what if he was looking for the fastball over the outer half and he just missed it because it's not easy to hit? Then that's not a bad swing. It's just bad execution.
Agreed.
But if you're looking for a first pitch breaking ball and you swing at the fastball above the zone, then it's like, what's your plan? So it's tough to just analyze pitch to pitch without looking. But what I tell you is that last year the Rangers were really good at getting to 1-0 and not 0-1. And this year they're not. And not to oversimplify it, but the numbers are pretty stark, how you fare as a hitter when the count gets to 0-1 versus when the count gets to 1-0.
Thank you very much, good sir. Always appreciate all of your time and insight.
Go team.
Bye, Jared.
Yeah.
Go get
There you
Rangers.
Go get Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right. Mike, Corey, we got 45 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Who is going to win today?
Rangers and me.
Why you?
Because I get to be out here for the Rangers.
If the Rangers are leading after 5, they win. If they're losing after 5, they lose.
Yeah, I think Mike wins, too, because he's up on the big screen
guys,
right now,
you might want to be quiet. I'm
He's up there
talking right
talking
now to all the Astro fans here.
Sorry to interrupt talking head, Mike. All right, there you go. Rangers, Astros pregame coming up next. First pitch coming up about 1:35 right here on your home of the defending world champions, 105.3 The Fan. We'll be back tomorrow in studio, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Go get Rangers.